Chapter 1, Changing Objects. Su Qingjiao. I have been so sincere to you for the past 5 years. Just because you said you wanted a man to be loyal, I only played one hole in the billiards table and only chose male chickens when eating chicken. Why do you treat me like this? Today is the day when the new president of Zhou Group takes office. The new female president, wearing a black long dress with a train, came slowly under the spotlight. Just as she was immersed in the fact that she could take charge of the largest Zhou Group in City A at such a young age. A lame man in tattered clothes emerged from the crowd in a panic. Everyone present recognized at a glance that this beggar-like man was the grandson that Mrs. Zhou once loved the most, Zhou. What a pity! Ever since old Lady Zhou fell and became a vegetable at home, Zhou has been like a lovesick man. He used to be an ambitious young man, but now his mind is filled with love. In order to pursue Su Qingjiao, who was still the nanny's daughter at the time, he even gave up Zhou's shares. It's okay now. The nanny's daughter turned into the female president of Zhou Group, while he was kicked out and ended up living on the streets. In the end, he couldn't even pay for his grandmother's medical expenses in the ICU. Zhou hugged his grandmother's urn tightly and stared at Su Qingjiao without giving up. Su Qingjiao, I've given you everything I can give you. You said you were born with kidney deficiency, and I donated a kidney to you without even frowning. You got me drunk that day and took the share transfer agreement and lied to me that it was a property notarization before marriage. You decided to marry me. In fact, I knew you were lying to me, but I still signed it. When the teaching building caught fire, no one dared to rush in to save you. It was me. I broke one of my legs when the ceiling hit me, and my back was burned. I risked my life to save you. Why did you do this to me? Why didn't you even lend me money for grandma's medical expenses? Now that she's dead, I don't have a grandma anymore. Zhou was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He clearly wanted to kill the woman in front of him, but he had to pretend to be hurt and unwilling to give up. He is unwilling to accept it. He regrets it so much. But he had to endure it and make Su Qingjiao admit that she loved him. Only if Su Qingjiao marries him can he protect the Zhou Group and preserve his grandmother's hard work. Su Qingjiao, who was surrounded by the spotlight, had an unnatural expression on her face. When she heard Zhou talking about the past, there was a hint of guilt in her eyes. However, after seeing the inquiring eyes of the people around her, this trace of guilt disappeared and turned into disgust and avoidance. Su Qingjiao said with a cold face, "It was a long time ago. You always use these things to blackmail me morally. Do I have to be controlled by you for the rest of my life? It was you who insisted on chasing me, but I didn't force you to be nice to me. Besides, you begged me for the company shares. Although I, Su Qingjiao, may not have a good background, I am also a kind and strong-willed person. I don't like this kind of trick. The ICU costs tens of thousands of dollars a day. Your grandmother is already in her 70s and is a vegetable. She should have died long ago." Zhou felt a surge of anger in his heart. He pursed his lips and stared at Su Qingjiao with deep eyes. He clearly remembered the first time he met Su Qingjiao. She was as thin as a bean sprout, and her eyes looked at him with envy and innocence. She hid behind Aunt Su timidly and with a sense of inferiority. Warn! There are only 3 minutes left in the countdown. If we cannot get Su Qingjiao to marry the host voluntarily, the mission will be declared a failure and the host will be wiped out. The mechanized voice brought Zhou memories back to this place. He stared at Su Qingjiao, clenched his fists, and asked her in an almost begging tone, "Su Qingjiao, I just want to ask you one question, have you really never liked me? Marry me, okay?" Su Qingjiao's arrogance and ambition had become insatiable due to Zhou's unconditional indulgence over the past 5 years. Unbelievable from the beginning. To be flattered. Then to being moved. Then, get used to it. Justified. As Zhou's devotion became more and more heartfelt, Su Qingjiao had already taken it for granted, and even felt that it was not enough. She believed that with her charm, she deserved a better and more outstanding man. Are you worthy? Su Qingjiao looked Zhou up and down, not wanting to say anything extra, and turned around and walked into the venue. Behind him was a chorus of praise from the media. Zhou stood there with his whole body cold. He could not reconcile the arrogant and ruthless figure in front of him with the self-deprecating and flattering girl from 5 years ago. If he had known that Su Qingjiao was such a person, he should not have chosen to pursue her. He was wrong. Wrong choice. Not only did he kill his grandmother, he also killed himself. If he could do it again, he would never choose an ungrateful person like Su Qingjiao again. Countdown to the strategy is 5, 4, 3. Strategy failed, immediately wiped out. Bang! Joey immediately lost all his senses and fell to the ground. The urn that Joey had been protecting also fell to the ground with a bang and broke into pieces. Everything fell into eternal darkness. There is no light and no flow of time here. There was only a vague and illusory sound of grief, echoing in the endless void, but unfortunately, it could not reach Joey's ears. Ear, why are you so stupid? You shouldn't have chosen to make a deal with the system for Grandma, and you shouldn't have made yourself so humble. In Grandma's heart, nothing is more important than you. It would be great if everything could start over again. Grandma hopes you can live well and don't worry about Grandma. The mother and daughter of the Sue family had evil intentions. When the truth was revealed, they pushed me down the stairs and turned me into a vegetable because they were afraid that I would call the police. Poor Ear was kept in the dark for 5 years. In the end, he ended up disabled and dead. I can't accept this. How can I accept this? Ding ding ding. Joey was awakened by the sharp and piercing sound of machines. When he opened his eyes, he saw white walls, white ceiling, and his grandmother lying in a vegetative state in the ICU. The instrument next to him made a sharp sound and the doctor on call 24 hours a day ran in immediately. The patient's vital signs suddenly stopped, and emergency treatment was immediately performed. Mr. Zhou, please go out and wait. The nurse pushed Joey out of the VIP ward. Grandma! Grandma! Back? I'm back. Grandma! Joey saw the familiar face lying on the hospital bed and quickly looked down at his healthy legs. He covered his face with his hands trembling, tears streaming down his face. Joey's parents died early, and he has been dependent on his grandmother since he can remember. He is the apple of Grandma's eye. In his previous life, he made one mistake after another and ended up dying tragically in his attempt to capture Su Qingjia. Grandma must be very disappointed and in pain. Ding! System code number 135 is being upgraded and optimized. Upgrade successful. It is detected that the host failed in the first capture. Time goes back to 2 years ago. The capture of Su Qingjia is temporarily suspended. I guess the first mission failed. The host has understood the system's intention. Blindly licking the dog and trying to please will not get any reward, but will only get the wolf's ambition. So you have one last chance to reselect your capture target. 2 characters have been automatically selected for you. Chapter 2, Immediate Substitution. When the target reaches a certain level of favorability, different levels of medical talent will be awarded. When the capture value reaches 100%, the host will receive the top-level God-level medical resuscitation grandmother. If the strategy fails, you will be completely wiped out by the system, and there will be no chance of success. This familiar yet unfamiliar transaction sounds shocked and excited Joey. Yes, Joey, who had died once, suddenly realized that humble flattery would not win love, nor would it win touching moments, but would only win entitlement. In his previous life, the system also gave him 2 choices. One is to capture the nanny's daughter Su Qingjia, and the other is the unknown character Shin Bingyan. He remembered that in his previous life, he didn't mention rewarding God-level medical skills, but only said to revive Grandma. I think it's because of the system upgrade. At that time, Joey desperately wanted his grandmother to come back, so he chose the poor and self-abased daughter of the nanny, thinking that as long as he treated her well, she would cherish him and be touched. Ridiculous. Really ridiculous. And this time, Joey raised his head suddenly. Almost without thinking, Joey decisively said before the system opened its mouth, Shin Bingyan. This time I choose Shin Bingyan. What a shitty nanny's daughter, what a poor girl who lacks love. Pooh. Joey observed Su Qingjia for 2 days that year. He felt that Su Qingjia had a good impression of him and her eyes showed admiration and love for him from time to time, so Joey chose her. After all, he didn't even know the second target, Shin Bingyan, let alone recognize her. And when I heard the name, I felt that he had a cold personality and would definitely be difficult to conquer. Unexpectedly, one can only judge a person by his appearance but not his heart. Su Qingjiao's appetite is getting bigger and bigger. The longer time goes by, the more it seems natural to her. This ungrateful person caused him to lose completely. Replacement successful. After successfully capturing the target Shin Bingyan, you will be rewarded with the Resurrection Grandma. Otherwise, the host will be wiped out. The time limit is 5 years. I wish the host good luck. Joey looked through the round glass window on the door and saw the doctor trying his best to save his grandmother. He looked down at the time on his phone again. Now is the third year that he has been trying to please Su Qingjiao, and Su Qingjiao still has some concerns at this time. Neither the company nor the shares were defrauded away, and his health was fine. He did not break his leg or suffer extensive burns while saving her. He didn't even try his best to donate a kidney to her, thinking that it would move her and make her agree to marry him. But nothing happened, and he was totally in time to save the situation. Joey clenched his hands tightly and swore secretly in his heart. "Grandma, you must hold on this time. This time, I will definitely wake you up." Joey breathed a sigh of relief only after his grandmother's condition stabilized and called the family driver to pick him up. Guojin is the most prosperous high-end shopping mall in Luzhou. All the products that can be purchased here are international brands. The driver who was waiting for someone in the parking lot frowned when he saw the caller note. He finally found out that Miss Su was shopping outside, and wanted to drive the Bentley to pick up Miss Su in advance while Lao Lu was resting. All the servants in the house knew that with how much Joey doted on Su Qingjiao over the past 3 years, if nothing unexpected happened, Su Qingjiao would definitely become the young mistress. Now was a good opportunity for him to curry favor with the young lady. And Joey? His mind is full of Miss Su, and he is not presentable at all. The driver made his decision almost without having to weigh the pros and cons. He replied tactfully, "Master, I am busy at Guojin now. You instructed me before that I should wait for Miss Su's call 24 hours a day. If I come here now and Miss Su needs a car later." In the past, as long as Miss Su's name was mentioned, Joey would not say another word. After 3 years of pursuit, all the servants in the Zhou family now know that Su Qingjiao is the one with the final say and is the treasure that Joey licks. However, he unexpectedly backfired this time. As soon as Joey heard Su Qingjiao's name, he turned hostile. He said in a cold tone, "Really? She is a nanny and her daughter is also worthy of a special car? Are you taking the Su family's money or the Zhou family's money? I'll give you half an hour. If you don't see anyone in half an hour, let Su Qingjiao give you your salary." Before the driver could make an excuse, Joey hung up the phone. In the previous life, the driver also made excuses for not wanting to come, and used this excuse of impatience, but Joey not only did not care, but instead ordered the driver to take good care of Su Qingjiao. He has no choice. Grandma is still lying in the ICU, clinging to life. The only way to save her is to marry Su Qingjiao. What is more, if the Su family's mother and daughter hadn't rescued Grandma at the fire, Grandma would have been burned to death on the spot without even the chance to become a vegetable. Even though he had already noticed Su Qingjiao's increasingly insatiable appetite, he was powerless to do anything about it. But now, the target of her attack has changed, so he'll have to kill her. Half an hour later, the driver drove an Audi grocery car reluctantly to the hospital. After seeing Joey, the driver not only did not reflect on his attitude, but instead secretly blamed Joey. "Master, Miss Su is still shopping with her classmates at IFC, and I just drove away like this. How embarrassing for her. You are such a fool. You have to ask me to pick you up when it's such a short distance away. The traffic is so congested right now. You might as well take the subway home faster." Joey looked at the driver with sarcasm and complained. During this period of intense pursuit of Su Qingjiao, it seemed to give everyone the illusion that a mere nanny's daughter had surpassed the young master of the Zhou family. What a bunch of people who go with the flow. Joey looked at his watch and said, "You are late for 12 minutes. 1,000 will be deducted for each minute. You don't need to take the performance bonus this month." When the driver heard that his money was going to be deducted, his first emotion was not panic but anger. His face immediately turned red, and he argued loudly, "Master, this is none of my business. It was you who insisted on asking me to pick you up during the rush hour." And Su. Even though he was dawdling and coming slowly on purpose, he was still unhappy when his money was deducted. He wanted to argue for himself a few more times, but he noticed that Joey glanced at the grocery cart he was driving, and the driver suddenly fell silent. He explained guiltily, "Master, Uncle Zhang drove the Bentley to pick up Miss Su." Hearing this ridiculous explanation, Joey sneered inwardly. There are more than a dozen cars in the garage at home. Even if the Bentley was driven out, he could drive another car in, but he chose to drive the shopping cart that his aunt took to pick him up. How dissatisfied must he be with himself to have such a displeasure towards me? However, Joey would not get angry with a driver who could not tell the difference between the big and small one, because Joey would not give him a second chance and would just let him get out. You guys, the drivers who are paid by the Zhou family, are so loyal. You take my money and lick Zhou Qingjiao, right? Can you tell who is the master? Chapter 3, I'll skin you. The driver opened his mouth to retort, but swallowed it back in frustration. The young master seems particularly difficult to talk to today. Alas, money is hard to earn and shit is hard to eat. The driver felt inwardly that if he had known he would be fined even if he came, he might as well not have come. The best option was to curry favor with the Su mother and daughter as soon as possible. Joey saw the driver's face in the rearview mirror. He had experienced all kinds of cold faces and ridicule over the years. The weak will be stepped on, and when the wall falls, everyone will push it down. He remembered that this driver was very diligent when he first started working, but he didn't know when he started to be so rude to him. Knock knock knock. Zhou Yi's fingers tapped lightly on the leather seat. The Zhou family needs to clean up the garbage properly. The garbage that should be thrown away, so as to prevent the stench of the garbage from polluting the entire Zhou family. This driver doesn't have to go to work tomorrow. The driver kept peeking at Zhou Yi through the rearview mirror along the way. Seeing that Zhou Yi could sit comfortably in the grocery cart used by servants, he couldn't help feeling proud. These young masters are just spoiled. When they travel, they either drive a sports car or some foreign car. Now I give him a cheap grocery cart to sit in, and he can sit still very steadily. At this time, Zhou family. Su's mother was wearing an elegant satin dress and a diamond bracelet worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on her wrist. She lay skillfully on the sofa. She was eating imported bloodbird's nest. Just one bite was equivalent to a month's salary for an ordinary worker. The arrogant mother Su glanced sideways at the servant standing next to her. This blood swallow is pretty good. I heard it's imported from Malaysia or West Asia. Wow, it's so expensive. Bring me a few boxes as a gift. The servant hesitated and looked at Su's mother's broken leg with atrophied muscles. That was the leg that Su's mother broke while trying to save old lady Zhou. Ever since she broke her leg, Su's mother started to act tyrannically in the Zhou family, relying on the fact that she saved old lady Zhou's life. At first, the servants were angry and unwilling to accept the consequences, and they complained to Master Zhou several times, but Master Zhou turned a blind eye and even indulged them. From then on, they never dared to show disrespect to Su's mother again, and completely treated her as the second master in the family. Not to mention, young Master Zhou also pursues Su Qingjiao in every possible way. Ouch! The servants were angry but dared not say anything. The Tibetan Mastiff locked in the backyard seemed to understand human nature. It bared its teeth at Su's mother, who had occupied the sofa in the house, and issued a series of warning roars. Su's mother's eyelids twitched, and she patted her heart in fear. I'm scared to death. Why hasn't this dead dog been dragged out and sold yet? If I have heart problems due to the fright, you will all be held legally responsible. The servant was embarrassed. This is the young master's Tibetan Mastiff. He has raised it for many years. If we sell it, the young master will fire us if he finds out. Mother Su curled her lips in disdain and said domineeringly, how can the Zhou family afford to raise such a useless piece of trash that eats so much every day? Seeing that the servants still didn't dare to move, Su's mother sneered, you think my words are useless, right? Don't you see who young Master Zhou listens to now? You've been a servant in the Zhou family for so long, don't you know the current situation? I tell you, my daughter is definitely the young mistress of the Zhou family. If you don't listen, I will make you all get out. The Zhou family offers the best treatment in Luqing. If you don't want to do this, there are plenty of people waiting in line to do it. Su's mother had already regarded all the servants and property of the Zhou family as her own. She was used to being domineering and bossing people around in the Zhou family, so she was not afraid of these people complaining. As someone who has experienced this, she can clearly see how much affection Zhou Xiao has for his daughter. If they go to file a complaint, they will be the only ones to suffer. Since the huge Zhou family belongs to her, then what's the problem for her to deal with a beast? If the dead dog wagged its tail at her and begged for mercy, she would be merciful enough to give the dead dog a bite to eat. But this dead dog always bared its teeth at her and her daughter, and even wanted to rush up and bite her several times, which made her hate this dead dog for a long time. When the fire broke out at Zhou's house, why didn't this dead dog get burned to death as well? Xiao Zhang, how can you talk like that? Seeing this, an older servant came over and scolded the servant in the living room in a low voice. Alas, I am still young. We have no backing, so why should we be so serious? As long as we can make money, who cares who our real master is? Hurry up and apologize to Madame Su. How dare you talk back? The young servant's eyes turned red with grievance, because she was clearly being paid by the Zhou family. Why does Sue's mother give her orders? But she thought again, if she really lost this job. I'm sorry, Mrs. Sue, I shouldn't have talked back. Mother Sue felt relieved when she heard the name Madam Sue. What a nice name. She lazily lay on the sofa, looking at her newly done red nails. That's it? Humph, I don't see any sincerity. The young servant bit his lower lip, closed his eyes and slapped himself. Bang! I'm sorry, I shouldn't have talked back to you. Bang! I'm sorry, The Tibetan Mastiff trapped in the cage was so angry that its eyes turned red. It kept baring its teeth to warn Sue's mother. It has been raised by the old owner and the young owner for many years. When the old owner was still in the Zhou family, he loved it the most and often took it out for a walk. But the old owner was pushed down the stairs by the mother and daughter and became a vegetable. The two were afraid of being discovered, so they started a fire and pretended to have saved the old owner's life. It wanted to bite them to death. Once, it almost bit the mother and daughter to pieces, but was stopped. The little owner was kept in the dark by them and thought that it had a rage disorder, so they locked it up in the backyard. Woo woo woo. Damn it! Ha! As if it smelled something familiar, it suddenly wagged its tail excitedly and barked towards the door. Woof woof. You dead dog. I'll sell you to a dog meat restaurant later, skin you and eat your meat. The Tibetan Mastiff scared Sue's mother, and she cursed. Except for the Tibetan Mastiff that barked excitedly after discovering Joey had returned, the other servants in the living room did not notice that Joey had already walked to the door when Sue's mother said this. When Joey heard what Sue's mother blurted out, anger surged on his face. So that's how it is. It's actually like this. He remembered that when he came back in his previous life, Sue's mother told him sincerely that the Tibetan Mastiff that she had raised for many years got lost while taking a walk. If I hadn't come back early this time, I would have never known that this was the truth behind the Tibetan Mastiff's disappearance. Joey strode over, laughing angrily as he walked towards Sue's mother, and asked casually, sold it to a dog meat restaurant, had it skinned, and eaten its meat? You're selling me my Tibetan Mastiff? The servants around were shocked to see Joey coming back. They all kept silent and watched the confrontation between Joey and Sue's mother cautiously. Chapter 4, Dog Meat Restaurant. This kind of situation had happened several times before. They thought Joey would be furious, but in the end, somehow, Joey lost his temper again, and in the end, there was much thunder but little rain. This time, it should be the same. After all, it's just a dog this time. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Joey was brewing anger, but Mother Sue seemed not to see it and changed the subject lightly. Showy, you're back. How is your grandma today? Is she feeling better? The servant watched all this silently. I am certain in my heart that this time, a big thing will be turned into a small thing, and a small thing will be turned into nothing. Joey's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. His voice suddenly became louder, and he asked with an extremely oppressive majesty, "You want to sell it to the dog meat restaurant?" Ah! The Tibetan Mastiff excitedly wagged its tail in the cage. Yes, yes, yes. This is the bad mother and daughter. Sue's mother's heart was beating wildly. What happened to Joey today? Was he angry? But she still smiled and responded, Showy, why are you so angry today? Mother Sue curled her lips and said nonchalantly, it's just a dog. It doesn't matter where you sell it. You can earn a few $1,000 more by selling it to a dog meat restaurant. Besides, you are so busy now, how can you have the time to take care of a dog? I'm doing this for your own good. When you get married to Jiao Jiao, if she gets pregnant, the bacteria in dog hair will be bad for pregnant women. It's a good thing to get rid of it as soon as possible. Joey sneered. Every time she saw me getting angry, this old woman would make promises for me, like marrying Su Qingjio and having children, and she made them sound as if they were real. As a result, whenever he thought of his grandmother who was still suffering in the hospital, he had to force himself to remain calm. For my own good, who do you think you are to do for my own good? Someone, release the Tibetan Mastiff to the backyard. The servants looked at each other in bewilderment. On one side was Sue's mother, and on the other was their real master. They were in a dilemma. If they offended their master, at most they would be fired, but if they offended Sue's mother, they would not only lose their jobs but also be maliciously retaliated against. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. No one dares to move. Okay, you did a great job. Joey was so angry that he laughed and said the word good 3 times in a row. Suddenly, Pa! Joey turned around and slapped the old servant beside Sue's mother in the face. The beaten old servant covered her face in disbelief, seemingly not understanding why Joey only beat her. As soon as Joey entered the room, he discovered that this servant had been flattering Sue's mother. He was the dog that she took the initiative to catch. He could be said to be Sue's mother's number one lackey. Joey glanced at everyone coldly and said calmly, "Don't you understand what I'm saying? I told you to let the dog out." Joey's calm tone from beginning to end made people feel like it was the calm before the storm. The old servant finally became frightened and panicked. This time the young master was probably serious, so she hurried to release the Tibetan Mastiff in fear, but she did not dare to look up at Sue's mother lying on the sofa. At this time, Sue's mother's face fell a little. Joey beat her in front of so many servants. He didn't take her seriously at all. She thought that her daughter would become the daughter-in-law of the Zhou family in the future. If she didn't save her face today, how would she control these servants in the future? Sue's mother had been flattered so much that she had forgotten that she was just a nanny. She curled her lips in disdain and faced Joey, the real master of the family. She didn't even move to stand up. Sue's mother continued to eat bird's nest calmly and lectured Joey in the tone of an elder, trying to suppress Joey from the perspective of status. "Why are you so angry for no reason? It's just a dog. Xiaoyi, even if you are in a bad mood, you shouldn't hit someone for a dog. They were also born and raised by their parents. With your arrogant and domineering personality, it will be difficult for you to manage the company in the future." Joey suddenly laughed out loud when he heard what Sue's mother said. "Ha! I almost forgot about you. Who do you think you are? How dare you teach me a lesson?" Joey walked up to Sue's mother step by step. He saw that Sue's mother's expression changed from indifference to shock, then to dissatisfaction, and then to anger. Suddenly, Joey reached out and pulled Sue's mother off the sofa. Bang! Sue's mother fell heavily to the ground and screamed. The broken leg slammed weakly onto the ground, causing Sue's mother to shiver all over in pain. "I'm really going to teach you a lesson, and you can't recognize who you are, right? This family's surname is Zhou, not Sue. Do you really think that after I've been pursuing your daughter for 3 years, she's putting on airs and thinking that I must have her and that she can be the head of the Zhou family?" There was a pop sound. Deafening. Joey suddenly let go of his hand, and Sue's mother's head fell onto the coffee table. The fall made Sue's mother burst into tears and a big bump appeared on her head. Pa. Ah, it hurts so much, let me go." The servants were shocked when they saw this scene. Did young Master Zhou eat explosives today? They all saw how Zhou Xiao treated Sue's mother, otherwise why would Sue's mother be so arrogant? But today's Zhou Xiao seems very different. They couldn't just stand there and watch the show. It would be disastrous if the narrow-minded and vengeful Sue's mother remembered it, so the servants hurried forward to dissuade them. But they didn't dare to offend anyone, so they could only persuade Joey not to be angry and persuade Sue's mother to give in. After being pulled down, Sue's mother was completely stunned by the pain. Seeing Joey's frosty face and seemed really angry, Sue's mother endured the pain and began to panic. He clung to the sofa and cried, "Little young Master Zhou, my legs hurt so much. I am your grandmother's savior. I nearly died trying to run into the fire to save your grandma. This leg is even more useless. If it weren't for me, your grandma would still be alive in IUC. She would have been burned to death in the fire a long time ago. How could you treat me like this?" Joey looked at Sue's mother crying and wailing with indifference. After experiencing a lifetime, he realized how selfish the mother and daughter of the Su family were, and how they had no bottom line in order to gain benefits. He really doubted that such people would really save grandma if they were unwilling to lend him even a little medical expenses in their previous life. But Joey knew very well that Sue's mother was afraid of death and was greedy. She would never sacrifice a leg to save her grandmother. He lowered his head and glanced at Sue's mother's broken leg. This leg was indeed broken in the fire, and there are burn scars on it. Is the life-saving grace real? No. He doesn't believe it. There must be some hidden secret that he doesn't know. Bang! Ah! Joey suddenly kicked Sue's mother away with a fierce kick. He ignored her crying and wailing. He seemed to remember something and looked deeply at the Tibetan Mastiff locked in the backyard. Then he went straight up to the second floor and returned to his room. Sue's mother was in real pain and cried for a few times. When she saw Joey going upstairs, she screamed in pain for a while. When she saw that Joey did not come down either, she couldn't help but feel relieved. She took advantage of this point about Joey. Joey is reasonable and easy to talk to. As long as he can prove that he is his savior, he can dominate the Zhou family for the rest of his life. Little did they know. At this time, Joey did not believe her, but Joey suddenly remembered the details about the Tibetan Mastiff. The Tibetan Mastiff he raised was gentle in temperament and never bared its teeth at people. The first time it lost control and bit randomly seemed to be after the fire. And the most terrifying thing is that it doesn't bite anyone else, it only bites Sue's mother and daughter. Chapter 5. There is a hidden story. Could it be that there is really a hidden story behind this? As soon as the thought came to his mind, Joey decided to thoroughly investigate the fire in his house. Ding ling ling. Hello, is this Xiaoyi? Hearing his aunt's voice on the phone, Joey felt warm in his heart and filled with emotion. My aunt is my grandmother's adopted daughter and is in charge of many of the Zhou family's businesses. Perhaps because she is too busy at work, or perhaps because there is no blood relationship and she wants to avoid power, my aunt seldom comes home. Therefore, he and his aunt were not very close. It was precisely because of this that Su Qingjiu and the company's traders secretly took advantage of the opportunity and continued to sow discord between him and his aunt. The aunt has always looked down on Su Qingjiu, thinking that this kind of woman is scheming, unsatisfied, and greedy. She has repeatedly advised him to find a lady of equal status to marry. He was obstinate and quarreled with his aunt many times because of Su Qingjiu. But in the end, my aunt was framed and imprisoned. However, due to the various calculations of the people behind the scenes, he believed that his aunt wanted to take over the Zhou group. However, he never expected that the reason why his aunt was reluctant to hand over the management of the company was because she was afraid that he would be deceived by Su Qingjiu and those old shareholders would seize power and sideline him. She even secretly cultivated a group of her own people for him. But by the time Joey understood everything, it was too late. The court had already sentenced her to life imprisonment, and her aunt could not be saved. After waiting for a full half-minute, I didn't hear Joey's voice. The man on the other side paused, his tone somewhat stiff and disappointed. I was wondering why you thought of me when there was nothing going on. It turns out it was because of her again. Xiaoyi, tell me, what do you want to ask me for that woman? Joey heard the anger in his aunt's words. He used to think that his aunt had something against him, wanted to fight for power, and wanted to kill him. Now it seems that his aunt didn't want to harm him at all, she was clearly trying to save him. But at that time, in order to save his grandmother and complete the mission, he had to pursue Su Qingjiu. Fortunately, the target of the strategy has changed. He won't let his aunt down again. Joey took a deep breath and said, Aunt, it's not for her. I have seen clearly what kind of person she is. She is not worthy of my sincere kindness to her. I actually want to ask you to help investigate Grandma's matter. I happened to be on a plane on the day of the fire. When I rushed back, the surveillance camera had been burned and my grandmother was seriously injured and went to the emergency room. I want to know what happened at home on the day of the fire. I could hear my aunt taking deep breaths over the phone. After waiting for several seconds, I heard my aunt's voice, Xiaoyi, I'm glad you woke up. Don't worry, I've been investigating this matter with Grandma. Wait. Did you just call me? Because Su Qingjiu had been constantly provoking him, Joey had not called her aunt for the past 3 years. Now when she heard Joey's shout again, she was excited and panicked, fearing that she had heard it wrongly. Joey's voice, filled with guilt and loss, rang out, Aunt, I'm sorry, I was blinded. I treated you like that for Su Qingjiu. Ever since Grandma was seriously ill and hospitalized, the shareholders of Zhou Group have started to stir. It was you who stepped forward and shocked the group of people in the company under tremendous pressure. Aunt, you are my only relative now. I don't want to lose you. When Aunt Zhou heard Joey's heartfelt words, the pressure of recent days and the conflicts among old shareholders instantly turned into tears. Afraid that Joey would misunderstand her again by hearing her snorting, Aunt Zhou hurriedly explained. Xiaoyi, I don't blame you. Auntie has never blamed you. It's my fault. I was so focused on the company's affairs that I didn't have a good chat with you. That's why you were deceived by a woman like Su Qingjiu. Believe me, as long as the old lady still has a glimmer of hope, I will not give up looking for a famous doctor. There is always hope. As for you, you are the only blood of the Zhou family. You must be well, especially that nanny and Su Qingjiu. They are obviously. Having said that, Aunt Zhou suddenly shut up again. She was afraid that if she continued talking, Joey would get angry. She had finally managed to ease the relationship with Joey a little, and she didn't want the relationship to become strained again because of this incident. Oh, there's one more thing, Auntie. I want you to help me find someone. People? Who are you looking for? Shin Bingyan, I don't know any information other than her name, but she is very important to me. Very important? Aunt Jo pursed her lips, savoring the words carefully, and then nodded solemnly. Okay, Auntie will remember this. I'll order someone to investigate right away. Aunt, thank you. Come home for dinner tonight at 6 o'clock. Remember to bring 2 bodyguards with you. I still need to take care of some housework. Joey said with a smile. Go home, okay, I will go home on time at 6 o'clock. Aunt Jo hurriedly agreed, fearing that Joey would change his mind the next second. Joey finally called her and was finally willing to see her. She was so happy. The past 3 or 4 years of hard work and struggle were worth it. And here is Sue's mother. Seeing that Joey had returned to the room and had not come down for a long time, Sue's mother quickly took out her cell phone and quietly called Su Qingjia. Inside the IFC shopping mall, a dozen female classmates looked at Su Qingjia with envy as she casually picked up a bag. She didn't even look at the price and asked the clerk to pack it up. This is the most prosperous shopping mall in Luzhou. Their family had some money, so they could shop at roadside stores without having to look at prices. But in this most magnificent and high-end shopping mall, known as Little Macau, they still felt the timidity of country people entering the city. Miss Su, we still have a bag. It's the latest model this year. There's only one in the entire city of A. It's a unique designer model. The luxury goods store clerk was still introducing the products, and when Su Qingjia heard that it was a one-of-a-kind style, her eyes immediately lit up. Amidst the envy of everyone, only the unique one is worthy of her. Wrap it up for me. The clerk was flattered and quickly said, Miss Su, this unique design was designed by Master Ali from abroad. It's just that the value is a little high. Well, and it's ugly. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make only one model. The bag had been in the store for a while and everyone thought it was ugly. The clerk took advantage of Su Qingjiao's vanity and recommended it to her. Sure enough, Su Qingjiao's vanity was overflowing. Facing the envious looks of her classmates, she said nonchalantly, money is meant to be spent. When money reaches a certain amount, there is actually no difference between 100,000 and 1 million for me. As she spoke, Su Qingjiao calmly took out a black card. The moment the clerk saw the black card, his eyes brightened and he smiled from ear to ear. He quickly took it in his hand, fearing that Su Qingjia would regret it the next second. Okay, I'll swipe your card right away. The students' eyes followed the black card closely, and they watched Su Qingjia enter the password without any regrets. Then they heard the clicking sound of the self-service invoice machine. This is not an invoice machine, it's deducting money with a click. Chapter 6 Unlimited. I've really learned a lot today. Is this the black card they talked about online? The one with unlimited credit limit? Miss, can you let me touch the black card? It turns out that the eldest lady buys luxury goods as casually as I buy cabbage. More than 200,000? That's the equivalent of my dad's car. This isn't just a bag, this is a car in your hand. Everyone praised Su Qingjia with envy until the clerk brought the unique bag. The scene suddenly became quiet. Well, this bag is quite unique. I think it has a Gothic style. Yes, I think so too. Just like the paintings of those famous artists, it is a beautiful abstract style. If you look closely, it is quite meaningful. The corners of Su Qingjiao's mouth twitched. No matter how much she disliked it in her heart, she would not refund the money in front of so many classmates, because the money was not hers and she didn't feel bad at all. Over the years, she had been spending Zhou Yi's money, treating him as a sucker and squandering it recklessly. But if it was before she met Zhou Yi, Su Qingjia would have returned it without hesitation, let alone 290,000 yuan, even if it was 29 yuan. Su Qingjia was used to being poor and having low self-esteem, so she enjoyed the praise that being rich is justice, which satisfied her vanity to the greatest extent. She raised her lips and tried to smile with satisfaction. Well, it is indeed quite abstract, but it is unique. Ding-ling-ling. At this moment, the cell phone rang suddenly. On the phone, Su's mother exaggerated Zhou Yi's evil deeds against her, and her sobbing made Su Qingjia frown immediately. Zhou Yi, that licking dog, actually dared to do that. Su Qingjiao's face was filled with anger. She completely forgot that she was the nanny's daughter. She acted like a rich lady and said, "How dare Zhou Yi do this to you? Okay, I'll be right back. I'll be home in about 20 minutes. Zhou Yi? When everyone heard the name Joey, they exchanged glances. There were rumors before that Joey and Su Qingjie lived together, and the rumors turned out to be true. However, they would not think that Joey and Su Qingjie were living together. After all, Su Qingjie was a rich and beautiful woman wearing all branded clothes and lived in a high-end villa. Joey heard that the student was a poor student from the countryside, and was sponsored to go to university. So it was probably Su Qingjie who took Joey in? One of the chubby girls rolled her eyes and stood up. She had a good relationship with Su Qingjie, and she was straightforward and asked what everyone was embarrassed to ask: Joey, is he the poor student Joey in our class? Why is he in your house, miss? Su Qingjie's face changed slightly, and she was about to think of a way to smooth over the matter. Unexpectedly, the chubby girl herself revealed the reason. I know. I heard that Joey's family is too poor to afford school. Is it you, the eldest lady, who sponsored him? I heard that you rich people like to sponsor poor students. Su Qingjie breathed a sigh of relief. She neither admitted nor denied it, but just smiled and said, "It doesn't cost much to donate, it can be considered as accumulating merit for myself." After she said this, everyone praised her as a beautiful, kind-hearted, wealthy, and beautiful woman. Su Qingjie's complexion gradually improved with everyone's flattery. She had been looked down upon since she was a child, and she was inferior and sensitive inside. Now she finally experienced the feeling of being superior to others. When Su was in junior high school, her mother had not yet found such a good nanny job, and the family was so poor that they couldn't even afford school uniforms. Whenever someone in the class lost something, she would always be the first suspect. She even encountered ridicule and isolation because she was named the class beauty. Because she was poor, everyone in her class laughed at her and called her the daughter of a cleaner. She really hated that kind of life and hated that kind of name. And now, under the influence of the Zhou family's wealth and Joey's persistent pursuit, this nanny's daughter who couldn't even get into a junior college can actually transfer to a prestigious school and be called the eldest lady. She clearly didn't say anything, but someone would find a reasonable explanation for her behavior. For example, her relationship with Joey. It's not her fault. She just didn't explain for Joey, and this is not what the Zhou family wants. Because of the death of her son and daughter-in-law, Mrs. Zhou didn't want Joey to be noticed by her competitors too early, so she made Joey keep a low profile since he was a child. He usually took the bus to and from school, and his food and other necessities were the same as other classmates. When Su Qingjie arrived at the entrance of the shopping mall, the driver had already received her call in advance and drove the car up from the underground parking lot. After the chubby girl received Su Qingjie's appreciation and promise, she followed Su Qingjie into the luxury car under the envious gazes of her classmates. The rest of the students were envious. Look, Mrs. Carr, the top model, costs over 5 million. How Min is so lucky. Why did the young lady choose her as her best friend instead of me? I can provide emotional value and make the young lady happy. The person has a good name and a good fate. Why don't you change it to good luck and your luck will come too? The man cursed angrily but felt sour in his heart. Go to hell. At the same time, Joey in the room received a text message on his mobile phone and looked down. 290,000? Su Qingjie just spent 290,000? Joey laughed, and there was a chill in his laughter. 290,000, almost 1 month's hospitalization fee for my grandma. He found it ironic that Su Qingjie had used all means to get to the Zhou group but was unwilling to lend him even 50,000 yuan for medical treatment. She is very kind to herself. He will not give this money to Su Qingjie for free. He will make Su Qingjie return it all penny by penny. The sound of a car engine was heard downstairs. Joey looked down through the window, and the coldness in his eyes grew deeper. Hao Min, who followed Su Qingjie into the villa, was dumbfounded. She stared blankly at the villa that was as big as the White House. 7 or 8 servants bowed their heads and greeted Su Qingjie. The decoration inside the villa is not as magnificent as in TV dramas, but a new Chinese-style design. This kind of decoration is actually more stable and restrained. But it is this calmness and grandeur that makes people feel that this is a real wealthy family, not the kind of nouveau riche who only has money but no ideas. It's like others dress up as bosses in suits and ties, but the real bosses wear plain executive jackets. Miss Su, you're back. Good afternoon, Miss Su. Ms. Su. Amid the servants' greetings, Su Qingjie, walking on her high heels with a clattering sound, threw the bag in her hand onto the sofa with a cold face. Mother Su seemed to have found her backbone. She quickly leaned on her crutches and walked over, complaining in the manner of a host, "Daughter, you are finally back. Joey is outrageous. He actually dared to attack me just now. I feel weak all over now. My legs are throbbing with pain. I may even have bruises all over my body. Su Qingjiao looked at the servant with a cold face. Where is Joey? Chapter 7 The People Who Support You. The servant whispered back, upstairs. Su Qingjiao ignored Hao Min, who was looking around and drooling with envy. She sat on the soft sofa and ordered. Go and call him down. The old servant who had been slapped by Joey before walked out faster than the other servants. Her face was still burning with pain, and she had a lot of opinions about Joey. Now that her backer was back, she couldn't wait to see Joey crying and apologizing to Su Qingjiao, so she ran up and knocked on Joey's door. Mr. Zhou, Miss Su wants you to go downstairs. Knock, knock, knock. Master Zhou, did you hear that? Miss Su asked you to go downstairs. Knock, knock, knock. Not hearing Joey's answer, the servant knocked on the door persistently. Joey suddenly opened the door and looked calmly at the servant, who seemed to be having a temper tantrum. What's up? The servant suppressed the smug smile on his face and urged, Miss Su, please go down. Joey glanced at the slap mark on the old servant's face that had not yet disappeared. He originally thought that as long as she knew what was good for her, he could give her a chance. After all, she had worked in the Zhou family for so many years. Unexpectedly, this guy is a fence-sitter, and this time he starts to curry favor with the Su mother and daughter. Joey shook his head, took out a list from behind him, and crossed out her name. The old servant curled his lips in disdain. Everyone knew that young Master Zhou was a love-brained person. As long as he could curry favor with the mother and daughter of the Su family, not only would he not be fired, but he would also get a raise. Mr. Zhou, please go down quickly. Don't let Miss Su wait anxiously. After saying that, the servant turned around and went downstairs to report in front of Joey without waiting for him to go home. Joey did not show any anger at this. He went downstairs with the list as usual, glanced at the servants standing nearby, crossed out a few people on the list, and then looked casually at Su Qingjiao. The 5 years of experience in his previous life were enough to make Joey more introverted. The look he gave Su Qingjiao no longer had the pampering intolerance of the past. Instead, it was as cold as ice and snow in December, making people shiver with cold. But Su Qingjiao habitually ignored all of Joey's looks and movements. She angrily accused Joey, Joey, are you still a man? How dare you hit my mother? Hurry up and apologize to my mother, otherwise if you make me unhappy, I won't forgive you. Joey sneered and spoke slowly. Your mother wants to sell my Tibetan Mastiff. Did you know about this? Facing Joey's questioning, Su Qingjiao's face flashed with dissatisfaction. Just sell it, why keep a Tibetan Mastiff? It will get sick and bite randomly from time to time. But you dare to hit my mother for a dead dog? Apologize to me right now, or I will never forgive you. With her daughter's support, Su's mother became more confident and arrogant. She said at the right time, and the servants at home were all scared by you just now. Joey laughed angrily. You mean, it was all my fault just now? I have to apologize not only to your mother, but also to the servants. Su Qingjiao curled her lips and replied, as a matter of course, everyone is born with dignity, and the poor also have backbone. You scared them, so you must apologize. If your grandmother was here, wouldn't you apologize too? When Joey heard Su Qingjiao mention her grandmother, his expression suddenly became extremely ugly. If this noble woman hadn't used all means to cheat the Zhou group away from him in the previous life, how could grandma have fallen to the point where she couldn't even pay for the medical bills? Looking at Su Qingjiao, who was wearing all brand name coats, bags, and jewelry, and thinking of the scene where her grandmother even asked him to borrow money for cremation, he became furious. Pa! Who the hell are you to mention my grandma? Pa! If you mention it, I'll slap you twice. At this moment, everyone was shocked. Su Qingjiao felt a burning pain on her face, and was so shocked that she forgot to dodge the slap. Su's mother was so shocked that she forgot to cry. The servants were so shocked that they stood still like logs. Hao Min, who had been watching the show, was so surprised that she covered her mouth. No one expected that Joey, who looked calm just now, would start beating people just by hearing the word grandma. Joey is like a powder keg, attacking everyone indiscriminately, and grandma is his fuse. As long as someone touches the fuse, the bomb will be detonated. Su's mother was the first to react. She screamed loudly, ah! It's reversed. Catch Joey. He's crazy. He's having epilepsy. After Joey went upstairs, most of the servants had already gone to do their own work. Those who remained in the living room at this time were naturally the servants who wanted to curry favor with Sue's mother. They did not have to work, but only needed to serve and please Sue's mother every day. Hearing Sue's mother's scream, several servants hesitated and dared not move, and the servant who was slapped in the face stood in front of Sue's mother without thinking. The remaining servants looked at each other upon seeing this, and then followed Sue's mother's instructions and worked together to hold Joey. Joey lowered his eyes and said to himself with a sneer, "There are still 10 minutes left. Very good. We will clean everything up together later." Seeing Joey being held by the maid, Sue's mother also calmed down. She was a little panicked and a little scared. How could she let someone hold Joey? Although Joey valued his daughter more than his life and loved her wholeheartedly, no matter what, Joey was still the master of the Zhou family. What should I do next? Mother Su looked at Su Qingjiao for help. Su Qingjiao was so angry that she was shaking all over. She really couldn't believe it. It was unbelievable. She was beaten by Zhou, a dead licker. In the past, whenever I took a breath, he would always show concern for me. No matter how late it is, with just one phone call from her, this dog would run 10 blocks to buy her milk tea. Normally, he would hold her in his hands for fear that she would melt. After 3 or 4 years of admiration, Su Qingjiao could not accept this gap. But the burning pain on her face let her know that what she had just felt was not fake. Zhou did hit her. And he slapped her twice very hard. At this moment, Su Qingjiao seemed to be irritated. Perhaps it was because she had never suffered such injustice since Joey started to care about her. Anyway, Su Qingjiao was already furious. She pointed at Zhou and said tremblingly, "Zhou, you are great. You are great. I, Su Qingjiao, will make this clear today. Even if all the men in the world are dead, I will never agree to your pursuit again. No matter how many luxury goods you give me or how many luxury cars you give me, I won't even look at you. You are a domestic violence man, a licking dog. I must be blind to give you the chance to pursue me. Lock him in the basement." Joey laughed to death when he heard these sincere words. If it weren't for his unconditional pampering, would the mother and daughter still be living in the poverty-stricken area? How could they attend the best school in Lu City, wear designer clothes, and order maids around? After a long time, they really became arrogant. It's so powerful that it can act wildly on your own head. Chapter 8. Calm down. Joey retracted his gaze from Su Qingjiao, glanced at the servants in front of him with a cold face, and smiled coldly. "Very good, there are still 5 minutes. Are you sure you want to recognize the mother and daughter of the Su family as your masters?" Mother Su's heart skipped a beat. Seeing the panic on everyone's faces, she immediately shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Lock him up quickly and keep him in there for a few days to let him calm down." The maids hesitated for just a moment. When they rushed over to stop Joey just now, they had already offended Joey and there was no room for maneuver. At this moment, the only way for them to continue working in the Zhou family is to obey Su's mother. Seeing that this group of people obeyed her orders, Su's mother was relieved. Then, she became a little complacent, thinking that she and her daughter were the ones who called the shots in the family. "Master, you are indeed a little abnormal today. I'm sorry." Several people pushed and shoved Joey to the basement. At this time, Su's mother shouted again, "Joey, you did something wrong, and you still dare to glare at me. During these 3 days, all of you are not allowed to give him any water or food. Starve him for 3 days and see if he still has the energy to stare at anyone. Your grandmother is now lying half dead in the ICU. The Zhou family has no elders, so I, as an elder, will teach you how to respect others." Seeing that Joey seemed to have no power to resist at all, Su's mother was still counting down the last minute. "TSK, you must be scared." Su Qingjiao seemed to have some confidence and became more and more arrogant. At this moment, all the servants in the villa are hers, so she is naturally not afraid of anyone going out and saying something nonsense. Training people is actually the same as training dogs. As long as Joey is scolded for a long time, he will be obedient. She had raised dogs before. She would train and beat the new dogs she bought. If the dogs dared to bare their teeth at their owners, she would beat them severely. Only when the dogs were hurt would they behave themselves and recognize their owners. At first she was very panicked, but when she saw that the maids were on her side, she became completely emboldened. She thought that as long as she hit Joey a few more times, Joey would wag his tail and beg for mercy at her like a dog. Just as Su's mother was immersed in beautiful fantasies, suddenly, a voice at the door broke her fantasy. All I heard was a chilling voice coming from the door. "What are you doing?" Everyone looked towards the door. They saw a woman in a suit standing at the door, with an angry look on her delicate face. She walked towards them in 2 steps at a time, giving people an extremely dangerous feeling. Like a sharp blade, it killed them all in a swish. When Sue's mother saw this man, she took a step back in fear. Su Qingjiao's heart skipped a beat and the anger in her heart dissipated and turned into panic. Why is she here? Are you bullying my Zhou family because they have no one? Seeing Joey being caught by the family's maid, and thinking of what she had just heard, the woman instantly understood what had happened and narrowed her eyes dangerously. As soon as he raised his hand, the 2 bodyguards behind him immediately stepped forward. The maid didn't even have a chance to explain. As soon as she said the word "I," the bodyguard kicked her and sent her flying 10 meters away. Before she could even howl, the bodyguard twisted her hands behind her back. With a few crackling sounds, both of her arms were dislocated and she fell to the ground with a pale face. Bang, bang, bang. A minute later, all the servants present collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain. Day. Aunt Zhou ran to Zhou in her high heels and looked him up and down several times. She only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that he was not injured. She was so distressed that she kept crying, "Xiaoyi, why are you so stupid? This is the Zhou family. How can you let these beasts who are paid by the Zhou family do something to you? Did they do anything to you? If you feel uncomfortable, I will take you to the hospital immediately." Joey smiled at Aunt Zhou, his expression as calm as ever. "Aunt, I'm fine, I knew you would come on time." Seeing the tears in his aunt's eyes, Joey felt filled with emotion. When Grandma was in the hospital and her life or death was unknown, my aunt did not cry. Instead, she calmly handled various matters in the company. Every word she said was that things had already happened and there was no point in feeling sad about it, and it had to be resolved. But now he was just being held up and unable to move, but his aunt showed her distressed emotions. In the past, Joey would probably think that his aunt was just pretending, but after experiencing so many things, Joey finally understood. My aunt didn't cry in the hospital, not because she was an ungrateful person, but because she wanted to protect the huge Zhou group for my grandmother and set a strong example in front of those old shareholders. Little did I know that when the night was quiet, my aunt cried many times while hiding in her back. Although Aunt Zhou only brought 2 personal bodyguards with her, both of them were retired Special Forces soldiers. Just their aura just standing there was enough to scare everyone. The mother and daughter of the Su family were extremely panicked. When they saw Aunt Zhou suddenly come back at this critical moment, they were both shocked and scared. Especially Aunt Zhou's chilling gaze made Su Qingjiao feel terrified. Su Qingjiao calmed herself down and raised her voice to cover up her panic. "Aunt Zhou, why are you here? Now the entire company is under your control. You are an adopted daughter, but you have everything. When we met before, you were picky and looked down on Joey. Now you come to the Zhou family to show off your power and show such a distressed expression. What does that mean? What else are you dissatisfied with? Joey, this is your home. She is not welcome here. Let her leave." After saying that, Su Qingjiao glanced at Joey. Aunt Zhou has always been dissatisfied with her identity, thinking that she is not worthy of the young master of the Zhou family. Su Qingjiao also hates this woman. Over the past 3 or 4 years, she has been trying to sow discord between the two. In the past, whenever she pointed out something wrong, Joey would get angry at Aunt Zhou. However, this time she miscalculated. Not only did Joey not doubt Aunt Zhou's purpose of returning home, he also did not get angry and scold Aunt Zhou for leaving on the spot. Instead, he pursed his lips and walked towards him. When Su Qingjiao saw Joey suddenly walking towards her, she was confused at first, but then seemed to have figured something out, with determination and confidence in her eyes. Joey must want to apologize to her first, after all, she is the most important. Thinking of this, Su Qingjiao raised a smile on her face, and thought with contempt in her heart, "See, Joey is just a dog, as long as she whistles, Joey will come over with his tail wagging. This is how he has been pursuing me for 3 or 4 years, and he has always done this. Why would he be angry with me over such a small thing now? Joey, it's good that you know it in your heart. I am the only one in this family who truly cares about your own good. Now, give this woman to me." However, the words haven't been finished yet. Joey raised his hand slowly, and under the nervous and panicked gaze of everyone, he slapped Su Qingjiao in the face. Chapter 9. Of course I know. I know it in my heart, of course I know it. Joey shook his numb palms and sneered, "In this family, only my aunt is really doing good for me. You are the daughter of a nanny. You eat, use, and wear the Zhou family's clothes. Now you want to imprison me? Just because you were flattered by these servants and bought a few luxury items with my black card, you think you are a rich, beautiful, and wealthy lady? Without my love, Joey, what would you be? Pa! Another slap. Hao Min, who had been watching the whole thing coldly, was so shocked that his mouth opened wide and he stood there in a daze. What is he talking about? What is this poor student that the whole class thinks is talking about? No, really? Su Qingjiu is actually the nanny's daughter? Zhou Yi is the young master of the Zhou family? What is going on? The sound of slapping hands echoed in the lobby of the villa, and no one in the audience dared to utter a word. Mother Su was furious and resentful when she saw this. Was Zhou Yi crazy today? He used to be so affectionate to his daughter, but now he was domestic violence. Could it be that she was really angry? Don't damage her daughter's pretty face, she still needs her daughter to maintain her own wealth and glory. Seeing that no one dared to move, Mother Su gritted her teeth, limped over anxiously on crutches to stop them. Shelly, today's events were all misunderstandings. Auntie saw that you were in a bad mood, so she wanted you to calm down. How could you hit me? I'm so delicate and tender, how could I stand a beating like that? Oh, forgot there's an old one. Joey turned around and gave 3 big punches, then kicked Sue's mother away, causing her old face to wrinkle into a ball due to the pain. Turning around again, he saw Su Qingjiu with red eyes and actually wanted to raise her hand to hit him. Zhou Yi's words made Su Qingjiu stand there in a daze, not daring to move. Su Qingjiu, if I remember correctly, you just used a black card to pay 290,000 yuan at IFC. 10,000 for one slap. I won't settle this debt with you, but if you dare to hide or fight back, don't blame me for asking you to pay back. The moment she finished speaking, Su Qingjiu looked at Zhou Yi with disbelief, her eyes red, as if she was shocked by Zhou Yi's ruthlessness and indifference towards her today. How could this damn liquor look at me like this? Is she going to spend money? It was obvious that Zhou Yi insisted on pursuing her, gave it to her, and forced her to spend it. Besides, isn't it just 290,000? He has to settle with me for such a small amount of money. If we become a couple in the future, will he be even less willing to pay? Zhou Yi. Although I, Su Qingjiu, come from a poor family, I am also a girl with backbone. It was you who forced me to accept the black card. How could you think of me like that, you? Bang! Bang! Ah! Joey didn't want to listen to Su Qingjiu's hypocritical words, so he attacked her without mercy. After more than 10 slaps, blood foam flowed from the corners of Su Qingjiu's mouth, which frightened everyone. They went to see Aunt Zhou cautiously. But Aunt Zhou stood aside with her arms folded, letting Zhou Yi deal with the matter of the Su family's mother and daughter. When she heard that he would have to give 29 slaps, a hint of approval and recognition quickly flashed across Aunt Zhou's eyes, as if she was pleased that her nephew had finally matured. The servants watched the scene in front of them tremblingly, feeling a sense of regret in their hearts. After 29 slaps, Su Qingjiu covered her face and fell to the ground in disbelief. Zhou Yi withdrew his hand indifferently, kicked her hard again, and shook his sore wrist. Shelly, what should we do with these people? Aunt Zhou spoke casually, as if she was dealing with a few bags of garbage, without a trace of emotion. The servants looked at Zhou Yi earnestly and anxiously. Zhou Yi ignored their gazes and said calmly, let them get out immediately and replace them with another batch. And the driver who picked me up at the hospital today, tell him to get lost too. These opportunistic fence-sitters should have thought about the consequences when they tried to stop him, but they still fawned over the Su mother and daughter and even had the guts to lock him up in the basement. Zhou Yi will not be soft-hearted towards these people who have forgotten their roots. When they heard that Zhou Yi was going to replace them, tears and snot started streaming down their faces. They didn't care about their injuries and burst into tears. The Zhou family's recruitment treatment is the highest standard in Luzhou, comparable to that of formal employees of large factories. As long as they work hard for a few years, they can buy a small high-rise apartment in Luzhou, where land is extremely expensive. If they left the Zhou family, how could they find such a good job? Mr. Zhou, we were wrong. We were blind. Please spare us. I have 3 sons waiting to go to school. I can't lose this job. Mr. Zhou, I was threatened by the mother and daughter of the Su family. My son just got married and still has a mortgage in Lu City. If he loses this job, he won't be able to keep the house. Mr. Zhou, I kowtow to you, please don't fire me. Aunt Zhou frowned and looked at Zhou Yi, seeming to want to say something but stopping herself. She knew that Joey was just like his grandmother, kind-hearted and understanding of other people's difficulties. But sometimes, excessive consideration means weakness and being easy to be bullied. When faced with such a stubborn slave who can't tell who his master is, what is needed is indifference and ruthlessness. Otherwise, they would really think that Joey is easy to bully because he is alone in charge of such a huge fortune. But Aunt Jo thought of the misunderstanding between the two before, and was afraid that if she intervened, it would cause a rift between the two again, so she had to keep quiet and wait for Joey's decision. Fortunately, Joey remained indifferent to the servant's pleas. Are you asking me to show mercy? You're asking the wrong person, right? I don't dare to keep a traitorous wolf as my own. As soon as these targeted words came out, several domestic servants glared at Sue's mother and Su Qingjie with resentment. They blamed the mother and daughter. If these two hadn't been seeking death, how could they have been fired? What should they do? What should I do after leaving the Zhou family? Also, let's publicize what they did today. I believe that those well-known families will not hire servants with stains. Do you really think I'm a soft-hearted person? Let them go. Several domestic servants slumped on the ground, begging for mercy with desperate looks on their faces. Aunt Jo showed a faint smile on her face, and was very happy that Joey finally made up his mind. With a wave of his hand, the bodyguard dragged all the servants out cleanly and neatly. Without the messy sounds, my ears feel much quieter. Hao Min, who had been watching silently, was shocked by this. She was frightened by the look Aunt Jo gave her. She stood up quickly and said nervously, "Student Zhou, what size is that?" That's right. Jiao Jiao, I have something else to do, so I will go home first. I didn't see anything today. I'm leaving first. Chapter 10, Running into the Fire. Hao Min quickly glanced at Su Qingjiao, who didn't dare to look up at her, took a deep breath, walked out without looking around, and left the Zhou family villa. Su Qingjiao was filled with hatred, resentment, anger, and fear at this moment. How could she forget that Hao Min was still in the villa? I originally wanted to bring her here to see the world and let her envy my life as a young lady, but after something like this happened, she must have doubted her own identity. No. I have to find a way to get around it. Damn Joey, I will never forgive him again. When Mother Su saw Joey's eyes looking at her, she shuddered in fear and began to play the victim with a pale face. Shaoyi, I am your grandmother's savior. If I hadn't risked my life to run into the fire to rescue your grandma, she would have died a long time ago. Now my leg hurts every time it rains. You said you would treat Jiaojiu and me well and would never drive us away in this life. You can't go back on your word. Joey squinted his eyes and glanced at Sue's mother's disabled leg. Seeing him looking at her, Sue's mother pulled up her trouser legs to reveal her burn scars and the incisions from bone-setting surgery. Of course he wouldn't drive the Su mother and daughter away. How could he be willing to let these two people leave like this? And how could he catch those enemies hiding behind them? In his previous life, he ended up like that. Apart from the mother and daughter of the Su family, there must be many other people hiding behind the scenes sucking the blood of the Zhou family, otherwise how could the Zhou family collapse so suddenly in the last year? He would not let the Su mother and daughter out of his sight until he had investigated the truth behind the fire and found out which corrupt officials in the previous company had teamed up with Su Qingjiao to betray his grandmother. He wanted them to step into despair step by step, suffer torture, and finally beg for death. Su Yong, of course I won't chase you away. After all, you are my grandmother's savior. I promised myself that I would sign a lifetime employment contract with you. You know what hiring means, right? A servant who has to work and serve people. Someone, move all the things from Sue's room to the maid's room. From today on, all the dirty and tiring work will be assigned to them. All the benefits that exceed the servants will be confiscated. Remember, in this Zhou family, they are servants. I am the master. The maid's room was crowded and small. In order to let Sue's mother get a good rest and to win Su Qingjiao's favor, Joey let the mother and daughter live in the luxurious master bedroom. He even let the mother and daughter enjoy a rich life of being served. It's a pity that he has changed his target. He won't be treated like this anymore in the future. He should just limp and work like mopping the floor. Although Sue's mother was dissatisfied, she also understood that what she and Su Qingjiao did today was indeed a bit excessive. She was angry at first, but after calming down, she felt that Joey had reason to be angry. Seeing Aunt Jo still there, Mother Su had no choice but to endure the humiliation. She closed her eyes and gritted her teeth and said, "Whatever you say, that's it." Su Qingjiao had just recovered from her shock when she heard that Joey had actually asked her and her mother to live in the maid's room. Her face suddenly turned pale and she said to Joey sadly, "What did you say? The domestic servants' room? How can my mother live in a room of only 12 square meters? There's no place to put her jewelry or clothes. I know I didn't do well today, but there are reasons for that. It's all your fault. If you hadn't attacked me first, would I have been so angry? How can you, a grown man, care so much about trivial matters? You said you loved me and would never let me down in this life. Ha! Your behavior now is really disgusting. I have seen through you. I was thinking that I would agree to your pursuit in a few months, but now it seems that you are not worthy of my response at all." After saying, Su Qingjiao covered her face and ran out of the villa angrily. After Su Qingjiao ran out, she immediately bought a mask and put it on. After all, her face was so red and swollen that she had to save face and didn't want to be seen and pointed at by others. Afterwards, she took a taxi directly to the Royal Court Hotel, the most upscale hotel in Luzhou, which is also owned by the Zhou Group. The overall design of the hotel is dominated by black, supplemented by crystals inlaid all around. Under the illumination of lights, countless crystals are refracted at multiple angles, making people seem to see colorful black. It is a color that is dazzling but not too vulgar, luxurious but not aesthetically pleasing, and has a sense of mysterious and otherworldly nobility. The marble floor is covered with gorgeous carpets, and every step you take feels like you are stepping on clouds. A retired security guard who was over 180 centimeters tall greeted the guests at the door and took them to the front desk to check in. Four receptionists in professional attire stood up and served with a smile, their faces delicately made up in friendly smiles. "Hello, how can I help you?" The four people's voices were neat and consistent, sweet, gentle, and pleasant to hear. Su Qingjiao's eyes flashed with surprise. Looking at these four beautiful and delicate women with light makeup, a sense of inferiority flashed through her heart. What's so great about being mixed race? The bloodline is not pure. You can only be a receptionist selling smiles. Su Qingjiao felt a little relieved when she thought about it. She was the future wife of Zhou Group and there was no need for her to lower her status and compete with the receptionist in appearance. She raised her chin, glanced at the receptionist with a cold and arrogant look, and said, "Call the manager of your hotel and tell him my last name is Su." The receptionist refused with a smile, and even the spoken refusal sounded like a spring breeze. But Su Qingjiao didn't buy it, and even felt that the smiles of the four people were very ironic. Why? Can't she let the manager serve her? Su Qingjiao pulled up her mask and lowered her head to search through her phone. The last time Joey brought her here for dinner, she seemed to have left the hotel manager's phone number. A call to the hotel manager. 3 minutes later, the hotel manager hurried to the front desk. "Hello, Miss Su. Sorry for keeping you waiting. None of the receptionists know you, so they were neglectful." As soon as the hotel manager saw Su Qingjiao, he quickly showed his goodwill. At the same time, he coldly scolded the front desk, "From now on, you should all show some respect to me. Hurry up and open the presidential suite for Miss Su." The receptionist worked on the computer for half a minute, then said hesitantly, "Manager, there is already a guest staying in the presidential suite. The scenery and decoration of the presidential suite next to it are the same. Is that okay?" The manager apologized to Su Qingjiao awkwardly with a very respectful attitude, giving Su Qingjiao enough face. Su Qingjiao really enjoyed the feeling of being pursued. When Joey first pursued her, she was terrified and flattered, and felt that she was out of place in such a high-end place. But now she has completely accepted and enjoyed it. Chapter 11, In a Rage. At this time. Buzz. Su Qingjiao raised her eyebrows and answered the phone. It was Su's mother's voice on the other end. "Daughter, where are you now? I'm afraid Joey was really angry today. We humiliated him in front of the domestic servants and even wanted to lock him up in the basement. What do you think, should we go and apologize? He is showing no mercy now. The servants' room is so crowded, the toilets are all shared, and there is so little wardrobe that my clothes can't fit in. Daughter, what should we do in the future?" Su Qingjiao raised her hand to stop the manager's apology, covered her phone, frowned and asked, "Why are you panicking? Has Aunt Zhou left yet?" Mother Su said anxiously, "No, Aunt Zhou will stay here for dinner." Hearing the worry in Su's mother's words, Su Qingjiao calmly comforted her, "What's there to apologize for? My dignity and backbone will not allow me to give in to this domestic violence man who will do anything to win my heart. Mom, don't worry. He's just angry now. He's been angry before, but what happened in the end? He still came to please me the next day. After Aunt Jo leaves, Joey will definitely come to beg me to come back. Just be patient for now. When Joey begs me, I will ask him to double your compensation." Sue's mother thought about it and agreed. It was not the first time this had happened before. Joey was so angry that his face turned red many times, and he wanted to lose his temper, but in the end he just held it in and endured it. Not long after, he smiled and tried to please his daughter again. Mother Sue was relieved and smiled confidently. "Of course, who is my daughter? If Joey really wanted to ignore you, he would have done so a few years ago. It's been 3 or 4 years now. If he didn't love you to death, how could he love you for 3 or 4 years? He is just angry for the moment. Once he calms down, he will listen to whatever you say. When the time comes, you must ask him to apologize to me, give me the best room in the villa, and compensate me tenfold. Otherwise, you can't forgive him so easily. Men are cheap. The less they can get, the more they cherish it." The mother and daughter continued chatting for a few minutes. They were both very sure that Joey was just emotional and would beg Su Qingjiao to go back in no time. After all, that's how it was before, isn't it? This time it was just a little too much, no big deal. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingjiao put down the phone, waved to the smiling manager and said, "Forget it, since there are guests, I won't embarrass you. Let's just stick to the presidential room." The manager breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Su Qingjiao's words. This is the white moonlight that young Master Zhou holds in his palm. He has seen how good young Master Zhou was to this woman before. In all likelihood, this is the future Mrs. Zhou, and he must serve her well. "Miss Su, I'll take you upstairs." The receptionists watched curiously as the manager personally escorted Su Qingjiao upstairs. They had never seen the manager pay so much attention to anyone. Who is this Miss Su in front of me? Could it be the boss behind the scenes? The elevator door on the top floor opened and Su Qingjiao came out of the elevator carrying her bag. But at this moment, Su Qingjiao caught a glimpse of a familiar figure in a black shirt. Her sixth sense went straight to her brain, and she subconsciously frowned in displeasure. She wanted to confirm who the owner of this figure was, but the other person was wearing a black mask and entered the presidential suite in the blink of an eye. Although she only saw half of the face, and the mask made the curve of the face blurry, the temperament that was colder than a snow lotus made Su Qingjiao recognize who this person was at a glance. Is it her? Why is it her again? It's really haunting. Su Qingjiao snorted bitterly. "Manager, what is the name of the person living in the presidential suite?" The manager said in embarrassment, "It stands to reason that we shouldn't reveal the guest's name." "Well, I'll call the front desk to ask." Su Qingjiao looked at the manager's tactful look with satisfaction, and felt very pleased. After curling her lips, she walked into the presidential suite with a proud look on her face. There are only 2 rooms on the top floor, and there is a special elevator to the top floor, so you won't go to the wrong floor. After a while, the manager asked for the name of the guest staying in the main presidential room. "Shen Bingyan?" "Humph, I knew it was her." Su Qingjiao sneered with disdain. She could let others live in the main presidential suite, and let other people live better than her, but it definitely couldn't be this woman, Shen Bingyan. Shen Bingyan was in the same school as her, but in a different class. She rarely attended classes and rarely showed up. She was usually mysterious and no one knew what she was doing. Su Qingjiao knew her because Shen Bingyan liked Joey. Joey doesn't know about this yet. Under her strict surveillance, Joey doesn't even know Shen Bingyan. Su Qingjiao will always remember that afternoon not long ago. She had just transferred to this school with the help of the Zhou family's connections. This woman also transferred in on the same day as her. At that time, Shen Bingyan's stunningly beautiful face was reflected in her pupils. She coldly threw a letter to her and asked her to pass it to Joey. The sunlight shone on Shen Bingyan's face, her skin was as smooth as cream, and her slender and well-proportioned body was as dazzling as the sun shining on a golden mountain, which made Su Qingjiao's inner inferiority complex surge up. Su Qingjiao promised Shen Bingyan that she would hand the letter to Joey personally, but she turned around, opened Shen Bingyan's letter and read it, then threw it into the toilet. This kind of love letter should be mixed with feces and urine. In fact, many girls have written love letters to Joey, but Su Qingjiao doesn't care about those ordinary girls at all, and even wants to laugh. Only this woman named Shen Bingyan. The moment this person appeared, Su Qingjiao felt panicked and full of hostility. Perhaps it was the aura of wealth and nobility that she would never be able to cultivate in her entire life, or perhaps it was the woman's absolutely beautiful and impeccable face that made her feel inferior and disgusted. Su Qingjiao shook the red wine glass and told the manager in a condescending tone. Is there any way to get her out of here? I don't want to see her in the hotel. The manager's heart skipped a beat, thinking that Su Qingjiao was too ungrateful. They are a hotel and a service industry, how could they chase customers away? The manager opened his mouth to dissuade him, but then he thought that with how much Mr. Zhou valued and loved Su Qingjiao, it would be very likely that Su Qingjiao would be the proprietress of this hotel in the future. He is just a salaried manager. It doesn't matter if he offends customers. The most important thing is not to offend the boss. After hesitating for only a few seconds, the manager immediately smiled and said, "Of course, I'll do it right away. I also hope that Miss Su can say a few good words for me in front of young Master Zhou in the future." Chapter 12. I want to take a gamble. Su Qingjiao glanced at the manager and nodded, and the manager immediately gave the order. Inside the main presidential suite. The style of the presidential suite is pure European luxury. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, you can take in the entire scenery of Luqing. However, at this moment, the curtains of the presidential suite were drawn tightly and the warm yellow lights in the room were on, but it still couldn't drive away the coldness of Xin Bingyan. "Miss, the master has called you many times to urge you to leave, why don't you leave? How can Luqing be compared to Kyoto in terms of safety? You are a noble person, and it is not appropriate for you to stay in such a small place. Besides, the people here are too ungrateful. It is not worth your lingering here at all." The 1.9-meter tall male bodyguard stood 2 meters away from Xin Bingyan, frowning deeply, and expressed his dissatisfaction with certain people in his words. Suddenly, the bodyguard felt a hint of coldness looking towards him. Then, Xin Bingyan rubbed her brows coldly. "He is not someone you can discuss. Her family has urged her many times. It has reached the most critical moment over there. Once her competitors know that she is in Luqing, they will definitely not turn a blind eye. She needs to return to Kyoto immediately." But she kept putting it off, she just wasn't willing to give up. She still wanted to take a gamble, even if the chance was only a fraction of a second. Jingle. Hello, guests of the presidential suite. I am the manager of the Royal Court Hotel. This is... The moment the doorbell rang in the room, Xin Bingyan immediately put on a mask. The bodyguard saw the person standing outside through the closed-circuit television in the room and found that it was indeed the hotel manager. He squinted his eyes and went to open the door. His tall body blocked the doorway, obstructing any view of the outside. After hearing the hotel manager make multiple excuses but ended up not letting her check in, Xin Bingyan's eyes darkened for a moment. Are Zhou Yi and her just not meant to be together? Yes, otherwise why would the letter she gave to Zhou Yi be thrown into the toilet by Zhou Yi? At that time, she suspected that the person who delivered the letter did not give it to Zhou Yi, so she mustered up her courage and called Zhou Yi, but Zhou Yi hung up again. Even though she was rejected several times, she still didn't want to give up. So, she thought that if she was lucky enough, she might meet Zhou Yi by chance in all the offline stores under the Zhou family. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't seem to get close. It seems that we need to change our strategy. 10 minutes, move immediately. Xin Bingyan spoke suddenly, interrupting the argument between the bodyguard and the manager. Okay, I won't bother you guys packing then. When you check out, the front desk will return you double the penalty. When the manager saw that the customer agreed to move out, he turned and left with a standard service smile on his face. The bodyguard closed the door with a feeling of aggrieved indignation. He really couldn't imagine why the young lady fell in love with the ordinary Zhou Yi after arriving in Luqing. There are so many young men in Kyoto who cannot win the heart of the young lady, so what is so good about Zhou Yi? Why did it have to be Zhou Yi? Miss, no one has ever dared to treat the Shin family like this. If the master of the Shin family knew about this, the Zhou group would disappear from this world. Why do you have to endure this kind of injustice? Xin Bingyan's indifferent tone carried a suffocating pressure. She said calmly, don't tell the Shin family about this. From now on, don't cause trouble for the Zhou family. As long as I am here, no one is allowed to touch the Zhou family. What's more, she already knew how devoted Zhou Yi was to the woman named Su Qingjiao, and she had already prepared herself to return in failure. The bodyguard was sweating profusely and quickly replied, Miss, I understand. Pack your things and let's go. Xin Bingyan stood up and left under the bodyguard's confused look. She knew that the bodyguard was extremely loyal to her, and she knew even more clearly that the advice he gave was for her own good, but she was unwilling to explain it. It's okay to think that she is just in love or has never seen a man. As long as she can get what she wants, she is willing to lose her face. Side presidential room. After learning that Shin Bingyan was driven away, Su Qingjiu was in a good mood and had someone send over several stacks of exquisite snacks, and then used ice cubes to reduce the swelling and redness. If Joey hadn't slapped her and made her face red, she would definitely have added a selfie and posted it on her moments. Luxury hotel.jpg. Floor-to-ceiling window scenery with bright lights and feasting.jpg. Caption: the meaning of making money is that when you are angry, you can go to Victoria to cry, you can go to the Eiffel Tower to relax, you can drink red wine and eat high-end snacks, instead of just staying at home and sulking. I just flew out of Lucheng, but suddenly I remembered that I had to go to school tomorrow, so I had to let the plane return to my hotel. The night view of Lucheng is really incomparable to that of Victoria, but there is one thing that wins, that is, the comfort of the hotel. Click and send. Just 5 seconds after the moment's post was published, someone quickly left a message under it. Student Young, Miss, who made you angry? Studently, thanks to the young lady, I was able to open my eyes. I, who was penniless, could actually see the night view from the presidential suite. Can I see this for free without paying? Student Tang, the young lady is really down to earth. Even when she is angry, she never forgets to promote her own hotel. I love this young lady. Su Qingjiu read the comments one by one. Through the words, she seemed to be able to see the group of people on the opposite side looking at her with envy. Su Qingjiao's vanity was greatly satisfied. It was great to be rich. It was a great feeling. It was great to be praised and praised by others. Any post on WeChat Moments can attract likes and comments from classmates throughout the class. Think about the past, she wanted to get 18 likes on her moments in order to get a half-price cup of milk tea, but she couldn't get them. There is no harm without comparison, and she doesn't want to go back to the old days. Su Qingjiu thought about what happened today, took a sip of red wine, and replied to the messages one by one so that everyone who liked the message could see it. What should I do to ensure the self-esteem of a poor student? I let him move to a bigger house because he was my classmate, but I didn't expect that his appetite was not satisfied and he wanted more. I was misunderstood and I despised him for being the nanny's son. Alas, it is so difficult to be a good person. This message seems to be asking a certain classmate, but it can be seen by everyone in the circle of friends. In less than a second, the comments section was filled with flattering messages begging the young lady to take her in. Excuse me, does the young lady need a dog? Woof woof, please take it in. Miss, please take me in. I will definitely not make you angry. I am very content. I will accept whatever you give me. The eldest lady is really beautiful and kind-hearted. Chapter 13 School. Su Qingjiu crossed her legs, ate some snacks, and leisurely read the envious and flattering comments from everyone. Suddenly, she saw a familiar profile picture. How Min liked her circle of friends. She would automatically block Joey when she sent a message, but this time she forgot to block How Min. It's too late to delete it now. Today, How Min witnessed Joey slapping her in the face, and heard the truth that Joey was a young master. If she told this at school tomorrow, she would be finished. Su Qingjiu was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat and quickly chatted with How Min privately. Minmin, what happened today was an accident. Actually, Joey has suffered a traumatic injury. As long as he hears the word grandma, he will violently beat people up. I did it for his dignity and health, so I didn't expose her and let those people act with him. You saw it when I just got home. The servants called me Miss. Xiaomin, you are my best friend, I hope you can keep this secret for me. If people knew that he was ill, his life would be over. After all, it's my responsibility. If I hadn't insisted that his grandmother run an errand for me, she wouldn't have suffered an accident and wouldn't be a vegetable in the ICU now. I still remember his kindness, so I gave him such a big favor. You know, I'm so kind, I just want to make it up to him as much as possible. There was no response for a long time after the message was sent. Su Qingjiu kept staring at the phone, feeling anxious. She knew that her explanation was a little forced. But she really couldn't think of any other reason. Joey slapped her in the face and exposed her identity in front of her, which made her angry and panicked. Finally, a message came from there. Hermione, so that's how it is. I thought Joey was the heir of the Zhou family. It turns out it was just an act. Miss, you are really kind. Don't worry, I will keep this a secret for you. I will never let anyone know. Seeing How Min's reply, Su Qingjiu felt relieved and smiled easily. On the other side of the phone, Haomin looked at Su Qingjiao's poor excuse and suddenly laughed out loud. It was really hilarious. Would she believe it? Of course, she believed it verbally, but she didn't believe it in her heart. What the hell is this kindness, acting, sickness, bah? Do you really think I'm a fool? She was thinking about something when suddenly, a greasy hand pinched her waist teasingly. What's so fun about mobile phones? Come, have a drink. Give my buddies a toast and be obedient. I'll buy you a bag later. That old man, that old guard. Haomin resisted the man's approach with all her body, but when she heard about luxury bags, she imagined herself living a life as sought after as Su Qingjiao, and her signature smile appeared on her face. Oh, my best friend came to me for something urgent, I'm sorry. Zhou family villa. Joey recalled the process of pursuing Su Qingjiao in his previous life for just 5 years. The first time, Su Qingjiao was really nervous, fearing that his favor would disappear in the next second. In the second year, I started to get used to it, and I was reluctant to do so, keeping him hanging every day. In the third year, Su Qingjiao began to feel justified, unsatisfied, and even put on airs. This year is the 4th year, and this year can be said to be a turning point for the Su family mother and daughter. They began to be greedy and were sure that they could not live without her, so they were fearless. After this year, it will be the 5th year. In the 5th year, Su Qingjiao didn't know what kind of noble person she met. She began to have huge ambitions and wanted to take over the Zhou family. She first used her affection to torture his spirit, forced him to save her in the fire, forced her to donate a kidney, tricked her into signing a transfer contract, and finally. Fine. There is still time for everything. Right now, Su Qingjiao and her mother are just greedy and fearless, and they are not yet ruthless enough to try to seize power next year. The mother and daughter of the Su family were able to take control of the Zhou group in the end. They must have done something in secret. Otherwise, how could the old shareholders of Zhou Group allow an outsider to hold power? It was as if I was possessed by a demon in my previous life. I wanted my grandmother to survive and never cared about money and power. But now thinking back, I feel that it was my carelessness that allowed Su Qingjiao to take advantage of the opportunity. Aunt, help me secretly investigate the cash flow of Su Qingjiao and her daughter. Every penny the Zhou family spent must be returned to them. Aunt Zhou sat opposite Joey, with a desk between them. When Aunt Zhou heard that Joey wanted to investigate their personal transactions, she smiled slightly. Good. After a pause, Aunt Zhou looked at Joey carefully. Fearing that Joey might have an opinion, she hesitated for a moment, but decided to speak frankly. Actually, I have secretly investigated before. They have had a lot of appetites in the past 2 years. Maybe they are sure they have you, and that you must be Su Qingjiao, so they don't save much money on the surface. I guess they have high standards and don't value the little money they save. I just go shopping and spend money like water. I spend millions a month on luxury goods alone. Joey had expected this, so he said calmly, if they dare to spend 290,000 yuan on a bag, what else can they not dare to spend? Ha, they are willing to spend it. They will be asked to pay it back one by one in due time. Seeing that Joey did not blame her for meddling in other people's business, Aunt Zhou felt relieved and told Joey that she would find out every account of the Su mother and daughter. Then, Aunt Zhou asked again, Joey, will you go to the Zhou family celebration next month? I know that because of your parents' unnatural death, your godmother was afraid that you would be harmed as well, so she hid you very well, fearing that you would be targeted by competitors and that it would be bad for you. But this time, I suggest you show up. Ever since my godmother became a vegetable and was hospitalized, things have not been so harmonious in the company. The old shareholders are also ready to make a move. If you can show up, it will be a warning to those people with ulterior motives that the real heir of the Zhou family is still here, so they can put their ambitions aside. Aunt Zhou was adopted by Zhou Yi's grandmother a long time ago. She also knew the inside story about Zhou Yi's parents. Zhou's mother committed suicide shortly after giving birth to Zhou Yi. Although all the evidence at the time proved that Zhou's mother committed suicide, Zhou's family did not believe it and they tried their best to find out the truth. A few years later, Zhou's father, who was trying to find out the truth, also suffered an accident. This time it was a homicide, but no matter how Mrs. Zhou investigated secretly, she could not find the real culprit behind it. Old Mrs. Zhou didn't dare to investigate further for the time being. She was afraid that Joey might be murdered secretly, so she kept him hidden. No matter how people outside speculate about who the Zhou family's heir is, or whether there is false news about the Zhou family's heir that pops up every once in a while, the Zhou group has never denied this news. Chapter 14 True Identity. Old Mrs. Zhou said that as long as the cause of death of Zhou's father and mother was not investigated clearly and the real murderer was not found, she would not expose Zhou Yi to the media. All she wants is for her grandson to be safe. Aunt Zhou sighed inwardly, wondering if her godmother would blame her for exposing Zhou Yi's true identity if she woke up later. She just felt that Zhou Yi couldn't hide his identity all his life. She just made suggestions and left the final decision to Zhou Yi. Aunt, I need to think about it. Knock knock knock. Zhou Yi tapped the table with his fingers, frowning slightly. In his previous life, the murderer who killed his parents never showed up until his death. Maybe the murderer is no longer around, or maybe the murderer didn't bother to assassinate him at that time. After all, he was so poor at that time that he couldn't even afford his grandmother's medical expenses. He was a love brain patient who was ridiculed by everyone and the number one waste in Lucheng. Judging from his experience in his previous life, the murderer should not have noticed him so quickly. In the previous life, Su Qingjie went on his behalf. She liked to attend such luxurious banquets, and Zhou Yi took the opportunity to let her go. Su Qingjie participated in every activity thereafter with great interest. Zhou Yi had been in the hospital taking care of his grandmother and hadn't paid any attention to what Su Qingjie did at the banquet. Perhaps the Zhou family annual ceremony was the turning point that gave rise to Su Qingjie's ambition. It was not until the Zhou group was sidelined by Su Qingjie that Zhou Yi knew why Su Qingjie was so keen on attending such boring banquets. She has been working hard to create a persona of being fair, wealthy, and beautiful. At the Zhou family celebration, she even appeared within the group as the heir of the Zhou family. Many people mistakenly believed that Su Qingjie was the heir of the Zhou family. This banquet laid a solid foundation for Su Qingjie to secretly bribe the middle and senior management of the group in the future. His life has experienced many ups and downs and years of hardship. Looking back on things now, he finally understands his aunt's unspoken worries and that Zhou's future needs him. As for the real culprit hidden behind the scenes, who hides deeper than the turtles, let them continue to hide. When he has enough strength, he will definitely find these turtles. I'll go. Aunt, it has always been Grandma who has carried the burden for me and protected me with all her might. Now that I have grown up, it is time for me to take on responsibilities. Also, thank you for your hard work during this period, Aunt. If it weren't for you, the old shareholders of Zhou Group would have been ambitious a long time ago. Aunt Zhou nodded slightly, tears silently flowing out of her eyes. She was joyful, happy, and relieved. I'm not tired, Zhou Yi. No matter what happens to you, your aunt will stand behind you. Godmother is still in the hospital, waiting for us to wake her up and protect the Zhou Group she founded. At this time, whatever aunt does is right. While the two were talking heart to heart, downstairs of the villa, Zhou Yi ruthlessly replaced those servants who recognized Su's mother as their master. The servants who were not replaced looked at each other and chatted in low voices in fear. Did he really slap me 29 times? Young master is willing to do that? Well done. Master, you should have been so tough a long time ago. Sometimes I feel aggrieved for you. Another domestic servant said, it would be great if the mother and daughter could be kicked out. We wouldn't have to be so caught up in this dilemma. Why didn't the young master just throw them out right away? I can only say that the young master has a really good temper. The eyelids of the person who spoke just now twitched violently, and he turned around hurriedly to see if Su's mother was there. Shu, keep your voice down. The young master has his own plans. What do we know? She warned the other person in a low and anxious voice, fearing that their behavior of talking about others behind their backs would be heard by Su's mother. The other one was amused, and said with his head held high, why are you afraid? She is now just like us, a domestic servant. She has no right to fire us. We just need to do our job well. These maids who were not replaced worked diligently despite Su's mother's troubles. Originally, it should have been a cause for celebration for everyone when Su's mother was beaten by the young master. But they are naturally honest and have been bullied for a long time. Seeing that Zhou Yi did not completely drive Su's mother away, but only moved out of the master bedroom, she was worried that after Zhou Yi calmed down, Su's mother would move back into the master bedroom. Therefore, even though Su's mother moved back to the maid's room at this time, no one dared to go over and ask her to do anything. Many maids were talking about it, except for a few who thought Zhou Yi would continue to be tough. The other domestic servants believed that Zhou Yi would give in once he calmed down. This is Lucheng Hotel. Su Qingjiao moved to the master bedroom as she wished. She lay on the high and soft bed absent-mindedly. She was confident that Zhou Yi would call her tonight and ask her to go back. But Su Qingjiao waited until the early morning and still didn't hear her cell phone ring. Su Qingjiao got up and stood in front of the mirror. The redness and swelling on her face had almost disappeared, but she looked a little haggard because she had stayed up late waiting for Zhou Yi's call. She angrily poured out all the makeup remover in the hotel and turned on the water loudly. "Zhou Yi, you've gone too far. I waited for you for so long today, but you didn't come to see me. You said at the beginning that you would love me and treat me well for the rest of my life, but it's only been 3 or 4 years and you've already started to use the cold violence against me, right? Fortunately, I didn't immediately agree to your pursuit. You deserve it. If you can't even stand this test, don't even think about talking to me tomorrow." Su Qingjiao got angry in front of the mirror and began to think with gritted teeth about how she would discipline Zhou Yi when he came to her humbly. Early morning. The vibration of the cell phone on the bedside table woke Su Qingjiao from her dream. Su Qingjiao washed up leisurely, then called the front desk to send breakfast over. After the phone rang again and hung up 3 times in a row, she slowly picked up the phone. Seeing that the name on the screen was her mother, Su Qingjiao pressed the answer button with a look of surprise. As soon as the call was connected, Su's mother asked a barrage of questions. "Why didn't you answer the phone? I thought something happened to you. Daughter, did Zhou Yi call you?" Su Qingjiao confidently thought that it was Zhou Yi who was looking for her, but she didn't expect that these calls were all from Su's mother. This made Su Qingjiao, who was always confident, suddenly panic. It's already morning, how can Zhou Yi still keep his composure? It wasn't like this before. He would have definitely called her frantically to beg her for help. Could it be that he had really gone too far, or was Zhou Yi too angry? Hearing Su's mother's question, Su Qingjiao forced herself to calm down. So I calmly said, "Don't mention him. I get annoyed when I hear his name. Mom, even if he calls me, I won't answer. I want to teach him a lesson. I won't forgive him so easily this time." Chapter 15. Worried. Su's mother was worried on the other end of the phone. She felt that Zhou Yi was different from before. "Daughter, I feel something is wrong. I am panicking. Don't let yourself get carried away. Otherwise, why don't you come back and admit your mistake first?" "Admit your mistake?" She? Why? Su Qingjiao's tone turned colder, and she said firmly, "It's not my fault, why should I admit it? Mom, I know my limits on this matter. Rich young men like this have seen too many people groveling and bowing. They don't like gentle and sensible people. The more I ignore him, the more he thinks I'm special." Seeing Su Qingjiao so confident, Su's mother's worry suddenly disappeared by half. "I think my daughter is right. People are just like this. They will only be obsessed with and cherish things that they cannot get. It's the same in TV dramas. Before you get it, it's all so grand and exciting that even your life can be given to you. But after you get it, you have to be stingy and calculate the money even to buy breakfast. For a person like Zhou Yi, you have to make as much money as possible before he gets it. The more you do it, the more excited and concerned he becomes." After receiving a confident answer from her daughter, Su's mother felt that she was no longer wrong to live in the maid's room. She is working hard to endure hardships, and soon she will be able to regain her lost territory and become the Empress Dowager again. After Su Qingjiao ended the call with her mother, she immediately called the driver who often tried to please her, but was shocked to find that the driver had been fired. There used to be 4 drivers, but now there are only 3. The phone call to one of the drivers could not be reached, and the other 2 drivers, after receiving her call, made various excuses and refused to come to pick her up. It was because of her anger that the other party secretly told Su Qingjiao the truth. "Miss Su, it's not that I don't want to do this, but the domestic helpers who helped you yesterday were all kicked out, and the driver who was closest to you is also fired. The entire upper-class family in Luqing will not use them, and we dare not disobey the young master's order to pick you up now. Why don't you go and admit your mistake to the young master? Men sometimes care a lot about their reputation. As long as you admit your mistake, the young master will definitely forgive you." "Enough, stop talking, he can forget about it." Su Qingjiao was so angry that she hung up the phone on the spot. What had she done wrong that she needed Zhou Yi to forgive her? She was so mad. She is so mad. It was clearly Zhou Yi who took advantage of Aunt Zhou's presence and hit her yesterday. A full 31. At the beginning, she had slapped her twice because of that damn grandma. She remembered the humiliation of last night. By then, she will make Zhou Yi pay back 100 or 1,000 times. But what to do now that there is no car? Oh, right. For the sake of face, Su Qingjiao could only quickly rent a luxury car from a car dealership to pick her up to go to school. The Zhou family at this time. Su's mother came to the restaurant with a cane. Although she had temporarily moved to the maid's room of only 12 square meters, the maids did not dare to be mean to her and were even very respectful to her. After all, everyone knew that Joey was just angry for the moment. Seeing that the breakfasts on the table were all her and Su Qingjiao's favorites, a smile appeared on Su's mother's nervous face. It seems that Joey can no longer hold back. On the surface, he was still unable to put aside his pride and went to look for his daughters, but secretly he asked the maid to make their favorite breakfast. Isn't this a secret way of surrendering? Su's mother was confident that her daughter had Joey in her control, so as usual, she did not wait for Joey to come down and sat in the main seat to eat breakfast. While eating breakfast, she would also criticize the maid for what she did wrong. If she couldn't do it well, she would be replaced because there were many people who wanted to come in and do the job. When Joey came downstairs, he saw Su's mother still arrogantly commanding the servants. He walked over with a sullen face, glanced at the breakfast, and suddenly became furious. Who is this breakfast for? Master, it's us. Can't you tell how many owners there are in the Zhou family? Why are you preparing breakfast for 3 people? How many people are eating at home? Don't you know? Who is paying you the salary? Why can't Aunt Su pay you? The maid had never seen Joey so angry and was trembling with fear. They assumed that Joey did not kick anyone out, and everything remained the same. It turned out that they had guessed the young master's thoughts wrongly. Several maids who had prepared breakfast went to clear the table in panic. When Su's mother saw that her breakfast had been snatched away by the maids, she glared at the maids who had snatched her tableware with dissatisfaction. Joey, what are you doing? Su's mother wanted to put on airs and say something. Joey looked over coldly, overturned the food, pointed at Su's mother's nose and scolded, "Who are you? What qualifications do you have to eat at the table? Listen to me clearly. Aunt Su is a domestic servant hired by my Zhou family. That's all. A domestic servant should do whatever she needs to do. You know what you can do, right? You don't need to be retrained. Tell me, can a domestic servant eat at the master's table?" The servant wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "Master, no, I can't." Su's mother was embarrassed by Joey. She wanted to reiterate that she was the savior of the Zhou family after all, but when she saw Joey's cold eyes, her eyes flashed with guilt. But she still pretended not to understand what Joey said and sat in her seat without moving. An old servant who had worked in the Zhou family for many years came over quickly, with a cold face, and urged her to work. "Mr. Su, what are you doing standing there? Did you hear what the young master said? The young master invited you to work, not to eat for free. Who are you? Do you really think you are the master? Get back to work. You have no sense at all." Phew, cool. She had been bullied by the Su mother and daughter for a long time. Now she was scolded in front of Su's mother. Seeing Su's mother gritting her teeth and blushing, but not daring to talk back, she felt very proud. She didn't care whether it would offend Su's mother or not, and just threw a rag at her. "Since your legs and feet are not in good condition, you don't have to sweep the floor today. Take your rag and clean the villa for me. What are you staring at? Move quickly." Su's mother glared at the maid who was taking advantage of her misfortune. At the maid's urging, she reluctantly picked up her crutches and limped over with a rag to clean the corridor. "It's so frustrating. What kind of days are these?" They actually asked her, their savior with a broken leg, to do the job of mopping the floor. She endured and endured. "Just wait, when my daughter comes back, these people will be in trouble." Joey knew very well that although these servants were loyal to him, they were afraid of Su's mother and daughter in their hearts. However, the man in front of him dared to throw the rag directly at Su's mother's face, which showed that he still had some courage. Joey would naturally reward such people. It just so happened that the villa's housekeeper was replaced last night, so Joey directly appointed her as the housekeeper. "You did a good job. I see you've been working in the Zhou family for several years. From today on, you're the housekeeper." Xiao Yong was stunned for 2 seconds, and then she was overwhelmed with joy, as if pies were falling from the sky, and each big and delicious pie hit her head accurately. Chapter 16, 800,000. Her annual salary as a domestic servant was 280,000 new Taiwan dollars, but now her salary has skyrocketed and is rising rapidly. The housekeeper's annual salary is 800,000. 800,000. There are also various benefits and bonuses. As long as she works for 2 or 3 years, she will be able to buy a house for her son with full payment. Chow Yun suddenly felt his knees go weak, and he kneeled down to Joey unconsciously. Thank you for your cultivation, master. I will definitely manage and train the servants well. We will never let you down. I really can't express my gratitude. How about I kowtow to you a few times? Joey was startled, and slowly took a step back, avoiding her kowtow, and waved his hand and said, Okay, just do your own thing. The maid quickly prepared a new breakfast that suited Joey's taste. After breakfast, Joey didn't need to say anything this time because the driver was already waiting outside. Sitting in the luxury car, Joey's mind was filled with mixed thoughts. He was muddle-headed before, and after breaking off relations with his aunt, he handed over all the company affairs to Su Qingjiao. He ignored everything just to make Su Qingjiao fall in love with him. After being reborn, he found that many things were as if covered by a layer of cloth and could not be seen clearly. He only knew the final outcome, but he had no idea how Su Qingjiao planned it step by step. And now he has to uncover all of this step by step to avoid things from happening. At the same time, he fell into deep thought. Where was Shin Bingyan, the person he chose to attack this time? Who is she? What kind of personality? These are still unknowns, which also makes him feel difficult. The only thing that comforted him was that he was reborn at a relatively early time. This time he did not have a falling out with his aunt, nor did he get burned and donate a kidney. Moreover, this time, he would not be alone and helpless again. There is still time for everything, Joey told himself. Master, we're here. The blue luxury car stopped steadily in front of the school gate, and the driver hurriedly got out and ran to the other side to open the door. A classmate from the same class as Joey raised his eyebrows when he saw that it was Joey who got off the bus, and it seemed that Su Qingjiao was not on the same bus. It seems to be true. This nanny's son really doesn't know what's good for him. Suddenly someone said sourly, some people are really shameless, living in the owner's house for nothing, not only trying to curry favor with him, but also putting on airs. The owner of the house didn't even take the car, but the nanny's son took the car openly. The other person clicked his tongue twice and said sarcastically, You don't understand this. This is called eating free food. This kind of skill is something that ordinary people can't learn. The look in his eyes couldn't be more explicit. Even a fool could see that he was staring at Joey while speaking, so he was talking about Joey. Joey frowned. Nanny's son? What's the meaning? Su Qingjiao is really good at confusing right and wrong. In the past, he didn't care what outsiders thought of him. Coupled with his grandmother's worries and instructions, it was enough for him to know his identity. But now he didn't want Su Qingjiao to get what she wanted. Why should he pay for Su Qingjiao's ungrateful vanity? Joey didn't care whether everyone believed it or not, and said calmly, Really? Su Qingjiao told you that? I'm the nanny's son? That's really interesting, how come I didn't know? Didn't she tell you that this car is mine? It doesn't matter. Let me tell you, from now on, Su Qingjiao will not have the opportunity to take the bus to school. I was generous before, but now I am not. She is not qualified to enjoy my resources. As expected. No one believed what he said, and instead he was ridiculed by everyone. After all, Su Qingjiao had already hinted at it in a circle of friends last night. Everyone looked at each other and laughed out loud. What did you say? Ha ha ha, Joey, you're addicted to pretending. Why are you pretending to be a domineering CEO? I thought you were a good student and good looking, but I didn't expect you to have such a bad character. The eldest lady even sponsored you, is this how you repay her? You are so ungrateful. Joey, stop pretending. It's as if everyone knows about your affairs. Joey, idiot. A bunch of idiots. It seems that Su Qingjiao has left a deep impression in their hearts, but fake is fake. Since these people are prejudiced and unwilling to believe whatever he said, let's wait for the truth to come out after a while, and these fools will know how stupid they are. No matter how confident these people are now, they will be slapped in the face in the future. Joey really wants to see their regretful and stunned expressions in the near future. Seeing Joey shaking his head and leaving sarcastically, these people thought that he left out of guilt, and pointed at Joey's fleeing back and laughed inwardly. Break. Joey and Su Qingjiao arrived at school almost at the same time. As soon as Joey walked into the school gate, the luxury car rented by Su Qingjiao stopped at the school gate. Su Qingjiao, dressed in international brands and wearing exquisite makeup, got out of the car with the respect of the car rental company salesperson. The classmate's eyes lit up and he went up to report Joey. Miss, if you had come a few minutes earlier, you wouldn't know what Joey said behind your back. He said that the luxury cars you were riding in before were all his, and that you were not qualified to enjoy his things. Su Qingjie was not panicked at all. During the time she was in the hospital, she had already established herself as a rich, beautiful woman. How could Joey's few words possibly expose her lies? She sneered, "It was me who raised his appetite. You don't have to pay attention to him or refute him. Just think of it as pitying his self-esteem. Everyone just needs to know who the luxury car belongs to. I won't argue with a poor and self-deprecating person about these things, because what he cares about is actually something that I don't care about. I'm just a little disappointed and heartbroken. Forget it, he will be sensible in the future." Su Qingjie has been completely immersed in this atmosphere of being flattered. This feeling of being the center of attention has made her addicted. She told so many lies that even she began to believe them. Her words and actions were all those of a rich lady, and even her words seemed sincere. That cold sneer was simply the contempt of a superior lady towards a person who overestimated his own abilities. That indifferent smile showed indifference, tolerance, and kindness towards the poor. Some people praised Su Qingjie for her beauty and kindness, but some people were jealous to the point of going crazy and gave Su Qingjie advice, "Miss, you can't say that. There is a reason why some people are poor. Look, you have supported him for so long and even brought him to live in a villa, but what is the result? He just takes your compassion for granted. Honestly, even I can't stand it anymore. Joey is too pretentious. It's fine if he doesn't know how to be grateful, but he also wants to pretend to be a rich young master. If we don't expose him, he will be ruined when he gets into the role. I think it's for his own good that we have to make him face the reality on a grand occasion." Chapter 17, Very Shameful. Others all thought it made sense and were very disgusted with Joey's behavior. Seeing this, they quickly said, "Miss, the Zhou family celebration should be next month, and you must attend then. Since Joey said he is the young master, then the luxury car belongs to him. Then we will take him to the banquet and see how he can still pretend. Miss, please don't be soft-hearted. It's only good for him to let him face the reality." This group of people were originally dissatisfied with Joey and Su Qingjie living together. Why? Why can such a heartless person be tolerated by the eldest lady? And these sincere classmates have to fall behind? Su Qingjie listened without saying anything. She knew that Joey never appeared in public. When she first arrived at the Zhou family, she did not put Zhou Group and Joey together. She thought Joey was just a small business with some money. But I never expected that he was so rich. She also discovered the identity of Joey's heir by accident. I heard a girl suddenly ask, "What if Joey doesn't go?" The person who had suggested it just now sneered, "If Joey refuses to go, wouldn't that just prove that he is guilty? If he doesn't go, and he dares to act cool in front of me again, that will be interesting. I will let everyone in the academy know how fake he is." Su Qingjie rolled her eyes and thought this was feasible. If everyone in the college recognized her identity as a rich, beautiful lady, maybe she could live a better life and hook up with a more powerful man. She seemed to think for a long time before nodding reluctantly, "We are all classmates, I don't want to do this either. But if you all think this is okay, then I'll listen to you. After all, Joey is not doing well right now, and I should help him face reality. Miss, can we also go and see the world?" Seeing Su Qingjie nod, some students who did not get the invitation letter pleaded shamelessly. Su Qingjie smiled and nodded, "Of course, every classmate in the class will have an invitation letter by then." She was confident that this was just a small matter and she could add people to it at will without Joey's consent. It was the same before. As long as she had a request, those in charge would do their best to fulfill it for her. Just like the hotel manager last night, no matter how unreasonable her request was, and at the risk of offending the guests, the hotel manager had to do it. Who made Joey so devoted to her and want her for the past 3 or 4 years? At the same time, in front of a teaching building, Shen Bingyan's bodyguards had cleared the area within 100 meters to prevent anyone from entering here by mistake. Shen Bingyan leaned against the wall with her eyes closed. Her slightly long eyelashes looked like a butterfly spreading its wings in the sun, ready to fly. She was quiet and beautiful, if you ignored the aura around her, which was colder than a snow-capped mountain. At this time, she was wearing a white long dress and had long straight black hair that reached her waist. Just as what was said on the internet, this was the image of a girl's first love in the minds of men. The bodyguard glanced over obscurely, and the corners of his mouth twitched subconsciously. It's really that the lady dressed like this is very awkward. What kind of status does the young lady have? With such wealth, she would never be a kind-hearted person. Before, the young lady's aura carried the oppressive feeling of a superior. But at this moment, the lady voluntarily dressed up as a weak white lotus for Joey. Suddenly, Shin Bingyan opened his eyes, and the bodyguard felt a pair of cold eyes looking at him, and then he lowered his head. Is my outfit weird? How could the bodyguard dare to say it was strange? He didn't dare. After all, it was his idea. He searched online and found that a simple white dress, short straight black hair, clean natural or light makeup, this is the image of the first love goddess in the minds of most men. At that time, the young lady's cold and fierce aura made him think of ways to attract Joey's attention. He told the lady the method he found on the internet, but he didn't expect her to take it seriously. The image of the first love goddess plus the help, after a few interactions, the two of them became familiar with each other. The bodyguard was feeling a little uneasy. Why did he come up with such a bad idea? He had a bad feeling. But now seeing the lady's serious look, the bodyguard dared not say, no, the lady is naturally beautiful, no matter what clothes she wears, she looks good. It's just, miss, could you not be so cold? It might be better if you had a little more tenderness on your face. The bodyguard lowered his head, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and gave a tactful admonition. Buzz. The cell phone rang suddenly. It was a signal from the bodyguard who was watching in front. The bodyguard grabbed the phone and said quickly, Miss, here he comes, Joey is coming soon. I'm going to hide first. Remember, look gentle on your face. It's better to be vulnerable and show a need to be protected, so that people will feel soft-hearted and want to help. After saying this, the bodyguard quickly ran up to a laboratory on the second floor, leaving it to his young lady to perform. Shin Bingyan pulled her white skirt uncomfortably, frowned in annoyance, then took a deep breath, closed her eyes and thought about Su Qingjiao's words and actions. She had investigated Su Qingjiao and knew that Su Qingjiao had the appearance of a weak and innocent girl, which was why she had attracted Joey's attention and love. So, when the bodyguard proposed this method, she nodded in agreement. If the investigation into that matter was correct, she could accept making some changes for Joey. Day. Seeing Joey walking towards them casually, Shin Bingyan immediately pretended to have difficulty walking and limped to move things upstairs. There were already several cardboard boxes placed by the stairs, not arranged neatly, containing thick study materials. As a result, Shin Bingyan had to carry it back and forth time and time again, and because of her leg injury and her calf in a cast, it was very difficult for her to move. Shin Bingyan pretended to be very sincere and there was no flaw to be seen. According to her investigation of Joey should probably be a warm-hearted person. When he sees a fragile girl like a white lotus in need of help, he is likely to take the initiative to help. Little did she know that while Shin Bingyan was secretly looking at Joey had already noticed her. He walked past Shin Bingyan calmly. Although he showed no expression, he had already seen through the girl's flaws at a glance. The girl had her back to him, but the brief glimpse of her profile was enough to make her stunningly beautiful. She had a great figure and an impeccable temperament. Why did she deliberately limp here to wait for him? Although the other party pretended to be very similar, Joey had become lame in his previous life because he saved Su Qingjiao. He knew too well how a real lame person or someone with a leg injury walked. Just this slight difference was enough for Joey to know that this girl was pretending. Shin Bingyan just watched, seeing Joey ignoring her and walking past her. Chapter 18 My heart is broken. Shin Bingyan stopped where she was, her heart broken. She watched Joey's back being blocked by the teaching building in front of her and finally disappearing. The cardboard box was thrown directly on the ground, and her face instantly turned cold. The bodyguard came down from the second floor and was so frightened by Shin Bingyan's powerful aura that he dared not make a sound. He's gone. Tell me, where did I reveal my flaws? Shin Bingyan glanced at the bodyguard and walked down the stairs. The bodyguard followed closely behind him and shook his head cautiously. No, I looked very carefully on the second floor, miss, you pretended very well. Shin Bingyan didn't say anything, but frowned slightly, thinking that there must be a flaw somewhere. She looked down at the white dress she was wearing, and the bodyguard's heart immediately started pounding. Could it be that the lady doubted his ability? Although he had never been in a relationship, he asked many people about this matter. He definitely did not slack off, nor did he make up stories. Miss, I asked many boys of the same age as Joey. This kind of outfit is a man killer, that's for sure. Pure, weak, wearing a white dress with long black hair, she needs to be protected. Besides, Su Qingjiao won Joey over with this kind of outfit before. Maybe this method is wrong? Shin Bingyan was stunned for a moment and seemed to have realized that the bodyguard had never had a girlfriend, so it was indeed too unreliable to ask him to come up with a solution. But isn't she the same? When she was a baby, her grandfather took her to meet military and political figures. At the age of 5, she began to learn the family's secret business. She never had any longing or fantasy about love between men and women. Miss, please forgive me for being so nosy. You have shown your affection to Joey so many times, but he never responded. He even kicked you out of the hotel before. Besides, he seems to be devoted to Su Qingjiao, so it's hard for you to get him to stay with you. Does it have to be him? Do you have to choose him? You and Joey had never met before coming to Lucheng. Why do you treat Joey like this? Love brain. But the bodyguard would never say the last 3 words. If he really said them, he could retire on the spot. Why must it be him? Shen Bingyan naturally would not say what she was thinking. She casually tied up her wind-messed hair with a rubber band, and her tone was extremely cold. You're being long-winded. The bodyguard's expression changed slightly, and he knew he should shut up at this moment. But the people in Kyoto are already in a hurry. If the young lady doesn't go back, and if the news that she is pursuing Joey and Lucheng gets to Kyoto, I'm afraid the whole Kyoto will be shaken. Miss, they have urged us many times. If you don't go back, they will probably send someone over here. By then, what's happening here can no longer be concealed. Shen Bingyan seemed to have made up her mind. Since the moment she arrived in Lucheng, she tried her best to get close to Joey, but unfortunately she failed every time. In the bodyguard's opinion, Shen Bingyan seemed to have been bewitched and seemed to have set her sights on Joey. Including this time. She pursed her lips and said again, find another excuse to delay Kyoto. Don't let them send anyone over. I'll try one last time. The bodyguard explained weakly, you said last time that this was the last time. This is really the last time. The last sentence was blown away by the wind, and the bodyguard standing 1 meter away could not hear clearly what Shin Bingyan said. The bodyguard saw that Shin Bingyan's eyes were extremely determined. This look was full of determination and ambition. As a bodyguard who has never been in a relationship, he doesn't know whether there will be ambitions between men and women. He didn't think too deeply about it, but he vaguely felt that the young lady's aura was the same as the look that conquered those people abroad 3 years ago. He couldn't help but think back to 3 years ago. And here is the school gate. Su Qingjiao stood there for more than 10 minutes without leaving. Under the repeated flattery of her classmates, she called the person in charge of the Zhou family celebration. Hello, it's me. I want to invite all the classmates to participate in this celebration. Prepare dozens more invitations for me. Su Qingjiao thought that the person in charge of celebrations at Zhou Group's head office would be eager to curry favor with her, just like the managers of other branches. As long as she said a word, I would like to hand the invitation to her immediately. However, she miscalculated. The other side said in a businesslike manner, the invitations have been distributed. According to regulations, no more people will be added. Su Qingjiao couldn't believe that she was rejected by an employee. Regulation? What are the rules? Doesn't this person in charge know that if she is angry, Joey is angry? How dare he refuse his boss? Su Qingjiao said stubbornly, what rules? I am the company's rules. Do you know what you are talking about? Do you know who I am? However, the other party was more stubborn than her. He just laughed and said, no matter who you are, the rules are the rules. If you are so arrogant, go find the person who made the rules. Su Qingjiao remembered that the person in charge of the Zhou family celebration was someone under Aunt Zhou. No wonder he doesn't buy his own account. Su Qingjiao was so angry that her lips trembled. She immediately took a few steps forward, got rid of the classmates around her, and warned in a threatening tone, you dare to threaten me. Okay, very good, you are very good. Remember what you said today. Don't cry and admit your mistake to me when you get fired. But I. Beep beep. Before she could finish her words, the other party hung up the phone arrogantly. Su Qingjiao held the phone in her hand, shaking with anger. Dog slave. This person must be fired. Su Qingjiao could only find an excuse to let her expectant classmates wait for news, and then walked towards the classroom angrily. Joey arrived earlier than her and they sat at the same table. She put her school bag on the table with a bang, making quite a noise. Everyone turned around to look at her when they heard the noise, except Joey, who was reading a book with his head down. He didn't even look up when she walked up to him. Su Qingjiao felt very aggrieved when she saw Joey ignoring her. Before, whenever she coughed, Joey would get extremely nervous, immediately asking about her health and calling her private doctor to come and check on her. Joey is just her bootlicker. As soon as she hums, she will come over with her tail wagging. What is he pretending to be? The class hasn't started yet, and you're already pretending to read? Su Qingjiao thought that this behavior was like a clown with many loopholes. Wasn't it just to attract her attention and make her give in? Miss, who made you angry? Come on, calm down. Girls will feel better if they eat sweet things. The boy in front heard the noise and turned around to talk to Su Qingjiao. As he spoke, he took out a box of desserts that didn't look very delicate from a Chinese-style paper bag. Chapter 19, Wrong Emotions. This is a dessert that my family has just developed. It is absolutely 100% additive-free. Would you like to try it? He brought this dessert as a gift for the girl he wanted to pursue, but when he saw that Su Qingjiao was in a bad mood, he took out the dessert and put it on Su Qingjiao's table. In the past, Su Qingjiao looked down upon desserts from such small workshops. She only ate desserts made by 5-star pastry chefs. Su Qingjiao glanced at the indifferent Zhou Yi and felt a little angry. Still pretending? Still pretending. I really can't tell who is the master. It seems that we need to give Zhou Yi, this damn bootlicker, some sense of oppression. Otherwise, he is still looking forward to it, and can't stand the neglect and go to him to talk to him. It tastes good, thank you. Su Qingjiao opened the box, took out a little bit with a transparent fork and put it in her mouth. She chewed it once and swallowed it. She didn't even know what it tasted like, so she politely thanked the boy. The boys around Su Qingjiao actually tasted the dessert and looked at him with envy. You are so lucky, kid. The young lady never eats anything given by anyone. Every dessert she eats is made by a 5-star chef. Miss, my family can also make desserts. I will bring you a few boxes tomorrow. Miss, my family is in the catering business. Miss. Su Qingjiao really enjoyed this kind of scene where everyone was paying homage to her. She couldn't help but raise her chin and looked up at Zhou Yi. Look, not everyone is qualified to be nice to her and give her gifts. What does it mean that she can accept Zhou Yi's kindness? It means that he is honored. As long as she frowns, there are many people willing to dress up as a clown to make her happy. Everyone followed Su Qingjiao's gaze and saw Zhou Yi. Someone wanted to exchange seats with Zhou Yi before, but was rejected by Zhou Yi. If it weren't for Miss Su speaking up for him later, Zhou Yi would have been isolated long ago. Being able to sit at the same table with the eldest daughter is a blessing from their ancestors. If it were them, they would have to come to school with a smile on their face every day. But what about Zhou Yi, a nanny's son? He actually dared to give the eldest lady a cold look. If he hadn't been protected by the eldest lady, someone would have taught him a lesson long ago. The boy who just delivered the dessert rolled his eyes around at this moment. He is the kind of person who always climbs up the ladder. Miss Su used to only eat the food Zhou Yi brought, but today she ate the dessert he brought. What does this mean? It means that his chance has come. Knock knock. Zhou Yi. The boy tapped Zhou Yi's desk with his right hand and said to Zhou Yi in a complacent tone, "It's too much trouble for me to turn my head when talking to the goddess. How about this, you change seats with me? You've occupied the goddess's deskmate's seat for so long, you have to give others some opportunities, don't you think?" Zhou Yi closed the book and looked up, and saw that everyone in the class was staring at him. Some had interesting looks, some had hostile looks. In short, they all thought that if he changed seats, he would lose hundreds of millions. In the past, Zhou Yi would stick to a position close to Su Qingjiao. In addition, Su Qingjiao would stand up and speak for him, so no one had ever thought of this. And now. However, Su Qingjiao stared at Zhou Yi with a haughty look, as if she was sure that Zhou Yi would stick to her to death, and even wanted him to give in and apologize for what happened yesterday. However, Zhou Yi raised the corner of his mouth. "I couldn't ask for more." What? Su Qingjiao was stunned. The boy who wanted to change seats was also stunned. The students who were watching the fun were even more incredulous. Did they hear it wrong? Zhou Yi actually agreed to change his position for the first time, and said something like it's what he wanted? Is he crazy? They stared at Zhou Yi resentfully as he was packing up his desk, and then looked with envy at the boy who offered to change seats. This kid is really lucky today. Why does all the good things happen to him? This is Miss Su, the richest lady in Lucheng. If I can win her favor, I will be very successful in my life. Su Qingjie watched Zhou Yi quickly switch places with someone else, and a feeling of being out of control spread in her heart, which made her feel very complicated and even a little uneasy. Being so proud, she would definitely not take the initiative to ask Zhou Yi to stay. At the same time, she knew very well that Zhou Yi was playing hard to get. She didn't like the feeling of being out of control. Forget it, at most she would give Zhou Yi a chance to apologize after school. However, if he wanted to change it back on his own initiative, she would never agree easily. Su Qingjie remained calm on the surface, as if she didn't care at all about Zhou Yi's change of seat. She tucked her hair behind her ears and said gently to the boy, "Hello, we will be deskmates from now on, please help each other. By the way, have you finished yesterday's math homework? Let's check the answers." Zhou Yi. Idiot. Do you think you are playing hard to get? Are you still sure that you must marry her? As soon as he sat down, someone leaned over to talk to Zhou Yi. "Zhou Yi, there's something wrong with you today. You had a quarrel with the eldest lady, otherwise why would you do such a stupid thing?" Su Ping has a good relationship with Zhou Yi. His family conditions are not very good, and he thinks that Zhou Yi is a poor student like himself, so he has a sense of sympathy for Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi opened the book. After such a long time, he had forgotten some of the knowledge in the textbook. "Nothing, I just want to try one last time." Zhou Yi answered without raising his head. Su Ping showed a meaningful expression on his face, lowered his head and said to Zhou Yi, "Brother, don't be stubborn, I understand you. Did you do something wrong? Did Miss Su embarrass you yesterday?" Seeing Zhou Yi looking up in confusion, Su Ping patted Zhou Yi on the shoulder. "It's okay. Although we are poor, our poverty is only temporary. In the future, we will definitely be able to stand up with our own abilities. You, living under the same roof with Miss Su, don't let your sights get too high. We may be poor, but as long as we keep our feet on the ground, we will have a house and a car in the future." Zhou Yi found it a little funny after hearing this. He thought about it carefully. When did he say that he was poor? He lowered his head and glanced at the clothes he was wearing. The clothes were not from a well-known brand, but a niche brand designed by a private designer. They were low-key and comfortable, and few people knew about them. He looked at his clothes. Although they were simple and low-key, he was not considered a poor student, right? He was thinking about something. Su Ping held the phone in front of him and motioned for him to look at it. Su Ping asked Zhou Yi to look at the circle of friends that Su Qingjie posted last night. When he saw Su Qingjie said that he was the nanny's son, a hint of sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Click on Su Qingjie's profile picture. Then click into all her friends' circles. All I see are photos of luxury cars, luxury houses and luxury goods every day. He did not delete Su Qingjie's WeChat, but he did not see the moments posted by Su Qingjie. It was obvious that Su Qingjie had deliberately blocked him in her moments. Chapter 20, Heartfelt Words. Seeing that he was so concerned about Su Qingjie, Su Ping could not help but persuade him earnestly. "Although I don't know what happened, Miss Su is so angry, it must be bad for you. Your mother is working as a nanny now. Her salary is probably not low. Nannies in these wealthy families are paid a lot. If you are kicked out, it will be hard to find a job now. I think you should bow your head and admit your fault to Miss Su first. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. His mother is a nanny? Ridiculous." Zhou Yi sneered and returned the phone to Su Ping. "Does dressing brightly and beautifully mean you are rich? Su Ping, I know you study very hard and want to change your faith through studying, but I advise you on this matter, never judge someone based on their clothes. Haven't you seen fake socialites taking photos online? Su Qingjie is a fake. Even fake socialites are richer than her. She is the Zhou family's nanny. She usually takes pictures of things given by the Zhou family. And have you forgotten my last name? My last name is Zhou, Su Qingjie, and my last name is Su." Su Ping wanted to comfort Zhou Yi, but he didn't expect Zhou Yi to say that his eyesight was poor, and he even brought up the topic of his surname. His face suddenly became a little ugly. "You are really hopeless. Miss Su takes her mother's surname. Everyone in our class knows it." Su Ping shook his head in disappointment. He was absolutely sure that Su Qingjie was a real daughter. When he was a delivery boy during the summer vacation, he once delivered food to Zhou Group. He saw with his own eyes that Su Qingjie got on the special elevator that only the president could take. If Su Qingjie is a fake, does that mean that everyone in the Zhou Group is blind? But he was the only one who witnessed this incident with his own eyes. If he said this, Joey would definitely not believe it. But in order to leave Joey speechless, he talked about several facts that his classmates had witnessed with their own eyes, hoping to leave Joey speechless. What's more, can't I tell the difference between a fake celebrity and a real white, rich, and beautiful woman? Yesterday, she bought a bag with a black card. She spent hundreds of thousands of dollars without even a frown. She did it in front of many of her classmates. Besides, fake socialites want to hook up with rich people. We are all students, how can we have money? If Su Qingjiao is fake, why would she pretend to be in front of us? Brother, as a man you should have a bigger vision and don't just spread rumors about the young lady. There are so many people with the last name Zhou and Luqing, you really don't need to do this. The more you try to pretend, the more people will look down on you. Su Ping previously thought that Joey was good at studying and had a good personality, which was why he was willing to play with Joey. Today he realized that Joey was a narrow-minded person. He just couldn't stand rich people, so he spread rumors that she was a fake socialite and wanted to pretend to be the young master of the Zhou family. How is this different from those trolls on the internet who make obscene comments? Su Ping returned to his seat, thinking to himself that he should stay away from people like Joey in the future, in case the lightning struck the wrong person. There is still some time before class starts. The counselor came to the classroom early. He pushed his glasses and stood on the podium and said, "I'm sorry to waste a few minutes of your time. Please be quiet and listen to me carefully. This is about your future." Seeing that the classroom was quiet, the counselor continued, "You will graduate in a while. After the new year is the key time for internships. If you can get an internship in a large company before graduation, it will be of great benefit to your future career. Even those who are particularly outstanding may be able to apply for regularization and even have priority in the future. When companies recruit employees, they not only look at your academic performance and school evaluation, but also whether you have internship experience in a large company. A good resume and academic performance will make the interviewer more favorable to you. At the same time, students whose families have companies can also try to help their classmates with internships. After you go out into the society, you will understand that the relationships you have during your school days are the purest and most sincere. Wait until you come out later." The counselor was still talking non-stop, but the students below were already unable to sit still. I asked around to see if anyone else had submitted their resume. When I heard that someone had submitted their resume, I became anxious. But then I heard that the person behind me also looked confused, and I felt a little relieved. Classmates whose families have companies naturally become the envy of everyone. Many people privately approach these people to speak well of them, begging them to go home and tell their parents so that they could have an internship at the company. All the students in the class know that Zhou Group is the largest listed group in Luqing and is one of the best in the country. If they can go to Zhou Group during their internship, their work experience will be valuable. Moreover, if they perform well in Zhou Group, they will have priority in interviews at Zhou Group after graduation. Seeing that the counselor did not stop everyone from walking around, many people gathered around Su Qingjiao's desk. A plain-looking female classmate wearing glasses spoke first. "Miss, you are beautiful and kind-hearted. How about me? I work very hard, so please help me. I'm not as good at studying as you, I'm not as pretty as you, and I don't have any outstanding talents. I can't find a company to do an internship. Can you let me join Zhou Group to get some experience? Even if you can just let me do odd jobs." Me too, me too. Other students also rushed to sign up, knowing that Su Qingjiao was easy to talk to, so they shamelessly asked for help. The counselor glanced at the whole class and saw that the prepared students were already calm, while the unprepared students were looking for classmates to build relationships with them. Only Joey was out of tune with the people around him. The counselor frowned slightly. It's already this late, how come Joey still doesn't realize the importance of the matter? This concerns his future. Joey is a good student and looks good. The counselor couldn't bear to see that Joey didn't understand the ways of the world and couldn't find a good job after graduation. After all, he had selfish motives, so he called Joey out of the classroom. Talking to Joey in the corridor, "Joey, your academic performance has always been among the best, and our teachers in various subjects are very optimistic about you. You are such a smart kid, you should have already made plans for the future. Can I ask what your plans are for the future? As your teacher and someone older than you, I might be able to give you some advice." Joey knew that the counselor was truly doing this for his own good, so he was willing to listen to the counselor's advice with an open mind. Although these suggestions are applicable to most graduating students, they are of little use to him. After all, he will take over hundreds of millions of assets as soon as he graduates. Some of these words are hard to hear, but they are true. As long as he hadn't met an ungrateful person like Su Qingjiao in his life, he and his classmates in the classroom would have been people from two different worlds since birth. Teacher, you talk, I listen. Chapter 21 Family Situation. The counselor heard from other students that Zhou Yi's family situation was not good, and it seemed that his mother was still working as a nanny in Su Qingjiao's home. He was also reluctant to speak too bluntly for fear of hurting the child's self-esteem. After thinking about it, the counselor reminded him tactfully. Zhou Group is the largest group in A. If you have the opportunity to intern in a large company, it will be of great help to you in the future. Internship opportunities at Zhou Group are very competitive in every session. If you can get a chance to ask your friends and classmates for help, it will be easier for you to get into Zhou Group. I know you don't want to please anyone, but if you can build a good relationship with Su Qingjiao, we have the friendship between you and your classmates. At least among thousands of troops, you will not be treated differently and you will feel fair competition. Fairness also requires connections. You are about to graduate. In school, you all fought for opportunities fairly, but in society, some things are not fair. The teacher hopes that you can be more flexible, at least you won't suffer too much loss. The counselor thought that Zhou Yi, who was so smart, must have understood it by now. But he didn't expect that Zhou Yi's next words made him feel that his efforts were in vain. Zhou Yi didn't listen to his advice at all. Thank you for telling me this. I know that college is different from society. But I have my own plans. Please believe me, teacher. Even if I don't have a good relationship with Su Qingjiao, I will definitely join Zhou Group. The reason is simple, because he took over Zhou's business after graduation. As the heir of the Zhou family, do I need to rely on anyone to get in? Seeing Zhou Yi speaking so confidently, the counselor couldn't help but shake his head secretly. Young people are so innocent. You will understand when you enter the society. Sometimes you can't succeed by relying on your own ability. Su Qingjiao may make Zhou Yi lose the election with just one word or one look. The counselor stopped trying to persuade him, thinking that instead of saying it 1,000 times, it would be better to let Zhou Yi experience it himself so that he would understand his good intentions. The counselor changed the subject and said, since you have your own ideas, I won't say much. Come to my office this afternoon to get the application form for the poverty-stricken student subsidy. If I hadn't heard it from others, I wouldn't have known that you were also a poor student. If you have any difficulties, just tell the school and the school will help you in any way it can. Don't feel ashamed. If you had told me earlier, you would have received the poverty-stricken student allowance for the previous semesters. Your life would have been better. Don't be embarrassed to talk about how much money you've missed out on over the past few semesters. Zhou Yi looked at the counselor, who was in his 30s and already had quite a few white hairs. He was very responsible for every student in the class and did not discriminate based on their family background. He treated all equally. He was a good teacher. Listening to him talking to me in such a serious tone, I felt a little relieved. Zhou Yi waited until the counselor finished speaking before politely replying, Counselor, actually my family is not poor, so I don't need the subsidy for poor students. Give the grants to those who really need them. The counselor didn't know what rumors he had heard about him. When he heard him say this, his brows furrowed and his face turned serious. He said seriously, Zhou Yi, don't blame the teacher for speaking harshly. I'm doing this for your own good. You're about to graduate from the academy, so don't try to hold on just for the sake of a little bit of face. Although your family is poor, you have come here by your own ability. It is reasonable for you to receive the subsidy. No one will laugh at you. Zhou Yi was really helpless. This prejudice is as huge as a mountain, and no matter what he said, the other party would not believe it. Just then the bell for class rang. Teacher, I really don't need it. Don't listen to the rumors outside. My family is really rich. Forget it. I'm going back to the classroom for class first. Zhou Yi turned and walked into the classroom, only to hear a sigh behind him. As if disappointed with his good appearance. The counselor sighed as he walked. After returning to the office, he took out the application form for poor students from the folder and frowned unconsciously. What's wrong? Is it because there are too many people applying for subsidies for poor students and you can't make up your mind? The colleague made a cup of hot milk and sat on a chair to chat with the counselor. The counselor showed a complicated smile on his face, and then sighed, Don't you think it's weird that there are people who don't want to receive the subsidy for poor students? I specifically asked the dean for an extra application form. I originally wanted to give it to Joey. But Joey, well, he's a good kid, but he's a little too proud. He doesn't want to fill out the application form. I guess he's afraid that after writing the application form, he'll be inferior to others in school. When the colleague heard Joey's name, he immediately lost his favorable impression and shook his head. You are talking about Joey. When I came here today, I saw him coming to school in a Bentley. The counselor was stunned. Bentley? What a luxury car. I've never been in one before. Is his family really rich? My colleague rolled his eyes and said, what money? Sue admitted that he rented it. And for the sake of face and vanity, he lied in various ways. I really don't know what to say. The counselor smacked his lips. Thinking of what he had heard from his classmates and the brand name clothes Su Qingjie was wearing, the counselor's favorable impression of Joey instantly dropped a lot. I was really angry and disappointed. Joey is very serious in his studies. I was quite optimistic about him before and thought he might be able to make a name for himself in the future. But what happened today makes me feel that Joey's self-esteem is a bit too much. I didn't expect that he would rent a luxury car to come to school today just to save face. I'm afraid that if he continues like this, his vanity will ruin him. Alas, why does this kid do that? The counselor kept shaking his head, as if he had already seen Joey's future through today's conversation. If Joey cannot get rid of his vanity, he will be hunted down by loan sharks in the future, and will live in confusion and hiding for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, the counselor felt sorry. He immediately turned on the computer and tried to retrieve Joey's information. As a teacher, he absolutely cannot watch Joey go astray, but the other party is so concerned about his reputation. No, he cannot give up on any student. I must find an opportunity to have a good talk with Joey. Lunchtime. Haomin hurriedly finished her lunch in the cafeteria and wanted to go to the classroom to see if Joey was there. Joey usually ate lunch in the classroom and never set foot in the cafeteria. This behavior made everyone think that Joey was poor, so he brought his own lunchbox. But after what happened yesterday, Haomin noticed something was wrong. Joey did bring his own lunchbox, but no one had ever seen what was in Joey's lunchbox. Everyone assumed that Joey's family was poor, and they automatically imagined that the lunchbox must contain very simple and ordinary vegetables. They were even afraid of hurting his self-esteem, so they avoided him when they saw him trying to eat. But after what happened yesterday, what if Haomin thought of Joey as a rich second generation? Chapter 22: A Bridge. The perspective of looking at the problem becomes different. There is a frequent scene on TV where the second generation of rich people never eat food from outside because they think it is not clean and contains additives and gutter oil. If Joey is a rich man, then he can't be saving money by bringing his own lunchbox. Yes. I have to go and see. Haomin wanted to see what was in Joey's lunchbox. If it was salmon, crab, Australian lobster, etc., then Joey's identity would be confirmed. If Joey's identity is confirmed, then she can bet on both sides and also use Joey's connections to enter the Joe group. By then, no matter who is real or fake, she will be able to enter the Joe group smoothly. Haomin was afraid that she would be late for the classroom and would not be able to see what Joey had eaten, so she quickly went upstairs. Suddenly, as she passed the stairs, she caught a glimpse of a figure walking towards the rooftop. She didn't think much about it and quickly returned to the classroom. When I entered, I saw that the classroom was empty. Joey is not here? That's weird. He usually eats in the classroom. Suddenly, she thought of something and hurried to the rooftop. It would be even better if Joey was on the rooftop, so she could ask Joey in private about what happened yesterday. If Joey is really the young master of the Zhou family. Thinking of this, Haomin's heart beat violently. When no one believed that Joey was the young master, she believed him. When the time comes, it will be easy for me to ask Joey for help in entering the Zhou group. Who knows, by then she might be able to get the upper hand. Joey, give me 10 invitations to the Zhou family celebration. Is there anyone else on the rooftop? Haomin recognized Su Qingjiao's voice. Su Qingjiao's voice was very easy to recognize. It was always a condescending and commanding tone, with some clipped notes and a coquettish tone. Haomin quietly hid in the corner and put his ear against the wall to listen to their conversation. Oh? Why should I give it to you? Joey had a cold look on his face, and there was no love for Su Qingjiao in his eyes at all. In the past 3 years, Su Qingjiao had never been ignored by Joey like this. She immediately frowned and just said the word you. Seeing that Joey was unmoved, her tone slowly softened. You. As long as you give me 10 invitations, I will forgive you for ignoring me today. Otherwise, I will not ride back with you tonight, no matter how much you beg me. She would not easily forgive Joey for hitting her yesterday. At most I can forgive him for not saying hello to me when he saw me this morning, and for changing seats. Su Qingjiao turned her face away, waiting for Joey to coax her. Who knows, a minute has passed. Joey didn't move either. Su Qingjiao couldn't help but look at Joey in confusion, and saw that Joey was crossing his arms across his chest, looking at her with a teasing look. Su Qingjiao immediately yelled at Joey like a cat with its fur standing on end, Joey, what do you mean? What's that look in your eyes? Do you think I want to go back with you in the car? It was you who wanted to stay with me longer and begged me to get in the car. I'm telling you, I have my own backbone. I will never forgive you for what you did to me yesterday. The most I can do is give you a chance to apologize. The opportunity is right in front of you now. If you don't give me an invitation, then I won't go. Su Qingjiao had been paying attention to Joey's expression. After she said this, Joey looked a little hesitant. Su Qingjiao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that I had thought too much before. On the surface, Joey seemed to not want to pay attention to her anymore, but his expression betrayed him. In fact, he still cared about me in his heart. Su Qingjiao thought about this, and the expression on her face unconsciously relaxed a lot. The reason why Joey was in deep thought just now was that he was carefully recalling some things that happened at the banquet in his previous life. He had never paid attention to this banquet in his previous life, and Aunt Jo did not attend because she did not get along with Su Qingjiao. At this critical moment in her previous life, Su Qingjiao got to know many of Zhou's middle and senior management through this banquet, and at this banquet, Su Qingjiao helped the most inconspicuous person at the banquet. At this time, this person was still the most inconspicuous manager at the banquet, but 2 years later, no one would have thought that this person would become the person in charge of the Zhou group second only to Su Qingjiao. This man helped Su Qingjiao overcome difficulties many times, which is enough to show how strong his abilities are. After graduation, Joey will take over the Zhou group. If the other party can help Su Qingjiao secure the position of president, is there any chance for her to be used by him? Unfortunately, in his previous life, he didn't care about Su Qingjiao's every move. He only wanted to please Su Qingjiao to save his grandmother. Joey couldn't remember this person's name for a while. Joey looked up at Su Qingjiao and thought that Su Qingjiao really had some luck as a heroine, so it would be useful to keep her around. He vaguely remembered that under his unconditional doting, Su Qingjiao seemed to have gathered many talented people around her. Joey looked at Su Qingjiao and smiled slowly. Didn't she want to show off with her classmates at the festival? Then let's see whether this is a place for her to show off or a place to expose her identity. Joey smiled warmly. Okay, I'll give you 10 invitations when the time comes. Not only that, I'll also prepare a big surprise for you at the annual party. The surprise will make you cry and send you into hell. Okay, you can go now. I'll call and notify them later. Su Qingjiao's face froze. Joey actually drove her away. Although she was angry, she couldn't leave because she hadn't found out the most important thing. Su Qingjiao took a deep breath. The wind from the rooftop rushed into her stomach, which washed away her anger a little. She barely suppressed her anger and asked tentatively. That's more like it. I forgive you for what happened today. I allow you to ride back with me. By the way, I usually attend the banquet in your place. Will you attend this time? Joey did not answer directly, but asked nonchalantly, what do you think? Do you think I would go against my grandmother's instructions and attend such a big event? Su Qingjiao felt relieved when she heard Joey say this. It seems that Joey still won go. Su Qingjiao got what she wanted. She didn't care what Joey was doing on the rooftop. She was too lazy to say a word to Joey. She turned around and walked downstairs. Hao Min, who was hiding in the corner, saw Su Qingjiao coming over here, and quickly tiptoed back to the classroom. Sitting in the classroom, she still had a look of shock on her face, her heart pounding. She had never expected that she had overheard such an important thing. Joey is really the young master of Zhou Group. The whole class, no. The entire college was kept in the dark. Now she knows the truth. She now felt like a pie in the sky was falling towards her. Chapter 23. What are you laughing at? Hao Min, why are you laughing to yourself? Is there something happy? Su Qingjiao returned to the classroom and saw that it was empty. Hao Min was sitting in her seat, smiling triumphantly. Hao Min put away the smile on her face and spoke to Su Qingjiao as usual. I'm thinking about internship. Isn't it easier to get things done with acquaintances? I'm happy. Miss Su, I want to ask you to help me with my internship at Zhou Corporation. Su Qingjiao replied naturally, no problem, I'll just notify the personnel when the time comes. Seeing that Su Qingjiao had been completely exposed in front of him, but was still trying to pretend to be someone else, and even notified anyone, she was so shameless. Hao Min felt extremely contemptuous of her. But she would not confront Su Qingjiao in person. Now was not the time to expose the truth. Hao Min habitually left herself room for maneuver. Moreover, she didn't want Zhou Yi's identity to be known to the whole class, and she still wanted to get closer to him. After school, Zhou Yi was the first to get into the luxurious Bentley at the school gate and left. Under the jealous and mocking gazes of his classmates, not even a shadow of the car could be seen. Hao Min and Su Qingjiao came out of the school gate together. Although Hao Min smiled from time to time as usual, a closer look revealed that she was a little absent-minded, and even the smile when she held Su Qingjiao seemed fake. Su Qingjiao had not yet noticed Hao Min's change. When she saw that Zhou Yi and the driver did not wait for her, Su Qingjiao's face suddenly fell. She said it all. I agreed to ride home with him, but he dared not wait for me? Zhou Yi, are you crazy? Su Qingjiao cursed Zhou Yi hundreds of times in her heart, and had no choice but to rent a luxury car from a car rental company to pick her up. After placing the order, he even said, this new driver is really unpunctual. It's already this late, and he hasn't come to pick me up yet. I'll fire him when I get back. Hao Min accompanied Su Qingjiao at the school gate while waiting for the driver to pick her up. Hearing Su Qingjiao's sarcastic complaints, Hao Min felt disdainful in her heart but responded in agreement on the surface. After waiting for about half an hour, Su Qingjiao's rented car stopped at the campus gate. Hao Min, see you tomorrow. Su Qingjiao walked towards the luxury car. The rented driver naturally would not open the door for her on his own initiative. She could only grit her teeth, open the door herself and get in. Hao Min nodded and watched Su Qingjiao get into the luxury car with a smile. When the car started, she quickly unlocked her phone and took a picture of the luxury car. Snap. After doing all this, Hao Min took the bus home from the school gate. As soon as she got home, she couldn't wait to post the photos online to inquire. An interesting thing happened today. I was driving to Hermes at IFC to get a custom bag. The brakes of the car behind me failed. They made a sharp turn and would rather crash into the store than damage my car. They said they couldn't afford to pay for a car even if they lost everything. How can it be so exaggerated? It was just a small collision, wouldn't it be a compensation of several $100,000? Don't ordinary people have enough money to buy a bag like mine? Click to publish. Half an hour later, the note exploded. Normal inquiries will basically not be answered, let alone attract any attention. But as soon as you show off your wealth or pretend to be cool, a large group of trolls will come online to find the scent. Soon, there were several prominent comments that received more likes than the original note. Wow, I thought it was some young lady who had just arrived, but it turned out to be a show-off who rented a sports car to show off and even pretended to have a problem with himself. Ha ha ha, this luxury car of yours looks familiar. Look at the license plate. I saw a car owner yesterday. This car owner must be from a car rental company. I have also rented this car, In a short period of time, netizens not only learned that the luxury car was rented, but some people also posted the address and phone number of the rental company. Hao Min laughed to death. I immediately called the car rental agency to ask, and sure enough, the car had been rented twice that day. Now she was 100% sure that Su Qingjiao was the fake young lady who was arrogant and relied on fake things for everything, and Zhou Yi was the real young master. Thinking of this, Hao Min was extremely excited. She was happy that she could learn the truth, and she was also excited that she could establish a good relationship with Zhou Yi in advance. Judging from the conversation on the rooftop today, it seems that Zhou Yi is not as doting on Su Qingjiao anymore. So do I have a chance too? Hao Min looked down at her figure. She was slightly plump with big breasts. Boys all liked girls with chubby breasts. As long as she was willing, she would be able to win over Zhou Yi, right? Su Qingjiao originally wanted to stay in a hotel, but when she thought about Zhou Yi's cold shoulder to her, she flew into a rage and wanted to rush up to him to ask him the reason, so she immediately told him the address of Zhou's villa. Along the way, the driver of the car rental company looked at her strangely, as if he was very puzzled. How could she live in such a wealthy area where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, but still rent a luxury car for pickup? Don't people who can live in a place like this have dedicated drivers? Su Qingjiao got out of the car with a cold face. She couldn't stand the driver's scrutiny and questioning look, so she slammed the car door and walked quickly into the villa. As soon as you enter the door, she saw the maid cleaning the table, and she didn't even bow to greet her. This scene of being ignored made Su Qingjiao burst into anger that she had been holding back today. She angrily shouted at the nannies, "What are you doing? This is outrageous, isn't it? I haven't gone home yet. Who asked you to cook? Believe it or not, I will fire you immediately and make sure you will never find a job again." In order to talk to Zhou Yi and get the invitation to the annual party, she didn't even have time to eat lunch. "I came home hungry after a day of work, only to see the maid already clearing the table. Humiliation. This is a great humiliation." This made Su Qingjiao, who was used to being served and pampered, collapse to the extreme. She no longer cared about her pride and reserve, and revealed her true face and vented her anger. Ah! At this time, a huge figure ran over at a speed faster than the blink of an eye. The door to the backyard was opened at some point. The Tibetan Mastiff glared at Su Qingjiao, baring its teeth. Looking at Su Qingjiao's furious look, it remembered the day when the Zhou family caught fire. She had a gloomy face and pushed her old master down the stairs. The more it thought about it, the more it bared its teeth. Finally, with a roar, it made a dash, bared its fangs and bit down hard on Su Qingjiao's angry calf. "Ah! Damn dog, let go! Let go! Oh, it hurts so much, oh! Someone, come quickly, kill it, quickly kill this damn dog for me." Su Qingjiao was terrified. She felt a piercing pain in her calf, which was so painful that tears came out of her eyes. She screamed and called for the maid. The Tibetan Mastiff held onto Su Qingjiao tightly and refused to let go. Its sharp teeth had already bitten into the bone. Chapter 24. Let go. The servants were stunned at this sudden scene. It was not until he saw that a piece of the flesh on Su Qingjiao's calf was about to be bitten off that Butler Chow slowly stepped out and said to the Tibetan Mastiff, "Let go. If you bite this distinguished nanny's daughter to death, you will be taken away for humane treatment. That's enough. Be obedient and go back to the backyard." The Tibetan Mastiff seemed to understand. It blinked its jet black eyes and slowly loosened its teeth. But it did not run away in fear. Instead, it stared at Su Qingjiao with its teeth bared, as if it would pounce on her if she dared to move. Su Qingjiao was so frightened that she dared not move. Butler Chow walked up to her slowly with a smile. "Hey, Xiao Su, you too, what are you yelling in the lobby so late at night? You even scared the Tibetan Mastiff. Okay, let's go back to the backyard. The young master specially had fresh beef flown in from abroad, and the kitchen has already prepared it for you." The Tibetan Mastiff tilted its head and looked at the housekeeper as he spoke, thinking like a 3-year-old child, seeming to understand but also confused. Until the smell of meat came from the backyard, the Tibetan Mastiff whined excitedly and ran back to the backyard, wagging its tail. Only when she saw the backyard door closed did Su Qingjiao feel relieved. Blood flowed down Su Qingjiao's calves. In less than 3 seconds, Su Qingjiao's calves were covered with blood. Just now when the Tibetan Mastiff was beside her, Su Qingjiao was crying and dared not make a sound. Now that the Tibetan Mastiff was gone, she became tough again and angrily cursed at the people around her. "It hurts so much, it hurts so much. There is so much blood, it must have bitten a bone. I want to kill the dead dog. Why did you come just now? Didn't you see me being bitten by that damn dog? What if I get sick? Can you slaves afford to pay for it? Who opened the backyard door? I'm going to fire her. And you, all of you. Did you all die just now? Ouch, it hurts, call the family doctor over here." Butler Chow placed the medicine box in front of Su Qingjiao and said indifferently, "Don't worry, you won't die. The Tibetan Mastiff is checked every month and doesn't have rabies. Just take care of it yourself and then take a taxi to the hospital to get a tetanus shot. You're yelling and screaming over such a small matter. You're really rude. If you disturb the young master, I'll have no choice but to kick you out for the night." The more Su Qingjiao listened, the angrier she became, and she stared at Butler Chow with her eyes as if they were on fire. In the past, these lowly servants would never dare to treat her like this. They were all like slaves. With just a glance from her, she could scare them into obeying her orders. But now, it's all Zhou Yi's fault. Isn't it good to be a bootlicker? It's not like she disagrees. She has already said that she will test his sincerity again. Why does he have to force her to give in and try to play hard to get? Su Qingjie was sweating profusely from the pain, and her fingers were shaking as she pointed at Butler Chow. Okay, you are very good, you are very good. Do you believe that I will fire you? Oh my, I'm fired. I'm so scared. Butler Chow looked down at Su Qingjie, who was sitting on the ground, and laughed sarcastically, retorting bluntly. Miss Su, what are you daydreaming about? You are not in a position to fire me now. This is the Zhou family, not the place you dream of. Su Qingjie was so angry that she was fuming. Damn, these slaves who only acted according to the situation were making her so angry. She just had a quarrel with Zhou Yi, and it was she who started it. She was the one who refused to forgive Zhou Yi. Did these idiots think they had fallen out of favor? She felt a tearing sensation in her calf and was in so much pain that she didn't have the energy to argue with Butler Chow. She immediately took out her cell phone and called the driver, asking him to take her to the hospital. Soon, the driver came over. Seeing Su Qingjie like this, he hesitated for a moment, but still wanted to help her up. Butler Chow stood aside and said casually, "Why do you feel so sorry for Miss Su? Are you the driver of the Zhou family or the Su family?" The young master said that I am the housekeeper of all of you. If any of you dare to leave your post today, don't blame me for disregarding our old friendship and letting some disobedient people leave the Zhou family. The driver's hand that was about to support Su Qingjie stopped immediately. He looked at Butler Chow with a warning look in his eyes, hesitated for a second, and then slowly withdrew his hand. He looked at Su Qingjie in embarrassment. "Miss Su, I can't lose this job. Look, why don't you take a taxi to the hospital?" Su Qingjie was extremely angry. In the past 3 or 4 years of smooth sailing, she had never suffered such humiliation. This group of people had been praising her before, but today, they even refused to send her to the hospital? Seeing this, she yelled, "Just wait for me. You are a bunch of snobs who look down on others. If it was a few days ago, would you dare to do this to me? Zhou Yi and I are just having a temporary conflict, but you guys are just flattering the powerful and bullying the weak. Can't you see how he has treated me over the years? You humiliated me like this and even let the beasts bite me. Aren't you afraid that Zhou Yi will fire you if he finds out?" After Butler Chow waved his hand to let the driver leave, he said sarcastically, "Miss Su, that's not what I meant. How did I humiliate you? I have always followed the rules. The young master will not fire me if I have done nothing wrong." After a pause, Butler Chow looked at Su Qingjie's leg, which was no longer bleeding but had 2 deep holes, and kindly reminded, "If you don't hurry up and something happens to your leg, don't blame the Zhou family." Su Qing's delicate body was shaking violently. Ah! She kept cursing and making trouble in her heart, calling her a vicious woman. She was determined to let this damn housekeeper know the consequences of offending her. It had been so long, and none of the servants around dared to come and help her, and she was vomiting so much that she felt like vomiting blood. I was afraid that if the stalemate continued, what if the patient really got rabies? You still have to go to the hospital quickly. Su Qingjie was angry, anxious, and a little frightened. She could only limp out to hail a taxi and ask the driver to take her to the hospital as quickly as possible. When Su Qingjie came back from the hospital after being bandaged, before she had time to go to Zhou Yi to complain, as soon as she entered the door, she saw Butler Chow standing in the living room. Butler Chow scolded her with a dark face, "Why did you take so long? Don't forget, you eat and use things from the Zhou family, and even your tuition is paid by the Zhou family. Do you want to eat for free? The Zhou family doesn't support idlers. After all, you are also a servant of the Zhou family. Don't think of being lazy and not doing any work. I tell you, as long as you can still move your hands and are not disabled, even if you are disabled, you must move your hands and do something to repay the Zhou family's kindness." Su Qingjie was stunned, thinking she had heard it wrong. How dare this slave order me to do the dirty and tiring work? Everyone in the Zhou family knew that Zhou Yi held her in his hands for fear of dropping her, and held her in his mouth for fear of her melting. Chapter 25. You command me. Even new domestic helpers would be reminded when they came in for training that although she was Su's mother's daughter, her words were Zhou Yi's words, and offending her would be offending Zhou Yi. The person in front of her actually treated her like a maid and ordered her around? And since when did she become a servant of the Zhou family? It was clearly Zhou Yi's consent that she stayed in the Zhou family, and it was Zhou Yi who begged her to stay. Chow's words instantly made Su Qingjie explode with anger. She pointed at Chow and cursed, "Who do you think you are, you bitch? What are you talking about? You look so sarcastic. Who gave you the right to order me around? It's not me who begged the Zhou family to spend money on me, nor was it me who begged the Zhou family to give me food and clothes. Don't you know that I never have to work? Butler Chow smiled slightly, but to Su Qingjiu it seemed like a fake smile. I only heard the other party grinning and saying, but the young master said that in this family, except for him, the rest are servants, and I am the housekeeper, managing you servants, so I naturally have the right to let you do things. Su Qingjiao's legs were covered with several layers of gauze, making her legs look fatter. Although she applied medicine, her legs were still throbbing with pain, and her scalp was twitching with pain. After hearing what Butler Chow said, her face instantly turned dark. Su Qingjiao knew that she couldn't reason with such a person. He was just a fence sitter. Seeing that she had lost her power, he started to show his displeasure to her. She knew that Zhou Yi had returned, so she limped upstairs to find Zhou Yi. Before going upstairs, Su Qingjiao glared at Butler Chow hatefully, with 7 parts confidence and 3 parts pride in her eyes. Yeah? Remember what you said now. I'll go talk to Zhou Yi in person and see if he'll let me do the work. Zhou Yi had told everyone in the Zhou family before that this person actually dared to disobey Zhou Yi's words. As long as she told Zhou Yi, this shrew would be fired immediately. Su Qingjiu walked to the master bedroom very confidently and pushed the door open. After walking a few steps inside, I saw Zhou Yi reading a book leisurely on the balcony. Su Qingjiu was angry and aggrieved, so aggrieved that her eyes turned red. Seeing that she had come in, Zhou Yi didn't even give her a glance. She turned her head to look at the table and casually threw the vase on the table to the ground. Bang! With the sound of the vase breaking, Zhou Yi finally looked up at her. Su Qingjiao's eyes were red. She grabbed a book on the table and threw it at Zhou Yi as usual. She thought Zhou Yi would let her throw a temper as before. Zhou Yi, please euthanize your dog. It bit me and injured my leg. Also, why are all the previous domestic helpers gone? The current domestic helpers are all arrogant and have no respect for you at all. They even dare to order me to do this and that. Why don't you replace them all? Zhou Yi's face turned serious and he closed the book in his hand. He lay in a soft and comfortable chair, watching Su Qingjiao smashing things madly with indifference. His calm eyes gave people an invisible sense of pressure. Su Qingjiao was frightened by Zhou Yi's calm and indifferent eyes. Her heart started pounding and she froze in place. This look, there seems to be something different about Zhou Yi. Don? Zhou Yi glanced at the broken vase and said mercilessly, these losses will be deducted from your mother's salary. Su Qingjiao broke down on the spot and yelled, what salary? Zhou Yi, do you know what you are talking about? No matter how many things I throw at you, you never say anything. Do you have to ask me for money for this broken vase? There was no need for Zhou Yi to answer Su Qingjiao's questions. Anyway, Butler Chow will deduct this loss. He asked directly, it is necessary, so what? What do you want? Su Qingjiao looked at Zhou Yi and found that he was still the same as usual, wearing a low-key black shirt. His clothes were still mainly low-key and comfortable. But today, for some reason, even with such simple clothing, Su Qingjiao felt as if she was facing a strong woman like Aunt Zhou. The invisible pressure made Su Qingjiao very unhappy and uncomfortable. Zhou Yi should just be his bootlicker like usual. How could he become so cold all of a sudden? Su Qingjiao understood that Zhou Yi was trying to attract his attention in a different way. Zhou Yi, are you giving me alms with this attitude? Do you think I will beg you? Don't think you are great just because you are rich. Although I was not born as well as you, I am not someone you can buy with money. It's true that my mother is a domestic servant in your house, but we are not slaves. I have my own backbone. I will never bend for a penny, not to mention that this is a new society. If you go too far, no matter, I will ask my mother to resign. You will never, ever see me again. Zhou Yi. Forever and ever? Looking at the arrogance on Su Qingjiao's face, Zhou Yi showed a mocking smile. Every time Su Qingjiao would come up with an excuse like, I'm poor but my poverty and humbleness cannot change that, as if he was going to do something to Su Qingjiao. Obviously, Su Qingjiao was the one who got the great advantage, but she still acted like she was weak and right, and asked for things with confidence. Spending the Zhou family's money. But she said that it was the Zhou family who begged her to accept it. Zhou Yi stared at Su Qingjiao's face carefully, trying to see if Su Qingjiao's face was thicker than the city wall, otherwise how could she be so self-righteous? Do you still think you can spoil her? Zhou Yi curled his lips and agreed to Su Qingjiao's mother's resignation in front of her. Okay, since you were so stubborn, let your mother go to Butler Chow to get her salary now. Also, since you have such dignity, how can I not fulfill your wish? You must return every minute the Zhou family has spent on you, including the vase you just smashed. You must also compensate for it. Close the door when you go out. After saying, Joey no longer paid attention to Su Qingjiao and started reading a book. He didn't even need to look at Su Qingjiao's expression to know that her expression must be extremely interesting at this moment. Su Qingjiao's face turned red with anger, and then turned blue. After waiting for a minute, seeing that Joey did not try to keep her, her face turned pale again. There was a flash of panic in her eyes, and Joey seemed to be really angry. Are you really willing to let her go? She has been used to using black cards over the years and regards the entire Zhou family as her own. She has no savings at all because she feels it is unnecessary. The Zhou family belongs to her, and the black card is also in her hands. Why is she laying out all these backup plans? The thought of returning all the brand name jewelry to Zhou Yi and then leaving the Zhou family with Su's mother. She had to stay in a small hotel that cost $100 or $200 at night. There might be fleas and hair on the quilt, and she got goosebumps all over her body. Chapter 26 Pretending to be Proud. Su Qingjiao took 2 steps back, gritted her teeth, and snorted proudly, "Humph. Joey, I know why you said that. I won't leave. My mom's legs haven't healed yet, and she needs to take a medicinal bath every month to maintain her legs. If you drive my mom away now, it would be heartless and ungrateful. I won't do as you wish." Joey laughed out loud when he heard this. Why would he send them away before finding out the truth about Grandma's illness? Of course, he would slowly torture the two of them mentally, grind their lives, and in the end, make them disappear from the world in a state worse than death. Given the unreasonable personalities of these two people, if he throws them out of the villa today, there will be a flood of news on the internet in the middle of the night accusing him of being cold-blooded and driving out his grandmother's savior. Doesn't this fulfill the wishes of the secret old shareholders? What's more, he wanted to use these two ungrateful people to expose which members of the Zhou group had betrayed the company. Not leaving? Then what is your identity for living here? This family only has me, Zhou Yi, as its master. There is no such thing as a rich, beautiful lady. I don't want to keep idle losers. Zhou Yi's words became more and more exaggerated, and Su Qingjiao understood. If she wanted to continue staying here, she could only work as a domestic servant. Is this Zhou Yi's way of trying to make her surrender? She just won tea. I just won tea, give in. Su Qingjiao bit her lip slightly, her face full of a defiant look, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Tears welled up in her eyes. At this moment, she looked like the heroine in a domineering novel who was being bullied by a bully. She clenched her hands tightly and said to Joey stubbornly and unyieldingly, "Just work. It's not like I haven't worked before. When I pay you back all the money I owe you, I will take my mother away. I, Su Qingjiao, am not the kind of woman who loves money. I have my own backbone. Joey, you are so cold-blooded and ruthless, don't regret it. We will no longer be friends, and I will not say a word to you. Yes, you heard me right. I will not talk to you anymore. It's me who is not worthy of being your friend, Master Zhou." Su Qingjiao took a step back to advance, and after saying some harsh words, she resolutely left Zhou Yi's room. Su Qingjiao had walked less than half a meter when she stopped and listened to the noise. If it were like before, Joey would have chased after her and apologized to her in a second. After all, how could a bootlicker who loved her so much bear not to talk to her? But how much time has passed now? 30 seconds? 1 minute? 2 minutes? Joey didn't even try to keep her, and Su Qingjiao felt angry and unwilling. Why did Joey change since he came back from the hospital? Su Qingjiao lowered her head and thought for a while. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and she thought of Shen Bingyan whom she saw in the hotel yesterday. She gritted her teeth secretly, thinking that Shen Bingyan must have contacted Joey while she was not paying attention. Shen Bingyan has a bright appearance and a cool temperament. If she were not often away from the academy, not many people would know or have seen her, and she would definitely be voted the #1 campus beauty. It must be that Joey discovered that there was such a beautiful woman pursuing him relentlessly and felt that he was a rare commodity, which is why he was so cold to her. Su Qingjiao's long fingernails dug into her flesh, and a strong desire to fight rose in her heart. Shan Bingyan. You took advantage of the Cold War between Zhou Yi and I to sneak in, but that can't be considered a victory. If I can make Joey my bootlicker, I have a way to make Joey hate you. Thinking of this, Su Qingjiao took a deep breath. She decided to take the initiative to give Joey a way out and not continue the Cold War with Joey like this. Butler Chow watched Su Qingjiao come down in boredom with a smile on his face. He took out a greasy rag from somewhere and threw it accurately on Su Qingjiao's head. Wouldn't it be enough to face the reality earlier? If you insist on doing it, isn't it the same now? Do your job as a domestic servant. Since your leg is injured and it's inconvenient for you to move, you won't be allowed to sweep the floor today. Go wash today's dishes. Su Qingjiao pinched her index finger and thumb, and took the rag off her head with great disgust. The greasy feel made her want to go crazy. She had finally prepared herself mentally, wanting Zhou Yi to see her obedient and docile side so that he would feel guilty. But housekeeper Chow's actions made her feel wronged and depressed. She feels wronged because someone loves and pampers her. She used to live the life of a young lady in the Zhou family. The comparison makes her feel that her current life is very humiliating. You are really going too far. You are targeting me on purpose. No matter how Su Qingjiao screamed and yelled, Butler Chow ignored her. The maids in the villa also ignored her and went about their own business. Su Qingjiao cursed a few words, but felt bored when no one paid attention to her. She looked up at Zhou Yi's room, but there was no sound coming from it. Forget it, she endured it. She believed that Zhou Yi would come down and see her being bullied and doing those servant things. Then he would feel distressed and guilty and apologize to her. A day passed. The next day, Su Qingjiao walked out of the room with a haggard look on her face. The maid's room was cramped and depressing. She was used to sleeping on the $1 million custom-made mattress in the master bedroom, used to the feeling of sunlight penetrating through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and even more used to her bathtub and wardrobe. At night, I slept in the maid's room, which was only 11 or 12 square meters. It was like sleeping on the floor. My whole body ached and I tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Just now in the bathroom, she had put on a thicker layer of powder than usual to make herself look less haggard, but the bloodshot eyes made it clear that she did not sleep well last night. As soon as she arrived at the lobby, she saw that Zhou Yi didn't even wait for her and started eating breakfast. Su Qingjiao had not slept well to begin with, and she became even angrier when she saw this scene. Endless grievances and discomfort flooded into her mind, and she blamed Zhou Yi with red eyes. Zhou Yi, how could you do this to me? Didn't you see that I haven't had breakfast yet? Why did you eat first? Have you forgotten what you promised me? Zhou Yi swallowed his breakfast slowly. Of course he remembers. How could he forget? At that time, Su Qingjiao was still very fragile, like a clay doll that would break if gently squeezed. I just waited for her for a while, and her tears started falling. She was so touched at that time. She cried and said that she had never been waited for before, and that if she came to the table a little late, there would be no food on the table. Zhou Yi kept this matter in mind at the time, and occasionally when she was late, he would wait for her for a while. However, his increasing tolerance made Su Qingjiao become more and more presumptuous, as if all this was taken for granted in Su Qingjiao's eyes. He was tolerant in everything before because he wanted to win over Su Qingjiao. So if Su Qingjiao was an hour late, he would wait for an hour. No matter how angry he was inside, he had to show a doting expression on the surface and didn't dare to say even a harsh word. Chapter 27, Poor Look. Now. Looking at her arrogant and pitiful appearance, Zhou Yi laughed to death in his heart. He raised his eyebrows and replied, Su Qingjiao, remember your identity, you are just a nanny's daughter. If I want to wait for you, I will wait for you. If I don't want to wait for you, of course you can eat first. Just like what I give you, I can take it back at any time. Your seat is at the servants' table. I've only spoiled you for a few years, do you really think you're a rich lady? Su Qingjiao looked at Zhou Yi in disbelief, feeling angry, aggrieved, and somewhat confused. In the past, she asked Zhou Yi to wait for several hours, but Zhou Yi was reluctant to say even a harsh word. He would only care about whether she was hungry and whether eating too late would be bad for her stomach. But now Zhou Yi actually said that she was the nanny's daughter and said that he could take back everything he gave her at any time. Su Qingjiao's face was filled with resentment and she was so embarrassed that her heart was trembling. She couldn't believe that Zhou Yi, who had been praising her without caring about his face before, could now say such heartless words. It must have been influenced by Shun Bingyan. He must be playing hard to get. Su Qingjiao thought so, lowered her head and a gloomy look flashed in her eyes. When she looked up again, her eyes were red, and she bit her lips as if pretending to be strong. Zhou Yi, you seem to have changed. You have become so strange to me. How can you say that to me? You know exactly what kind of person I am, Zhou Yi. I hate you. Su Qingjiao went back to her room, got her schoolbag, and limped out. The driver had already parked the car at the door, waiting for Joey to come out. Su Qingjie had already walked to the side of the car. If it were in the past, the driver would have come out to open the door for her, but at this moment the driver was still sitting inside playing with his mobile phone. Su Qingjie knocked on the car window with a frosty face, and the driver lowered the window. "Come out and open the door for me." Su Qingjie became angrier and angrier the more she thought about it, and immediately ordered. The driver hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "Miss Su, I have parents and children to take care of, I can't lose this job. Otherwise, you should wait until the young master comes out." Su Qingjie swallowed her anger in front of Joey because she didn't want Shin Bingyan to take advantage of the situation, and she didn't want Joey's plan to succeed. She didn't need to hide her thoughts from other people. Hearing the driver say this, Su Qing became extremely angry. "How dare you talk to me like that? I must take this car today. Do you think Joey will not let me take the bus? You forgot what Joey said before. My words are his words. If you neglect me, you are neglecting him. If Joey hadn't begged me to ride in his car, I wouldn't have wanted to. Who wants to be bullied by him?" As soon as the words fell, Joey's voice came from behind. "Oh? Really? So you don't want to take the car? It's okay, then you won't have such troubles in the future. Did you hear me? From now on, no one is allowed to let Su Qingjie get in the car." The last sentence was said by Joey to the driver. The driver hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door for Joey very attentively. Seeing that Joey was about to get in and didn't give her any chance to get in, Su Qingjie felt really uncomfortable. She was anxious and angry. "Joey, if I hadn't been bitten by your Tibetan Mastiff last night and my leg injury hadn't healed yet, I wouldn't have gotten into your car." After Joey got into the car, he signaled the driver to close the door. Then he rolled down the window and smiled sarcastically. "Of course I know, so in order to maintain your poor self-esteem, I am not going to help you. After all, although you are poor, you have backbone. Although you are just a nanny's daughter, you have dignity. I guess you don't need to compromise and ride in my Zhou family's car." Su Qingjie felt sick after hearing these words and opened her mouth to say something. With a bang, the driver closed the car door. Su Qingjie glanced at the car window with resentment. The car window was covered with blue light anti-peeping film. Although she couldn't see Joey from outside, Joey sitting inside could definitely see her. Seeing that the Bentley really drove away, Joey was really determined not to let her ride in the luxury car to school this time. Su Qingjie felt a little flustered for no reason, but soon she felt that Joey was just using this method to make her admit defeat. Otherwise, why didn't Joey take her black card? In fact, Joey was only heartless in words, but he definitely cared about her in his heart. Su Qingjie felt relieved when she thought about it. In order to avoid being exposed, she had to go back to the same car rental company as yesterday. This time, she rented another luxury car to pick her up, and then paid with the balance in her WeChat account. We discussed the car rental on WeChat and paid with the little remaining balance in WeChat. She still remembered her noble personality, but didn't want Joey to know that she rented a luxury car for the sake of face. But she didn't have much money in her WeChat and bank cards. Precisely because she had an endless supply of black cards, Su Qingjie had never thought about keeping any backup plans over the years, let alone saving money. Anyway, she can use the black card to buy anything she wants, and she has endless money. "Miss, did you not sleep well last night?" As soon as she arrived in the classroom, someone noticed the bloodshot eyes and the tired look between her eyebrows. Su Qingjie returned to her seat and rubbed her temples. Then he explained in a low voice, "There have been too many things going on in the company these days. I have to sign all kinds of documents. I have no time to rest at all. I was thinking of going to a luxury car store these days and buying a sports car to drive myself. But I want to take a break after school, so I'm still struggling over whether I should buy a sports car today or take a break for the afternoon." The word sports car seems to have some kind of magic to the classmates' ears. Even if most of them can't afford it, it's good to let them open their eyes. Then, as soon as they heard that Su Qingjie was going to buy a sports car, everyone started talking about it. Rich people have such unique difficulties in making choices. Unlike me, every morning I only worry about whether to eat instant noodles or boiled noodles when I get home in the evening. "Miss, I have a car repair shop at home. I am very familiar with the configuration of cars. If you want to buy a sports car, bring me along and I can definitely help you choose a good configuration." I want to go too. "Miss, please take me to see the world. Hao Min, who was sitting not far away, heard everyone praising Su Qingjie. She did not step forward to agree with them. Instead, she lowered her head with a barely perceptible sneer on her lips. All the classmates were kept in the dark, and only she knew that Su Qingjie was a fake daughter. This feeling of being the only one sober while everyone else is drunk gave her an indescribable joy. She saw Zhou and Su Qingjie coming to school separately today, so she was sure that Su Qingjie and Zhou had not reconciled yet. So, does Zhou know that Su Qingjie wants to buy a sports car? If I didn't know, where did Su Qingjie get the money to buy a sports car? Hao Min noticed that Zhou was not in the classroom. While everyone was still trying to curry favor with Su Qingjie, Hao Min quietly went out the back door to find Zhou. When Hao Min ran into Zhou at the stairs, her eyes lit up and she hurriedly stopped him. She looked up and down and saw that there were still 2 minutes before class and there was no one in the corridor. She then whispered to Zhou, Su Qingjie just said that she was going to buy a sports car after school today, and she wanted to buy one worth several million. Chapter 28 Buy a sports car. I know she is the nanny's daughter. She has been renting a luxury car to go to school these past 2 days. You are the real young master of the Zhou family. How did she have the money to buy a sports car? Did you lend her the money? After Hao Min's reminder, Zhou remembered that there were so many things happening since his rebirth that he almost forgot to stop using Su Qingjie's black card. Still want to buy a sports car? Oh. Is she worthy? Is this because she thought of using the black card to swipe the car because she didn't allow her to ride in the car? Zhou immediately called the bank. The Zhou family was the largest company in Luqing, with hundreds of millions of dollars in bank turnover every year. Zhou made a call and the bank got the matter done in less than a minute. After hanging up the phone, Zhou saw Hao Min still staring at him blankly, so he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and look at Hao Min, his tone indescribably cold and distant. Anything else? Seeing Hao Min smiling shyly at him, Zhou took a step back, feeling extremely disgusted with Hao Min. Normally, Su Qingjie was nice to Hao Min. In her previous life, Su Qingjie even threw her a birthday party worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. The two were recognized as good friends in the class. So this is a good girlfriend? Just because you found out that Su Qingjie is not a rich girl, you can stab your friend in the back immediately? Zhou, I misunderstood you before. It's all Su Qingjie's fault. She kept saying that you were some kind of nanny's son. She even funded your tuition and you ate and lived with her. I thought you were a gigolo, that's why I hated you so much before. Now I apologize to you, can you forgive me? Zhou looked at Hao Min carefully. I thought to myself that it was no wonder that Hao Min and Su Qingjie could become good friends. They all used the same rhetoric, putting all the blame on others and pretending to be a naive person who knew nothing. Seeing Hao Min adjusting her bangs with a red face, Zhou knew that she must be overthinking it. It's time to go to class. After a pause, Zhou said coldly, it's not your fault. I didn't want to be too high profile before. It was his grandmother who wanted to protect his safety, fearing that he would reveal his background and follow in his parents' footsteps. Hao Min cleverly heard the hidden meaning, and she quickly replied. Don't worry, I know. If Su Qingjie has any problems in the future, I will tell you. Hao Min decided to quit while she was ahead and did not ask Zhou for his phone number or to add him as a friend to chat. She knew that this matter could not be rushed, so she could only approach Zhou step by step. Hao Min made way for Zhou. After seeing Zhou go up, she waited until the bell rang before going to the classroom. Since she hasn't taken Zhou down yet, she can't get too close to Zhou on the surface, so as not to arouse Su Qingjie's vigilance and thus sow discord between them. It was afternoon in a flash, and Zhou, who had just gone out, received a call from the driver. Master, there seems to be a traffic accident ahead, and all the cars are stuck on the elevated road. Please wait for half an hour at school. I will try to come as soon as possible within half an hour. The driver's anxious voice came from the phone. Zhou had already walked out of the teaching building. After hearing the driver's explanation, he stopped immediately. Okay, call me when you get to the school gate. Zhou hung up the phone and turned to walk towards the school library. Over the past few years, he has already forgotten most of the content of his university graduation examination. If he were to take the exam now, he would probably be lucky to get a passing score. He wants to take advantage of this time to catch up on his knowledge. The school library has a rich collection of study books in many different versions, including Chinese, English, French, Russian and Japanese, which will be very helpful for him to quickly improve his grades. At this time, classmates walked past him in groups of 2 or 3. Seeing that he did not go to the school gate after school but walked in another direction, several of Su Qingjiao's followers immediately started to laugh at Joey loudly. "Hey, Joey, why didn't you have a luxury car to pick you up today? Don't you have the money to rent a luxury car? Ha ha ha, why haven't you gone home after school? You don't even have money to take the bus, right? Joey, come here and beg me to call me brother, and I'll give you $2 for the bus." Joey ignored these brainless people. Prejudice is a huge mountain. These idiots would not believe anything he said. Even if he took out evidence to expose Su Qingjiao's conspiracy, these people might still deceive themselves. It doesn't matter. Didn't Su Qingjiao want to take the invitations and invite this group of people to the annual party? When the time comes. I hope these power-hungry people won't cry and regret. The evening sunlight shines through the dense leaves, casting small mottled spots of light on the ground. A gust of evening wind blew, and when Joey passed the secluded alley, the boy's suppressed threatening voice came, "Don't stop shouting. Did you bring enough money from home? You thought we wouldn't be able to find you if you sneaked out the back door. If you can't pay today, then you'll have to come with us. Then, you'll be in big trouble." Joey paused. On the path ahead, 3 skinny boys blocked a girl, and one of them said something harsh. "Is this bullying?" The girl was tall, about 1.7 meters tall, her slender body huddled in her school uniform. She lowered her head and was not much shorter than the 3 boys who bullied her. Joey took half a step forward. But because he discovered something, he stepped back. Over there, the girl saw someone coming, and while the 3 boys were not paying attention, she pushed the boy in the middle and ran towards Joey quickly. "Classmate, save me." The 3 boys saw the girl running towards Joey. They also chased after him with fierce eyes, threatening as they chased him, "You dare to ask for help? Kid, I advise you to stop meddling in other people's business." Joey looked at the girl running towards him and immediately stepped back, secretly becoming alert in his heart. Damn it! Is it her? His memory was not bad. Yesterday, the girl pretended to be lame and deliberately approached him, which had already aroused his suspicion. And today she did this on purpose to approach him again? The girl lowered her head, her thick bangs covering all her facial features. But no matter how much she pretended to be weak, just by standing there, her aura was stronger than that of the 3 boys combined. Not to mention, the 3 bullying boys were skinny and short. Faced with this girl who tried to get close to him again and again, Joey remained calm, although he could tell from her temperament and figure that she was definitely good-looking. But Joey had no mercy or good feelings towards her at all. "Classmate, help me. They recognized a gangster from outside the school as their big brother and often bullied my classmates at school. They also asked me to give them money from home every day. If I took less money, they would beat me. Look, these are the wounds." I heard the girl lower her head and say those emotionless requests for help, as if she had practiced it long ago. She also pulled up her sleeves, revealing her snow-white skin with a few obvious red marks on it. Chapter 29, I want to cry but I don't. Joey's mouth twitched involuntarily. This girl is really not suitable for lying. Look at that fair and tender skin, it is not something that can be cultivated by an ordinary family. Her temperament that keeps people away from her proves that she is not a simple person. Can such a person be bullied? He had seen Su Qingjiao lying and pretending to be weak, and the look of wanting to cry but not wanting to was the pinnacle. The 3 boys stopped 1 meter away from Joey. One of them rolled his eyes and whistled at Joey. "Hey, which class are you from? You actually want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress." Knowing that they were in the same group, Joey naturally wouldn't interfere. "Just passing by. I'm not interested in being a hero and saving the damsel in distress." Joey didn't even look at the girl, he turned sideways and walked past the boy. The 3 boys were stunned when they saw this. "Gone? Just leave like that?" The boy who had just spoken turned around and shouted at Joey, "Hey, are you a man? You saw someone being bullied and you pretended not to see it. You're not afraid of being beaten." The 3 boys were all thinking in their hearts, if you're a man, don't be timid. You go ahead. If you don't fight once, how do you know you can't beat 3 at once? They were paid and chosen to act just because they were short and thin. They even thought of how to wrestle. But this coward didn't even dare to step forward? "Hey, you." Seeing that Joey had walked quickly into the teaching building, with a look that showed he didn't want to meddle in other people's business at all, they were angry and unwilling. One of the boys even wanted to chase after her. "Forget it. The weak girl who was bullied raised her head, revealing a stunning face. She pulled down her thick fake bangs and said coldly, "You can leave now." The three boys rubbed their hands in embarrassment. "For this money, we..." The girl pursed her lips and waved her hand. The three boys' faces lit up with joy and they immediately ran away happily. The bodyguard who witnessed the whole process closed his eyes, took a deep breath, walked over from not far away, looked at the empty space and said disappointedly, "The plan failed again. Miss, it seems that Joey has already given up and is only good to Su Qingjiao. No matter how pitiful and weak other girls are, he won't even look at them. It's too difficult. This is really too difficult, you should just give up." Give up? Shin Bingyan felt unprecedented difficulty, but she still didn't want to give up. If she can't even get close to Joey, the fight within the Shin family will be 100 times more brutal. The aristocratic families in Kyoto are all waiting to tear off a piece of flesh from the Shin family. How can she give up so easily? Being unwilling to give up was one thing, but being ignored by Joey time and time again, and being coldly avoided by him every time she approached him, made Shin Bingyan feel a little sad. Su Qingjiao has an above-average appearance, with fair and delicate skin. She can only be described as a pretty girl, but she is definitely not the kind that would amaze people when she walks on the street. But why is Joey so devoted to Su Qingjiao? Is this true love? When you fall in love with someone, you won't see anyone else in your eyes? Then why can't it be me? Shin Bingyan was confused. She didn't know what love really meant. Maybe Joey truly loves Su Qingjiao. But she had investigated Su Qingjiao, and she knew that Su Qingjiao was an extremely hypocritical woman, worldly and materialistic, yet she pretended to be noble and self-reliant. This woman is not worthy of Joey's love, and even more so, he is so good to her with all his heart. Sooner or later, Joey will be hurt and regret it. "Miss, are you asking me?" The bodyguard thought about what to say. He doesn't even have a girlfriend, how can he know what love is? Call the person back, no need to stop him. Shin Bingyan closed her eyes, took a deep look at the place where Joey left, and then turned around and left dejectedly. The bodyguard immediately called to stop the Zhou family driver's car from coming back from the road. Since it has failed, there is no need to stop the Zhou family driver anymore. "Joey, Joey. Why can't you see the young lady? Why is there only Su Qingjiao in your eyes? Obviously. Miss Mingming has tried so hard to get close to you, but why is it that you always reject her from 1,000 miles away?" An hour later, Su Qingjiao, carrying a pink diamond-decorated sachet, got out of the car. She brought a group of classmates to the largest luxury car dealership in Luchun, which specializes in selling million-level luxury cars. As soon as I walked in, a clerk in work clothes came to greet me. The clerk was wearing high heels, a tight skirt, and delicate makeup. Seeing that most of the dozen people who came were bare-faced and dressed like students, the smile on her face froze for a moment, and then she politely asked, "Welcome, who would like to buy a car? What price range do you expect?" Su Qingjiao was surrounded by the crowd. Hearing this, she glanced at the salesperson unhappily. "What's wrong with this clerk? Can't you tell who has the money to buy a car? Can't you tell who wants to buy it? Send someone with better eyesight over here." Su Qingjiao put on airs. She knew that the people in the sales department were all snobs. If she didn't stand up a little, these people would just laugh at her for being poor, and they might even think the bag she was carrying was a fake. "I am not poor. I am here to buy a luxury car today. This kind of high-end luxury car store may not be able to sell a luxury car in a month. To them, you are their big customer." The clerk didn't notice Su Qingjiao just now, but now after taking a closer look, he can see that Su Qingjiao is wearing a Cartier watch on her wrist, and the bag she carries is a Chanel worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, which also has diamonds. This bag is not available in China now. She was wearing a white Japanese-style dress, and the clerk didn't notice her from a distance. Now, after a closer look, I discovered that she was wearing full makeup, wearing Van Cleef Arpels earrings, and the accessories on her body totaled probably worth nearly $1 million. The smile on the clerk's face blossomed like a bright flower, and he quickly asked his colleague to bring tea. The clerk took the tea from his colleague and handed it to Su Qingjiao personally. He said something nice right away, "This beauty has such a good temperament. You can tell at a glance that she is from a wealthy family. So, have some tea and take a rest first. I am familiar with all the cars in the store. Don't worry, I am a professional and will definitely choose a car that suits your temperament. Do you want to drive the car yourself or with a driver? Do you want a sports car or a stable and low-key business car for daily travel? Seeing that the person in front of her reacted quickly, Su Qingjiao did not ask to change the receptionist. She scanned the store with a critical eye. Such as 5 series in E-Class, most of which are around 500,000 or 600,000 yuan, and there are also a few Porsche Panamera. This is not worthy of my status. Su Qingjiao frowned and said with unspeakable disdain, "How dare you show me these cars? The streets are full of these shopping carts." Chapter 30 Unique. When I buy a car, I like it to be unique. I don't want to see the same model as the one on the street. I don't care how much money it is. What I care about is that I have it and others don't. Seeing that both the car buyers and the salesman in the store were looking at her because of her arrogant words, Su Qingjiao felt very proud and enjoyed being the center of attention. Even the classmates surrounding her were filled with envy. Look! This is the real young lady. Even Porsche doesn't look down on it. The clerk who received Su Qingjiao took a deep breath, his eyes filled with excitement, and he quickly took Su Qingjiao to the luxury car parking area. "Miss, I understand your conditions. Based on your needs, I recommend these few." After looking at several luxury cars in a row, Su Qingjiao kept a calm expression and just nodded calmly behind them. After the clerk finished the introduction, she crossed her arms, sighed, and said something even more shocking with some dissatisfaction. "Anything else? I have cars like Bentley, Land Rover, and Rolls-Royce at home. Don't introduce me to 911. I don't like it. If there are no other brands, then I will have to look elsewhere." When the clerk saw Su Qingjiao was about to leave, she became extremely anxious and a drop of cold sweat ran down her forehead. Big order. What a huge order. If she succeeds in making such a big deal, she can get 6 figures in commission alone. In her opinion, the cars introduced are all top-notch luxury cars, but the customer doesn't even look at them. So what other cars can catch the customer's eye? Seeing Su Qingjiao and her people leaving, the clerk suddenly had an idea and his eyes lit up. "Miss, please wait, I know a car that you will definitely be very satisfied with. I can guarantee that there is only one car in the whole city of Lu. It's just that the price is a bit expensive, it may cost nearly 10 million. As soon as the price was announced, people around me could be heard gasping for air. All the students looked at each other. They are all children from ordinary families. Their daily living expenses are only around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan, and a piece of clothing costs only 300 to 500 yuan. They have never heard of such horrible numbers. Hiss. A car worth nearly 10 million? That's enough to buy a villa, right? Oh my goodness, nearly 10 million, what does that mean? My dad earns 15,000 a month, and my mom earns 8,000, which is money they can never earn in their entire lives. Miss Su, you should think about it more. Nearly 1,000 is really too expensive." Su Qingjiao held the Zhou Group's black card in her hand. This card had an unlimited limit. What was there for her to panic about? She waved her hand nonchalantly. "It's only nearly 10 million, it's nothing. As long as I am satisfied, I can get the full amount." The clerk tried to calm down and confirmed with Su Qingjiao again. "Miss, let me show you the video of this car first. If you really want it, I need to go to the main store to get the stock. This car is not with us, it's in the main store in the provincial capital. Only if you are sure you need it, can I go and transfer the goods?" The clerk brought a tablet computer and showed Su Qingjiao this limited edition sports car. Then he went on to explain that nearly 10 million was just the base price of the car. Now the seats, color, wheel arches, etc. of this car are all customized in high-end. Add in the luxury car tax and insurance fees and so on, the final price will definitely be more than 10 million. In short, it is expensive. Su Qingjiao only took a glance and saw that the car doors were scissor style, the color was very bright, and the car model was particularly eye-catching. It was obvious at first glance that it was not an ordinary luxury car. She curled her lips and said nonchalantly, "This car is pretty good. Okay. I'll take it. Are you sure this is the only one of its kind in Luchun? Don't let me hit a car of the same model as mine when I'm on the road." Hearing this, the clerk was so excited that he almost knelt down and kowtowed to Su Qingjiao. Thanks to her parents for providing her with food and clothing. With this order, she will have enough money for the down payment of her house. The clerk kept smiling and said quickly, "Don't worry, there are not many of these cars in the world. There is only one in the entire provincial capital. I can guarantee that there won't be a second one in Luching." As soon as the clerk finished speaking, Su Qingjiao nodded. Then she opened the bag and took out the black card with her manicured fingers. The clerk stared at the black card in Su Qingjiao's hand and became instantly excited. It turned out to be the legendary black card. No wonder they are willing to spend so much money. The clerk first led Su Qingjiao and others to the VIP room. Facing such a super big customer, the service of the luxury car store was surprisingly good and fast. "Miss, please go to the VIP room and wait for a moment. I will call the head office to send the car over right away. In an hour or two, you can drive home. As for the transfer and formalities, I will hand them over to a specialist to handle them for you." Su Qingjiao and a group of classmates just sat down. Fruits, cakes, and drinks were served one after another, with so many varieties that it felt like a buffet restaurant. The clerk who had just received her was overjoyed and went out with Su Qingjiao's black card. There were 3 clerks in the VIP room who were specifically responsible for serving Su Qingjiao. Even the manager was alarmed and came over to thank Su Qingjiao, the god of wealth. "With so many desserts, they're not inferior to the buffet. I feel like we can all have a hot pot together." A female classmate expressed her feelings as she looked at the table full of delicious food. The manager's eyes lit up and he immediately said, "If Miss wants to eat hot pot, I can arrange it right away. Go, Xiaolu, go buy some ingredients and come over to eat hot pot." The 2 shop assistants quickly left to buy hot pot ingredients. The manager met the requests of Su Qingjiao and others without hesitation. Seeing this, someone said with emotion, "I used to accompany my dad to buy a car at noon, and I only got a fast food meal worth more than 10 yuan, and the only fruits were oranges and bananas. Today I've really opened my eyes. It turns out that this is how the service of rich people is. Look, cherries and nuts are placed up there as if they are free. It turns out that you can eat hot pot and buffet in the restaurant. The world of the rich is unimaginable." Another classmate added, "Yes, poverty still limits our imagination. The strawberries used for hospitality are all imported. It turns out that fruits used for hospitality can also be imported. It is thanks to Miss Su that we can see the world today. Thank you, Miss Su, for showing us the world." The others also thanked in unison, "Thank you, Miss Su, for showing us the world." Facing more than a dozen pairs of eyes filled with gratitude and envy, Su Qingjiao felt extremely happy. A few years ago, she couldn't have imagined this. She was just an ordinary person who had to look at the price before buying a popsicle, and she was full of inferiority and longing, fantasizing about the life of the rich. Nowadays, even luxury cars worth tens of millions can be bought without blinking an eye. Just as Su Qingjiao was smiling happily and immersed in the flattery of the crowd, suddenly, the smile on the clerk's face disappeared as she walked out with the black card. She ran in a panic with the POS machine. "Manager, the card can't be swiped." Chapter 31, No Money. In an instant, all sounds disappeared. The manager turned around, and the flattering smile on his face instantly fell. "What do you mean the card can't be swiped?" The clerk came over and whispered, "Manager, it's not just me. I asked other colleagues to try, but they couldn't pay." The manager took the black card and carefully identified the authenticity of the card. "This card is 100% authentic." He used the POS machine to swipe the money again, and just as the clerk said, no money came out. At this moment, the manager's face completely darkened, and could be described as black as charcoal. His expression was as amiable as before, and now it was as serious as before. "Miss, your black card cannot be swiped. Do you have any other cards?" Seeing the manager looking at her with a questioning look, Su Qingjiao, who always couldn't stand being angry, immediately turned cold. How could she bear such treatment? What kind of look is that? Suspect? She originally wanted to ask for clarification before buying the car. If the card didn't work, she could just swipe it a few more times. There couldn't be a problem with her card. But the look in the manager's eyes reminded Su Qingjiao of her childhood of inferiority and poverty, which hurt her self-esteem. She stood up suddenly, her mind full of the other person's contemptuous look, and scolded, "What do you mean? Do you think I'm here to cheat you out of food and drinks? This is a black card, an unlimited black card. There are no more than 3 of them in the whole city of Lu. If you think about the person who can get a black card, can you afford to offend him? Also, what's that look in your eyes? I came to you to buy a car, and you dare to doubt me? I'm not buying it." Su Qingjiao suddenly stood up and wanted to leave angrily. This manager looked down on her too much. It must be their store's problem that the card could not be swiped. How despicable that he dared to question my identity and strength. She decided not to come to the store and would buy from somewhere else. Seeing this, the manager stepped forward to stop Su Qingjiao and said, "Miss, I apologize for my misbehavior just now. I have already called the head office and the car is on the way. There may be something wrong with this card. Do you have another card? Please use another card to pay." Su Qingjiao was embarrassed in public. She yelled angrily, "How dare you stop me? Do you want to force me to buy it? I won't buy it." The manager sneered, "If you don't buy it, then I can only call the police. You picked up this black card, didn't you? I'm afraid you can't afford it?" The manager looked at Su Qingjiao with disdain. If this woman's identity was really not simple, how could she have only one unlimited black card? What about her other cards? Is it true that without this black card, I can't spend nearly 10 million yuan? As soon as he heard that he couldn't swipe the money, he turned around and left. It was obvious that there was a problem. Su Qingjiao felt a burning pain on her face as if she had been slapped. She hated being looked down upon the most in her life. She immediately pulled out her bag and her watch to show these snobs. "I can't afford it? Everything on my bag and accessories is worth 6 figures. Look carefully. They're all from Cartier. Do you understand? Watch the way you speak." The manager stared at Su Qingjiao, squinting his eyes and looking her up and down, and then said with a tone full of sarcasm, "I'm not a high-end luxury appraiser, who knows if it's a high-end imitation? Anyway, you won't be able to leave here until you sort out the car issue today." Su Qingjiao was so angry that she was shaking all over, and she shouted loudly for the police to come. This group of snobbish people who look down on the powerful and flatter the weak. She had just been serving me hot pot and doing everything I asked, but now he was stopping me from going out? Soon, the police arrived at the luxury car dealership. After understanding the situation, the police also used the POS machine, but were still unable to swipe the card. Only then did Su Qingjiao come out of her emotions and focus on the fact that the black card could not be swiped. How could it be impossible to swipe it? She has been using this black card for so long. Su Qingjiao immediately took out her cell phone and called the bank to ask the reason. The bank's answer was also simple: "Sorry, your card has been frozen." Freeze? How is that possible? Su Qingjiao realized that things were out of control. Her face turned pale and she asked tremblingly, "Why did you freeze my card?" "You are crazy. I am the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. I have always used this card. I'm telling you, unfreeze it for me now, I want to buy a car. Do you understand, you low-level people?" The specialist on the other end of the phone explained a few things to Su Qingjiao, but seeing that Su Qingjiao refused to listen and kept humiliating the specialist in an imperative tone, the specialist simply hung up the phone. When Su Qingjiao called again, the line was busy. She finally panicked, starting to feel uneasy. The manager witnessed the whole process and laughed out loud. "Didn't you just say that you would pay after the police arrived? Pay now, we are going to get off work." Su Qingjiao tightly grasped her cell phone. Without looking up, she could guess that the way people were looking at her must be one of ridicule and contempt. Why does this happen? Why is the black card frozen? She thought there was something wrong with the card machine in the store, so she was so fearless just now and shouted to call the police. The arrival of the police would definitely prove that she was not lying. But the result is that the black card is frozen. She panicked and her first thought was to call Zhou Yi for help. But how could she call Zhou Yi in front of so many people? As soon as Zhou Yi arrived, the lie about her life experience that she had carefully fabricated was exposed. She doesn't want to be laughed at and isolated by her classmates anymore. She didn't want her classmates to know that she was not a young lady, but the daughter of the nanny. Su Qingjiao's beautiful long nails dug into her flesh, and she couldn't tell whether the stickiness on her palms was blood or sweat. At this moment, she felt as if she was penetrated by hundreds of gazes, making it difficult for her to raise her head. He gritted his teeth and said, "My card has been temporarily frozen. Give me a day, and I will pay tomorrow." Su Qingjiao tried hard to hold back her tears. At that moment, she seemed to be back in time, when everyone wrongly accused her of stealing money. That's how everyone looked at her at that time. They asked her to admit her mistake and hand over the stolen money. From that day on, she vowed that she would definitely stand out and make money, lots of money, so that everyone would flatter her and envy her. The manager frowned when he heard this. Seeing the police present, it was impossible to forcibly escort the person away, so he had to say, "Miss, the car is on the way back. It's okay if you don't buy it, but the transportation from the provincial capital to Luqing is not cheap. You will bear the transportation loss." Our company's transportation standards are here. I just told you that it's more than 100 kilometers to transfer goods from the provincial capital to here. You can pay 10,000 yuan for transportation and leave. Su Qingjiao pinched the corner of her clothes and wished she could crawl into the ground. Chapter 32 Balance. She has nearly $1 million worth of jewelry on her body, but there is not much money in her WeChat balance. The year she met Joey, she was only 18 or 19 years old. She had not had time to apply for a bank card, and she did not have much money. After they met, she no longer needed one. All the expenses were paid by Joey. All luxury goods are purchased with black cards. She could take out countless brand name clothes, bags, and jewelry, but she couldn't take out any savings because she felt it was unnecessary because the entire Zhou family belonged to her. She relies on black card in Joey to the point that it has become a habit. In the past 3 or 4 years, Joey could buy her all kinds of flowers, but never transferred cash to her. She didn't know why, and she was too lazy to know. Anyway, it was enough for him to spoil her and love her. In addition, she had rented a luxury car these 2 days and spent some of the change in her WeChat account. She didn't know how to save money to begin with, so how could she get the money from WeChat to pay for the shipping fee? She reluctantly took off the watch worth 6 figures and said humiliatingly, "This watch is from Cartier. I'll leave it here first and redeem it with money tomorrow." The manager became even more suspicious of her identity and refused without even looking at her. "Sorry, I only accept cash flow, not collateral. After all, this money is not for me, but for the transportation personnel of the head office." The police officer mediated impartially. He did not ask for a price. He did need to compensate for some losses after transferring the car from the main store. "There are so many of you classmates, so please pool the money together and give it to us. It's late after all, don't waste everyone's time." The classmate who originally wanted to follow Su Qingjia to see the world, never expected to encounter such a thing. He was blocked in the store and couldn't leave because of 10,000 yuan. At this moment, their faces looked uglier than each other. A boy took out his phone hesitantly and opened the change page to show Su Qingjiao. "Well, I have more than 1,000 yuan on me. This is my living expenses for next week. I can lend it to you first." Seeing someone stepped forward voluntarily, other students had to step forward as well. They pooled together 10,000 yuan and gave it to the manager. The police officer shook his head and looked at Su Qingjiao, who was keeping her head down and not saying a word. He clearly understood what had happened. This time, just treat it as a lesson learned. In the future, do what you can and don't make trouble like this. Everyone walked out of the luxury car shop together and were educated by the police officers. After the police officers left, no one was ashamed to stand in front of the luxury car store, and they all left in shame and went to an intersection to take a taxi. Su Qingjia was about to hail a taxi when she looked down and found that her cell phone was turned off. She hurriedly called a classmate and asked with a pale face, "My phone is turned off, can you lend me some cash for the ride, or help me get a taxi? I will definitely pay you back tomorrow. Or I'll leave the watch as a pledge to you." The classmate took out his phone with an embarrassed look on his face to show Su Qingjia the balance on his account. "Miss, when I was collecting money just now, I collected 3,000 yuan, and now I only have less than 100 yuan. I'm afraid we'll run out of taxi money later. I'm so sorry. Seriously." If it weren't for what Su Qingjia showed in class, he would have suspected that Su Qingjia was a fake socialite. Otherwise, how could she not have even 10,000 in cash? Is there no other money besides the black card? But think about it. There does seem to be quite a few young ladies of noble status on the internet who all use credit cards. Their families don't give them cash, and credit cards are a better way to control their spending. The young ladies just use the money and their parents will pay them back. Thinking of this, the classmate's expression looked a little better. Su Qingjiao forced a smile and explained, "Is that so? I'll go charge it later. What happened today was really an accident. I don't know what happened. They suddenly blocked my card. I will just go home and admit my mistake. My family won't be so cruel as to really block my card. You guys go ahead, I'll call the driver later and ask him to pick me up." Su Qingjia watched her classmates take taxis and leave one by one. The sky gradually darkened and the street lights on both sides lit up instantly. Su Qingjia waited at the door for 10 minutes but was still unwilling to go to the store to borrow a charger. The manager's contemptuous look was deeply imprinted in her pupils, like a slap in the face, making her feel inexplicably humiliated. She had no cash and didn't want to go back to the store to borrow a charger. In recent years, Joey spoiled her to the point that she had lost the ability to take care of herself. She was so high and mighty that she didn't know that she could pay for a taxi at home. She didn't know this before she met Joey because she was reluctant and had never taken a taxi. She didn't know what happened after she met Joey, because she had no chance and was picked up and dropped off by luxury cars whenever she went out, which she despised. She gritted her teeth and walked home. Su Qingjiao was tired and hungry. It took her 2 or 3 hours to walk back to the villa. As soon as she entered the villa, she unexpectedly saw her mother kneeling on the ground scrubbing the floor like a maid, one of her feet curled up due to her disability, and she looked very painful doing the work. And what about Joey? He was actually lying leisurely on the sofa. Seeing this scene, Su Qingjiao's pent-up anger for the past 2 or 3 hours suddenly exploded. She no longer cared about pretending to be weak and pitiful in front of Joey, and raised her voice to accuse Joey. Joey, you actually made my mother kneel on the ground and wipe the floor for you. You are too much. I misjudged you, I really misjudged you. Why did you freeze the black card? Do you know how much you embarrassed me today? There are so many people in the store, all looking at me with eyes that look at thieves. You just want to make me look bad, don't you? Seeing his daughter coming back angrily, Su's mother finally felt like she had finally gotten through this. She threw the rag on the ground, stood up and cried, "What kind of days are these? Daughter, I'm glad you're back. You don't know how much suffering I go through every day. I have a lame leg, but I still have to sweep here and there, and I have to kneel down to mop the floor. I can't stand it anymore. This life is too hard." Joey took the headphones off his head. Looking up, seeing the scene of a mother and daughter complaining to each other in deep affection, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Joey had no expression on his face when he met Su Qingjiao's stubborn and misty eyes. In Su Qingjiao's eyes, Joey seemed to be the unscrupulous boss who oppressed them. Maybe Su Qingjiao had forgotten it long ago. Their own identities are nannies. If the Zhou family hadn't taken them in, how could they have had high salaries, opportunities to join the Zhou family, and good lives? Really? Does Su Yong feel that staying in the Zhou family is suffering? Joey asked indifferently. He did not indulge the mother and daughter at all. He knew in his heart that the mother and daughter would not leave easily. It's nothing more than trying to control yourself. Since you find the work so hard, just get your wages and leave. I believe that there are many people in Luqing who want to work as a maid in the Zhou family. Oh, by the way, remember to pay back all the money the Zhou family spent on you. After all, a nanny is not worthy of wearing gold and jade for 3 or 4 years. Chapter 33, Go Flush the Toilet. The salary of the Zhou family's nanny is considered very high in Luqing. The most ordinary servant can earn an annual salary of 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. After leaving the Zhou family, the treatment elsewhere is not as good as here. So no matter how Joey drove them away, they would stay stubbornly. Really? When Joey said that they could get their wages and leave, the mother and daughter's faces changed. Su's mother, who was originally domineering, immediately softened. "Master, Jiao Jiao, don't be angry because of me. Master didn't force me to do anything. I just wanted to do something because I couldn't sit still. As long as you can make peace, I'm willing to clean the toilet." Joey looked up. "Butler Chow, did you hear that clearly? Arrange Aunt Su to clean the toilet." Butler Chow immediately responded, "Yes, master." Su's mother's expression froze for a few seconds and she almost burst into a curse. Then he took a deep breath and continued, "Jiao Jiao, don't be so rude to the young master as soon as you come back. Apologize to the young master quickly." Su Qingjia was still waiting proudly for Zhou Yi to apologize to her. She had suffered such a great humiliation today that she really wanted to cry, to question Joey, and to see Joey feeling sorry for her and coaxing her. He has changed. How could he treat her like this? Doesn't he feel sorry for her? Su's mother stood aside, and at this moment, she saw things more clearly than Su Qingjiao. In the past, whenever his daughter frowned, no matter whether Joey was wrong or not, he would be the first to admit his mistake until he made his daughter happy. But what about now? Not only did Joey make them move back into the maid's room, he also told them to get out at any time. Su's mother could tell from these little things that Joey seemed to no longer have enough patience for Su Qingjiao. But my own daughter still doesn't understand. She thought Joey was playing hard to get, and that Joey loved her so much that he couldn't extricate himself and would not waver. This won't do. We can't go on like this. Su's mother knew that if the two continued to be angry with each other, her and her daughter's life of wealth and luxury would be over. It is better to admit the mistake first and coax Joey back. Seeing that her daughter couldn't understand the situation at the moment and was even frowning and sulking with Joey, Sue's mother pinched Su Qingjiao secretly out of frustration. Why don't you listen to advice, kid? Go and apologize to Xiui. Sue's mother warned Su Qingjiao in a low voice. Su Qingjiao saw the threatening look in her mother's eyes, but she clutched the corner of her clothes and didn't want to apologize to Joey. It wasn't her fault, why should she apologize? Just because Joey is rich, just because he is a rich young master, just because I am an ordinary person? Why? Is it great to be rich? Su Qingjiao looked at Joey stubbornly, her thin figure standing straight in the light. This scene was like that of an indomitable heroine in a romance novel. She bit her lower lip, tears welling in her eyes, and blamed Joey sadly. Joey, I didn't want the black card before, but you forced it into my hands and asked me to use it. You asked me to sleep in the master bedroom with my mother and eat at the main table. It was all because of you who begged me. When you were courting me, you were willing to do anything for me. You said you would love and cherish me forever, but you never will. Now you've changed your face again and are deliberately bullying me and my mom. Just because you have money, you can take people for fun. Just because you have money, you can do whatever you want. Just because you have money, you can humiliate me? You did it on purpose. You wanted to see me make a fool of myself because my black card was frozen and I couldn't pay. Joey, money is not everything. You can buy a lot of things with money, but you can't buy my dignity. I won't apologize to you on my own initiative. Although I'm poor, I have backbone. Joey almost applauded Su Qingjiao after hearing these words. He has heard it countless times in this and last life, and it's always the same tune, with dignity and backbone expressed every time he opens his mouth and closes his mouth. Joey discovered that Su Qingjiao was indeed very good at talking. Everything that came out of her mouth became selfish. If someone who doesn't know the truth heard it, they would think that Joey was a playboy with bad character. But Joey clearly remembered that the reason he gave Su Qingjiao the black card was because Su Qingjiao wanted to visit her grandmother but couldn't afford to buy things. At that time, Joey transferred 20,000 yuan to her so that she could buy nutritional supplements for her grandmother. It was also the only cash transfer, but she refused to accept it, saying that she was not doing it for her money. That's why. Only then would Joey give her a black card. Because Joey saw the hope of success and saw that Su Qingjiao valued her grandmother, he wanted to win Su Qingjiao's heart as soon as possible, but he didn't expect that she had wolfish ambitions. Moving into the master bedroom is even more interesting. At that time, Su Qingjiao looked at his room with envy, her eyes shining, and said that she had never seen such a big room and that she would be very happy living in this room. Including the fact that they, mother and daughter, didn't have to work, Su Qingjiao also complained inadvertently. Now it seems that Joey begged her to live here and accept these things? Ha! It's so funny. Su Qingjiao always talked about poverty and self-esteem, and she took advantage of Joey's point. In the past, Joey would care about whether he had hurt Su Qingjiao's self-esteem, but after all these years, Joey has realized that Su Qingjiao has no self-esteem at all, and he doesn't need to care about her hypocritical heart at all. Pa. Joey slapped her on the face several times, which really gave her face. What a great dignity, what a great backbone, you are truly awesome. Su Qingjiao, you eat my food, wear my clothes, and use my things. Even your tuition is paid by me. The watch you wear, the limited edition bag you carry, the shoes you wear, and even the underwear you wear, which one of them didn't cost me money? The clothes you wear alone cost at least $1 million. Don't you know how much money you've spent on me over the years? Why are you pretending to be a gold digger? Don't you think I'm using money to humiliate you? If you have the guts, just don't spend my money. Do you need me to throw the list of my expenses over the past few years in your face? Do you still have to pay off the debt you owe me, a hypocritical bitch like you? Just wait, little bitch, every penny you spend will be paid back with blood, and these are all your bloody evidence. After the annual fishing event, I will make you live a life worse than death. A bolt from the blue. To Su Qingjiao, these words were like a bolt from the blue. She covered her face for a moment and forgot to refute. After she reacted, she looked at Joey in disbelief. Her tears rolled down from the corners of her eyes and fell on the bag worth 6 figures and on the pair of limited edition shoes. Someone, take off her clothes. You little bitch, you're pretending to be someone you are not, who are you pretending for? Soon, several servants rushed forward and stripped off Su Qingjiao's coat and jewelry. Shame, this is a shame. Her bag, her clothes, her watch, all of these are money. No, don't. Su Qingjiao's face twitched in pain and she tried desperately to protect her bag, but it was snatched away. She really cried, her tears were heart-wrenching. Joey, is this how you go to great lengths to make me fall in love with you, and then you humiliate me? I'm so stupid. How could I have believed your sweet words? I'm so stupid. I thought that after another month, I would accept your pursuit and be with you. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. Woo woo. I hate you, I hate you. Su Qingjiao ran back to her room sadly, wearing only a suspender and leggings. This scene deeply hurt Su Qingjiao's heart, and she cried so sadly. She thought that when Joey saw her crying and heard her such strong words, he would come to her and ask for forgiveness as he did before. Joey treated her like this just now because he was angry. When his anger subsides, he will definitely apologize and then compensate her with many luxury goods. But she sobbed quietly in the room for a long time, and Joey still didn't show up. At this moment, Su Qingjiao was really panicked. Does Joey really not like her anymore? Crying, which had always worked before, now has no effect on Joey. Chapter 34, his face frozen. Even the black card is frozen. How could this happen? How could this happen? Su Qingjiao hesitated, not knowing whether she should take the initiative to surrender to Joey. She was afraid that if she continued like this, Joey would lose his patience. Su Qingjiao touched her red face and decided to go to the bathroom to touch up her makeup. As soon as I entered the bathroom, I saw yesterday's unwashed clothes on the sink. They were just wet and there was no detergent. When I walked over, I could smell an indescribable odor that had been there for a long time. Su Qingjiao's face froze and she trembled with anger. How dare those maids do this to her? When Joey treated her well before, the maids would rush to wash her clothes. But now that Joey has neglected her, these maids actually left her clothes there and ignored her. She looked at the clothes soaked in water and felt more and more aggrieved. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Joey was abusing her. Tick tick. Beep. Tears fell into the pool drop by drop. Su Qingjiao was really sad this time. She gritted her teeth and looked at the hazy reflection on the water and said, Joey, you've changed, you've changed. Do you know that the more you act like this, the more I'll hate you? Why can't you just treat me well without asking for anything in return like before? Why? How can you force me and humiliate me in this way? One day, I, Su Qingjiao, will make you regret it. I will return the humiliation you inflicted on me tenfold or 100-fold. Su's mother wanted to come in and comfort Su Qingjiao. But after opening the door, he heard Su Qingjiao's gritting teeth and his face immediately darkened. She immediately pulled Su Qingjiao's body over and said earnestly, Jiao Jiao, is this the time for you to say something harsh? You should go and admit your mistake to Joey. I don't want to continue doing this kind of hard labor. I've had enough of these days. What kind of days are these? Su's mother forced Su Qingjiao to go and apologize to Joey. She had been accustomed to the life of having everything provided for her, but now she was suddenly asked to do the work of a housemaid. After only 2 or 3 days, her waist and legs were sore, and her hands, which had finally healed, were covered with blisters. She was fed up with being a domestic servant, and even more fed up with this coffin room-like room. Whether Su Qingjiao was willing or not, she would drag Su Qingjiao to Joey to admit her mistake and apologize. Only in this way can we return to our previous luxurious life. Although Su's mother had lived a life of luxury for 3 or 4 years, she still had the basic skills to do physical work. Her hands were very strong, and Su Qingjiao was completely unable to resist. Seeing that she was about to be dragged out to apologize, Su Qingjiao held back her tears and quickly said, Mom, let go and listen to me first. I can't just give in like this. If I compromise with Joey for money this time, then what's the difference between me and those money-worshipping women? If I were the same as those ordinary women, why would Joey choose me? Why must he choose me? He would lose interest in me very soon. I have to continue to fight against Joey's bullying. Only in this way will Joey think that I am special. Mom, I promise you, when we get through this period and Joey is the first to give up, that will be our victory. When the time comes, I will make Joey kneel down and admit his mistake to you, and I will make Joey compensate you. Su Qingjiao's words shook Su's mother's heart. She relaxed her hold on Su Qingjiao a little and asked suspiciously, Jiao Jiao, are you telling the truth? Don't let yourself end up losing more than you gain. In fact, Su's mother was a little confused at first. Her daughter was pretty, but as the young master of the Zhou family, there were all kinds of beauties. Why did she have to have her daughter? Over the years, in order to pursue Jiao Jiao, it was like being addicted to drugs. I would give up anything. Is it really because Jiao Jiao is special? Su Qingjiao hurriedly assured her mother, Mom, don't worry. I was able to make Joey fall in love with me before, and I still have the means to do so now. Aren't the skits you often watch always about the heroine being bullied first and then attracting the attention of the domineering boss? Isn't it because the heroine is special, noble and simple, different from other bitches? Rich people are like this. The more you oppose them, the more interested they become. If I obey, Joey will find it boring. Su's mother thought about it carefully and felt that what Su Qingjiao said made sense. She looked at her blistered hands and thought about the servant's meals she had eaten in the past 2 days. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became, but she also knew that there was no point in being anxious. She hadn't had the delicious food prepared by the royal chefs for several meals, and even afternoon tea was gone. She had almost forgotten the taste of blood-bird's nest. Su's mother was afraid that Su Qingjiao still couldn't face the reality, so she had to be cruel and warn Su Qingjiao, then you should also be careful. If you really let Joey run away, then you have to go back and get married. At your age, you could have gone back and married a long time ago. Su Qingjiao shuddered, thinking of the life in the countryside and the lives of her former junior high school classmates who were forced to get married. Deep fear flashed in her eyes. She doesn't want to go back to the countryside. She wants to stay in the Zhou family, to completely control Joey, and to become the rich and powerful lady of the Zhou family. In the master bedroom of the Zhou family villa, Joey was in a very good mood today. After humiliating Su Qingjiao, he returned to his room. Buzz. Joey looked at the caller ID and saw that it was Aunt Jo calling. As soon as the call was connected, I heard Aunt Jo say, Shoei, I checked the bills of the Su family mother and daughter that you asked me to investigate before. I have found the flow of the past 3 or 4 years. I'll send you some large bills by email, you can take a look at them yourself. Joey went upstairs to his room, turned on his computer and downloaded the file attachment Joey sent him. Clear statements filled the entire computer. I just moved the mouse down a little and saw hundreds of pictures flash by quickly. Each one records the date, time, card swipe record, and purchase record in incredible detail. Aunt Jo couldn't help but gasp at the spending of the Su mother and daughter. I only heard the other party say cautiously, Shoei, the mother and daughter's monthly food and clothing expenses, if not millions, at least hundreds of thousands, and this is just the apparent cash flow. The nanny surnamed Su even took advantage of your instructions to steal the bloodbird's nest, ginseng slices, tea, and red wine from the villa to show off her face. She stole them and gave them to others to save face. It was okay in the past 2 years, but it has become more and more excessive in the past year. Su Qingjiao is even worse. In the past 1 or 2 years, you have made her appetite bigger. Whenever there are good products in big name stores, she will ask the salesperson to deliver them to her door. She acts like the Zhou family's biological daughter. As time went on, her behavior became more and more excessive. In the past few months, Su Qingjiao's monthly spending on luxury goods has reached 2 to 3 million. Joey read the bills without changing his expression. These were all evidence and had to be kept well. Yes. As time went on, and the longer he pursued his deep love Su Qingjiao, the more fearless and confident she became. Chapter 35 Consumption Changes. In the first year, Su Qingjiao's monthly consumption was very low, and most of the gifts were given by herself. She did not dare to ask him for any brand name gifts. In the second year, I started to say no, but I was forced to accept it. On the third day, he started spending his money freely and it became more and more natural. Now is the fourth year, and she has become so extravagant that she wears all designer brands and only wears big name brands. Any bracelet she buys costs 6 figures, and she even dares to ask the luxury goods store clerk to deliver the goods directly to her door. TSK, he is so crazy. He will make Su Qingjiao spit out every penny of this money. After she vomits, let her die a death worse than death. Joey put down the bill and said he knew it, and then asked Aunt Jo if there was any news about the person named Shen Bingyan whom she had asked her to help find last time. Are you sure the name is correct? Aunt Jo was silent for 2 seconds, and then continued, according to my investigation, there is only one family in Luqing with the surname Shen, but there is no family with the name Shen Bingyan. The Shen family only has one son. Aunt Jo looked up as she spoke and saw her secretary coming in to remind her of the meeting. She pointed to the time and asked her secretary to postpone it for 10 minutes. The person who came in with the secretary was the manager of the Royal Court Hotel. He should have submitted the hotel's semi-annual report to the head office 2 days ago, but was delayed due to some matters and was only submitted today. When the hotel manager came in, he was a little nervous and drafted his speech dozens of times. Seeing that Mr. Joe was still on the phone, the hotel manager secretly breathed a sigh of relief and was about to turn around and close the door with a respectful look. Suddenly, he heard a name that sounded familiar. Shen Bingyan? I seem to have heard this name somewhere? But for a moment he couldn't remember. At this time, Mr. Joe was heard saying to the person on the phone, "Don't worry, I will continue to have people look for land. If I can't find it in Lucheng, I will look for it in the provincial capital." The secretary closed the door and said, "Mr. Joe has something else to do. Please go to the conference room and wait." The hotel manager smiled and nodded. He originally wanted to hand in the report in advance to improve his impression in front of Mr. Joe in person, but Mr. Joe was busy at that time. "It seems that I will inevitably be scolded in front of everyone at the meeting later." As if remembering something, the hotel manager asked the secretary tentatively, "Just now I seem to hear Mr. Joe was looking for someone?" The hotel manager thought that the reason he had heard this name before was probably because this person had stayed at the hotel. "Everything will become clear once he returns and checks the check-in records." The secretary nodded, looking somewhat bitter, and couldn't help but sigh. "Yes, Mr. Joe has mobilized a lot of connections and has been looking for a few days, but there is no news at all. You receive a lot of clients every day, so pay more attention to it." The hotel manager nodded hurriedly, repeated Shen Bingyan's name in his mind, and then promised, "I will pay more attention." The next day. College office. The counselor was looking for some information in the office with his head down. He opened the drawer casually and found an application form for poor students placed right above the drawer. The application form was blank and had not been filled out. The counselor gave it to Joey specifically after learning about his family situation. But last time, Joey refused to fill it out because of his self-esteem. He also lied to him that his family was rich and he didn't need to build good relationships with his classmates to get an internship. He couldn't hide his disappointment at the time and put the application form in the drawer. If he hadn't accidentally opened the drawer today, he would have forgotten about it. The counselor picked up his phone and checked the date. There were still a few days left before the application form was submitted. Young people nowadays, you live your own life, why bother comparing yourself with others? That child has a lot of self-esteem and I'm afraid he won't listen to my advice. I think we should ask his parents to come over and have a chat." The counselor thought about it and decided to communicate with Joe's parents and ask them to persuade Joey. Only with cooperation between his family and school can Joey correct his shortcoming of vanity. If this continues, Joey's path will go further and further astray. Thinking of this, the counselor found the basic family information filled out by Joey on the computer. There was only one emergency contact person on it, which stated that they were a grandparent and grandchild. The row for parents is blank. The counselor frowned slightly and decided to call the parents to the school first to inquire about the situation. "The number you dialed." You dialed. After making several calls but to no avail, the counselor helplessly locked the screen of his phone. "What's wrong with Joey? The phone number he left is his grandmother's, and I can't get through. Why don't you leave your parents' phone number?" The counselor frowned, suddenly stood up from his chair, and decided to go to the classroom to talk to Joey. When he arrived at the classroom, it was break time. The counselor looked around the classroom and found that Joey was not there. The counselor's eyes caught sight of Su Qingjiao sitting in her seat. He thought for a moment and seemed to have heard from classmates that Joey lived in Su Qingjiao's home and her mother seemed to be her nanny. He was just thinking about whether he should call Su Qingjiao out to ask her about it, but he saw that Su Qingjiao had already noticed his probing gaze and came out on her own initiative. "Teacher, are you looking for me?" The counselor nodded and took Su Qingjiao to the corridor to talk. "Student Su Qingjiao, this is what I heard. Joey lives in your house, is that right?" Su Qingjiao's eyes flashed slightly, and then she nodded. The counselor asked again, "I saw that Joey's emergency contact only had his grandmother's phone number. I called just now but no one answered. Do you know what happened? Why didn't he leave his parents' phone number?" Su Qingjiao's heart skipped a beat, and she was glad that she had just come out. If the counselor had taken the initiative to ask Joey, her carefully fabricated lie would have been exposed. Coupled with the humiliation she received for buying a sports car yesterday, her classmates might even doubt her identity as a rich and beautiful woman. No, this can't be possible. She had a hard time making up for yesterday's accident. She didn't know what the counselor wanted to talk to Joey about, so she suppressed her nervousness and asked, "Counselor, what do you want to talk to Joey about?" He lives in my house, you can tell me anything. Besides, Joey has a strong sense of self-esteem and doesn't want people to know that his parents work as domestic servants, so he never mentions his parents on his own initiative. Just tell me if there's anything, and I'll tell his parents. After hearing what Su Qingjiao said, the counselor felt even more disappointed with Joey. As the saying goes, a son will never dislike his mother's ugliness. How could Joey dislike his parents' professions? Even if she's a servant, so what? His parents worked hard to earn money to support Joey's education, raised him up, and did not treat him unfairly. It seems that it is necessary for him to talk to Joey's parents. This is related to Joey's future outlook on life. He is only in his 20s and has formed distorted concepts. What will happen in the future? Chapter 36 Driver Pickup. The counselor made up his mind and said to Su Qingjiao, "It was my mistake. I didn't realize that Joey had such a problem before. But think about it, classmate Su, you have a good family background and are driven by a driver. He lives with you and is a classmate. In comparison, he will indeed have some competitive spirit." I don't know why. Su Qingjiao felt very unhappy after hearing these words. It's like making a veiled criticism of someone else. But she still maintained a superficial smile, and her eyes were full of tolerance and understanding, expressing the 4 words graceful and elegant to the fullest. Seeing that Su Qingjiao was so sensible, the counselor couldn't help but sigh that children from wealthy families are indeed well educated, and then said, "But Joey is still a good person. If possible, you should also give him more guidance. Well, ask Joey's parents to come to school tomorrow. I want to talk to his parents about Joey's future development." Su Qingjiao cursed the counselor in her heart for meddling in other people's business, but was also glad that Joey was not in the classroom, otherwise her identity would be exposed. She pretended to ponder for a moment, then said with some embarrassment, "Counselor, Joey's father is on a long journey, and his return time is not fixed. I'll ask Joey's mother to come over tomorrow. Is that okay with you? He comes from the countryside, so he is a bit sensitive and wants the best and strongest in everything. Don't let Joey know about this for the time being, otherwise Joey will not only have a problem with his mother, but will also think that you look down on him." The counselor nodded in agreement. "I know how to handle this matter. Ask his mother to come to school tomorrow." Su Qingjiao naturally agreed. After temporarily coaxing the counselor back, Su Qingjiao finally relaxed completely, her heart pounding with nervousness. God still favors her. Luckily Joey was not in the classroom just now. After school, Su Qingjiao deliberately stayed in the classroom for half an hour. When she saw that everyone in the classroom had left, she left the school gate. Ever since Joey froze the black card he gave her, she hurriedly sold a classic bag today to pay off the debt she owed to her classmates yesterday. In order to prevent her classmates from doubting her identity, she paid back double the amount. There were still tens of thousands of dollars left from selling the bag, which was not enough for her to rent a luxury car twice a day, not to mention that Joey was still at odds with her and it was unclear when he would calm down. She didn't dare spend the money recklessly and could only take a taxi back to the villa in shame. When Su Qingjiao came back, Mother Su rubbed her aching waist and limped her legs. She quickly took the heated food from the microwave to Su Qingjiao. "Jiao, why are you back so late? I specially left this for you. Come eat first." Su's mother left her a big bowl of food, but all the food was poured into one bowl and piled together, making it look like a hodgepodge. When Su Qingjiao saw the bowl, she was reminded of the bowl used for Tibetan mastiffs in the backyard. How is this different from feeding a dog? Su Qingjiao felt so aggrieved that her face darkened. When Su's mother saw Su Qingjiao's reluctant expression, she also became angry. She had been doing dirty work for several days and was exhausted. Now she had to endure her daughter's cold face? Mother Su put the bowl on the marble table and said, "Eat it or not, this is the treatment you get now. You still have the nerve to be so rude. Didn't you eat like this before? If you had worked harder and been more pleasing to others, you would have been able to follow Zhou and enjoy the good life a long time ago. Now I have to get up at 6 o'clock every day to sweep the floor, mop the floor, and clean the toilet. The damn housekeeper Chow doesn't care about my broken leg at all. He tortures me every day. I can only eat at the servants' table. I've had enough of this. There are 8 people at the table, and I have to fight with 8 people for 6 dishes. There's not even a chicken left, and I can't even get 2 pieces of beef before it's gone. How dare you give me a cold shoulder? If you don't work hard, who can you blame? Then you can only eat the food that dogs eat." Su Qingjiao felt very uncomfortable after listening to these words, and her heart ached. She knew that Sue's mother was trying to provoke her, and she also knew that although Sue's mother's words were unpleasant, every word was true. If her life had not changed, she would not feel wronged in eating this meal, and would even think it was delicious. After all, the food provided by the Zhou family's servants was not bad. But in the past 3 or 4 years, Su Qingjiu has followed Zhou Yi to eat delicacies from all over the world. Every dish is carefully prepared by a 5-star chef. The moment it is served on the table is the best time to enjoy the food. One more point will be too hot, and one less point will be too cold. That is truly enjoying life and enjoying delicious food. All the food in front of her was poured into a large bowl, and the cold dishes were heated up and mixed together to be eaten. To her, who had already enjoyed the exquisite royal dining etiquette, this was just like gnawing like a dog. At this moment, Su Qingjiao hated Zhou Yi a little. She hated Zhou Yi for letting her enjoy the life of a rich person but then quietly taking it away from her. Praise her to the top and then push her into the abyss. There was a voice in her heart crying out that she must make Zhou Yi regret it. Su Qingjiao took a deep breath in frustration and looked around. Although there were only mother and daughter in the kitchen, there must be a maid cleaning the living room. Su Qingjiao went over and pulled Sue's mother's sleeve, whispering to her, "Mom, let's go back to the room and talk." Sue's mother muttered something to herself, and although she was confused, she still followed Su Qingjiao back to the room. "What do you want to tell me?" "I still have dishes to wash, and I have to clean those 2-meter-tall vases in the corridor later." "Jiao Jiao, things are different now. Don't even think about being lazy later. Go clean those vases for me. My legs are broken, so I can't reach high enough. That damn bitch Chow always assigns me this kind of work." Su Qingjiao clenched her fingers and endured all the grievances. When the wall falls, everyone pushes it. Zhou Yi is just a little cold to her now, and these servants just do what they want. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. After she reconciles with Zhou Yi, she will make these people pay the price. The two returned to the room. Su Qingjia gathered all her emotions, closed the door, and then said seriously, "Mom, the school teacher wants to talk to Zhou Yi's parents at school. Luckily I stopped him today, otherwise if the counselor came to Zhou's house, the identity I made up at school would be exposed." Su's mother naturally knew that Su Qingjiao pretended to be a rich girl in school. At that time, Zhou Yi helped Su Qingjiao transfer schools and gave in to Su Qingjiao in everything. Su's mother knew very well that people of their status would be looked down upon if they went to school. Only by establishing the image of being rich and not easy to mess with from the beginning could she gain the favor of her classmates. As the saying goes, when you are away from home, your identity is given by yourself. Chapter 37 I have an idea. During this period of time, the lies fabricated by Su Qingjiao have never been exposed by anyone, because Zhou Yi is very cooperative and never takes the initiative to say that Su Qingjiao is lying to you all. But now Zhou Yi is not cooperating, and the counselor wants to find Zhou Yi's parents, which makes it difficult. Su's mother was so anxious that cold sweat came down her forehead, but she saw Su Qingjiao sitting calmly beside the bed. Su's mother scolded in a low voice, "Jiao Jiao, you must have an idea, tell me quickly. If the rich girl image you've maintained for so long is exposed, won't your classmates laugh at you to death? These are all connections from prestigious universities. They can help you after you graduate. Do you still want to go back to your junior high school days, when you were accused of stealing because you were poor? Poverty is a disease. You should have experienced this in recent years." Su Qingjiao nodded in agreement. Yes. In the past 3 or 4 years, she has truly experienced what it means to be rich and omnipotent. She has money, so whatever she says is right. Everyone sees her as a white, rich and beautiful woman, and no matter what she says or does, no one refutes her. Because she is the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. She has seen so much of the world. Even though she doesn't know a lot of things, her classmates don't think she is a country bumpkin. Instead, they think she is a cute young lady who is well protected by her family and has no common sense. She was fed up with the prejudices that came with her status and position, so she also wanted Zhou Yi to experience the cold eyes and prejudice that she had experienced before. "Mom." Su Qingjiao looked at her mother and said in a serious tone, "I want you to pretend to be Zhou Yi's mother and go to school tomorrow. Your best outfit tomorrow should be as tacky and vulgar as possible." "You're right. People only judge a person's character and morals by their clothes. Tomorrow you go to school to prove that Zhou Yi is the nanny's son. No matter what Ren Zhou Yi says, his classmates will no longer believe him. Only when Zhou Yi is isolated by everyone will he empathize with me when I was poor and feel wronged. At that time, I will lend him a helping hand, comfort him and treat him well. Ha, I am sure that he will only be devoted to me in the future. Because I am the light that saved him. It's his white moonlight. The more Su Qingjiao spoke, the more certain she became. The more confident his eyes are, the more confident they are. She understood it too well the feeling of despair of being stuck in the mud. No one in the world believed in her, and they all mocked and suppressed her. At that time, she thought, if only someone could save her. Zhou, just wait. My classmates will repay you for the harm you have inflicted on me these days. I don't believe that I, Su Qingjiao, can't control you anymore. Mother Su listened to this calculation, and the smile on her face grew bigger and bigger. She praised Su Qingjiao generously. Not bad, this is a good idea. She is worthy of being my daughter. This is a brilliant move. As long as everyone recognizes that Zhou is my son, then no matter what Zhou says, it will be useless. He will be bullied to death in the academy, ha 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 ha. Don't worry, I will definitely not embarrass Zhou tomorrow, ha ha ha. The mother and daughter, feeling smug, still held on to unrealistic fantasies and thought they could play Zhou around. Especially Su Qingjiao, she will never know. Zhou had never loved her. All the kindness he had shown her over the years was for the sake of completing the system's strategy mission. But now, the target of the strategy has changed. Pa! Inside the Royal Court Hotel. The hotel manager lit a cigarette, took a puff, leaned back in the leather seat with a complicated expression, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring. He looked at the name he had just looked up on the computer, Shin Bingyan. This should have been found out yesterday, but because Shin Bingyan had not checked in for half an hour, he politely asked her to leave before she had time to upload the room records. This led to today, when he accidentally saw the hotel's cash flow records and remembered the incident. He checked on the computer and found that the guest who was kicked out that night was Shin Bingyan. No wonder he felt the name sounded familiar yesterday, but couldn't find any record of it. Should I tell Mr. Zhou about this? This matter is not easy to handle. Forget it, instead of letting President Zhou find out, I might as well say it out loud. After thinking for a moment, the hotel manager picked up the phone and called President Zhou's secretary. He knew Mr. Zhou's style of doing things and would not tolerate anyone who was clever. Mr. Zhou has recently been using his connections to look for this woman. If he knows about this but doesn't report it, he will probably be fired directly once Mr. Zhou finds out. Those who were expelled from the Zhou group would suffer consequences that they could not bear. The call was quickly connected. The hotel manager glanced at the screen, then mustered up the courage to briefly report Shin Bingyan's stay at the hotel to his secretary. The secretary was silent for a second and then said, "Wait a moment. I can't make the decision on this matter. You need to talk to Mr. Zhou in person. I'll transfer your call right away." After the busy tone. Soon, the phone was picked up again. The hotel manager quickly put out the cigarette in his hand and said carefully, "Mr. Zhou, Shin Bingyan, whom you are looking for, has stayed in our hotel before." Aunt Zhou's voice was neither cold nor indifferent, but it carried a strong sense of oppression. "Why didn't you say it before?" The hotel manager felt his heart beating faster. The reason he was able to become the manager of the Royal Court Hotel was because he was smart enough. He knew that instead of trying to hide it, he might as well tell the truth. "Mr. Zhou, because Shin Bingyan checked in less than half an hour ago, the system has not imported her check-in information. Just a few days ago, Miss Su came alone." Then, the hotel manager held his breath in fear and told the whole story in detail. He swore that he had never exaggerated. But when he finished speaking, there was a terrible silence on the other side. 3 seconds. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. The silence lasted until the hotel manager had already prepared a draft of his resignation in his mind and asked Mr. Zhou for mercy, when Aunt Zhou's voice rang out again. "So? You kicked out the guests in the presidential suite in order to please Su Qingjiao? Who gave you the right? We are in the service industry, and the guests are respected. Even if I go there, I cannot chase them away because of my personal emotions." After a pause, Aunt Zhou's voice sounded again. "You have been a hotel manager for 2 years, right? It seems that you are still too young and lack experience. Since you can't tell the priorities, then don't make the decision. I'll send a manager to you tomorrow, and you'll stay as deputy manager for another 2 years. See if your performance improves in 2 years." Naturally, the manager didn't dare to say anything and was glad that he had told the truth and thus kept his job. "Otherwise, when Mr. Zhou finds out about this matter, I will not be able to stay in Luqing anymore, let alone be the deputy manager." But being thankful is one thing, and being angry about the consequences is another. It was all Su Qingjiao's fault for taking herself too seriously and putting on such a big air, otherwise how could he do such a stupid thing as chasing the guests away? Chapter 38, Kicked Out of the Hotel. After learning that Su Qingjiao, out of vanity, actually kicked the guest out of the hotel and asked the hotel to pay a large sum of compensation, Anzhou completely hated Su Qingjiao and decided to go and warn her in person tomorrow. She and Su Qingjiao have never gotten along, but no matter how much they don't get along, she has never gone to school to slap Su Qingjiao in the face in the past 3 or 4 years. Because Anzhou was also born into a poor family when she was a child. Her family was very poor. If it weren't for old lady Zhou who sponsored her studies and later adopted her because of her tenacity, she would probably have married in the mountains. In the past, no matter how undignified the fight between her and Su Qingjiao was, she would always give Su Qingjiao face and respect at school and in front of outsiders. However, this time, Su Qingjiao touched her bottom line. Zhou Yi is her bottom line, and old lady Zhou is also her bottom line. After old Mrs. Zhou passed away, she took care of the Zhou family business for Zhou Yi. When Zhou Yi graduated and was able to take over the Zhou group, she would return a thriving Zhou group to Zhou Yi. And Su Qingjiao actually dared to destroy the reputation of the hotel. In the service industry, reputation is everything. If other people knew that the hotel under Zhou's management actually kicked out guests without reason, I'm afraid that the rivals would bribe the entire media to blacken it the next day. Make arrangements and cancel all meetings tomorrow morning. I'm going to Xiaoyi school. The next day. Taking the opportunity of going out to buy groceries, Su's mother wore a liver red dress, a pair of black dad shoes, and a layer of black and yellow foundation on her face. She looked very rustic and shabby. With this outfit, she doesn't have to worry about thieves stealing her wallet even if she sleeps on the bus. As soon as Su's mother limped out of the door, the servants started talking about her behind her back. Look at her outfit, is she going to go live and play the victim? Did she take any medicine today? What's the point of doing this? TSK, 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 these are clothes that the older generation wears. She usually dresses very elegantly, why is she wearing so tacky today? Su's mother suffered a broken leg and severe burns, and was left half disabled for life in the fire. Although she was going to embarrass Zhou Yi, she was not stupid enough to walk there by herself. She could temporarily endure the old-fashioned clothes, but she would never let herself suffer even a little bit. She took a taxi to school, and Su Qingjiao gave her the counselor's phone number yesterday. As soon as Su's mother arrived at the school gate, she took out the cheap elderly phone she had prepared and called the counselor. Hello, counselor, I'm Zhou Yi's mother. Where are you now? I think I should go back. I have work to do at my employer's house. If Zhou Yi sees me, he will be unhappy. The counselor's tone sounded serious. Don't worry, I asked you to come. Zhou Yi won't blame you. Wait for me at the door for a few minutes, I'll come pick you up right away. A few minutes later, the counselor hurried over and was stunned when he saw Zhou Yi's mother. Zhou Yi doesn't look like his mother at all. Although Zhou Yi is recognized as a poor student in the class, he has a very handsome appearance, a slender figure, and a good temperament. And his mother, maybe she looks like his father? The counselor spoke to the security guard at the school gate, and Su's mother registered the visitor record and entered the campus. The counselor led Su's mother for a walk on the campus. Seeing that Su's mother was looking around with curiosity and envy in her eyes, the counselor introduced some buildings on campus to her. Mother Su said with emotion, "That's great, that's great. Schools in the city are different from those in the countryside. Even the buildings have their origins. My family is poor, I have never been to university, and I can't read or write. This university is really great." Seeing Su's mother coming to school dressed like this and walking with a limp, his eyes were full of longing and envy. The counselor sighed and thought, this might be Su's mother's best set of clothes. Even though she had difficulty walking, she still had to work as a nanny and grit her teeth to send Zhou Yi to college. What a good mother. He felt pity for Su's mother, who was a weak person, and he was even more convinced that Zhou Yi did not leave his parents' names, but left an empty number, which must be because he despised his parents for being poor and uneducated. The counselor's office and the classroom are in the same teaching building. When Su's mother and I were passing by the teaching building, we heard the bell for the end of get out of class. As soon as the get out of class is over, some students can't wait to walk out of the classroom. Seeing the counselor walking towards the office with an old lady who was dressed in very shabby clothes and seemed to be lame, the students looked at each other in surprise. Look at that person over there. Who is that? Is he a relative of the counselor? No way, it should be a newly hired cleaner? But even if it is a toilet cleaning lady, she is too sloppy, and her leg seems to be lame. It's a prestigious school after all, how can we not pay attention to our image? After all, they are young and have no social experience, and they tend to judge people by their appearance. Some people couldn't help but complain silently, but just as they finished complaining, they saw the two people in front of them with their backs to him turned around and looked at him. He suddenly felt guilty. Why were they looking at him like that? I looked at the counselor awkwardly, only to see that the counselor's face was very ugly. He frowned and sternly scolded, "How many times have I told you not to judge people by their appearance?" These are the parents of the students I invited. Now it was the students' turn to be surprised. This. It turns out to be a student as parent? They unconsciously looked at the old lady again. It's so intense that you have to wash your eyes if you look at it for one more second. It was hard for him not to think that this woman was the toilet cleaner hired by the school. After all, her attire showed that she was dressed like someone who did dirty and tiring work. She was so sloppy and dirty. The cafeteria auntie is much more neatly dressed than this guy, not to mention that he is lame. The student touched his nose guiltily and said helplessly, "I'm sorry, auntie. I didn't mean to say that. I just thought about it and then I said it out loud. Actually you are still quite young and well maintained." It was really embarrassing to complain quietly behind someone's back but be heard in person. He could only try his best to comfort the aunt and tell her not to think too much and find some of her good points. Little did she know that when Sue's mother heard this student actually say that she was a toilet cleaner, she was so angry that she almost pointed at his head and scolded him for having two balls under his eyebrows and for only being able to blink but not look. Who wouldn't be angry if someone in their 40s mistakenly thought she was a toilet cleaner? But then she thought, she was playing the role of Joey's mother today. Sue's mother's expression suddenly changed from anger to happiness, and then to confusion. The change of her expression surprised the person who apologized. It's okay. You are Shui's classmate, right? You don't have to apologize to me." Chapter 39. Take care of yourself. I was originally a servant in someone else's house. Thanks to the kindness of the eldest lady, she didn't kick me out with a broken leg. Instead, she let me do some easy work. It's normal that I look like a toilet sweeper. But classmate, please don't tell Shui that you saw me coming to school today. Shui doesn't like me coming to his school, nor does he like me talking about him outside. If he knew, he would be angry. The classmate thought about who Shui was for several seconds before he realized, Joey? Yes. I heard before that Joey's mother worked as a nanny in Miss Sue's house, but Joey always refused to admit it. It was even more ridiculous this month. He even dared to rent a luxury car and pretend that he was a rich young master. Now that his mother has come to school, let's see how Joey will argue. Thinking in her heart, she replied, "Don't worry, auntie. I know Joey wants to save face, so I will never tell Joey that you came to school. By the way, what are you doing here at school today?" The classmate was still thinking about asking something, but the counselor stopped him from asking for gossip. "Why are you asking so many questions? You are about to start your internship. Why don't you hurry up and prepare for your internship? If you can't find a job, I don't know what you will graduate with." When the students heard this, they ran into the classroom quickly. As soon as they saw the counselor leave through the window, the students couldn't help but talk about Joey's mother with a few of their good friends. "Guess who I saw?" "You will never guess, right? The counselor just brought." Several people were talking in low voices in the front, while Joey was sitting at the back of the classroom, with 5 or 6 rows of desks between them. There were also the laughter and scolding of his classmates, but as long as they didn't speak loudly, Joey couldn't hear anything at all. A few people whispered to each other for a while, and were amazed that Joey was so snobbish that he even despised his own mother. "Pa, what an ungrateful person." After a while they felt happy again. They had guessed before that Joey was pretending, but Joey refused to admit it. Now that his mother has come to the school, let us see how Joey is going to cover up this lie. They all watched it for fun. They were happy to share this fun with others, but during a break, many classmates in the classroom knew privately that Joey's mother had come to school, and she was dressed in tatty and shabby clothes. Look at how well Joey dresses. It turns out that he spent all his parents' hard-earned money. His mother's clothes were so dirty and rustic, and she was reluctant to buy a walking stick even for her broken leg. I guess she gave them to Joey to pretend to be rich. Someone lowered his voice and laughed at Joey coldly. When Haomin heard this, she couldn't help but say a few words for Joey. "Don't talk nonsense, maybe Joey is not what you think. Don't judge people by their appearance. Just because someone doesn't dress well doesn't mean they don't have money. Nowadays, many rich people are very low-key when they go out. Howman thought that when everyone was laughing at Joey, she stood up to defend Joey. If Joey heard about this, he would definitely be touched. Certainly. She wouldn't be stupid enough to directly reveal Joey's true identity. If Joey's true identity was known to everyone, how could she gain favor? How could she get close to him? She would have no chance. TSK. The male classmate who had seen Sue's mother in the corridor sneered, "Low-key doesn't mean sloppy. Rich people are low-key, but when they dress neatly, their temperament looks different. Poor people can't pretend to be rich. Temperament is cultivated with money." As they were talking, the boy heard a series of footsteps. "Turn around and take a look." He saw a beautiful woman wearing a black high-waist shirt and a fishtail skirt of the same color walking towards him in the corridor. Her slightly long wavy hair, delicate pearl earrings, and a bright-colored pearl bag made his eyes pop out. All the students who noticed her stared at the beautiful lady without blinking. FCK. Absolutely amazing. Look, the queen from the comics has come to the real world. The male classmate's cheeks flushed with excitement, and he ignored the two fierce bodyguards standing behind the elegant beauty. Others also noticed the beautiful woman with outstanding temperament. The aura she exuded when she walked was so strong that people dared not approach her. It was obvious at first glance that she was not an ordinary person. Especially when seeing the bodyguard behind her, people dare not have any thoughts at all. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open as they watched this noble and powerful beauty walk into the classroom. Aunt Jo walked into the classroom gracefully in high heels. She looked around the classroom and her cold eyes met Su Qingjiao's panicked gaze. Seeing Aunt Jo suddenly appear in the school, Su Qingjia was panicked and didn't know what to do. She wanted to escape, but it was too late. She has been locked in Aunt Jo's gaze. Seeing Aunt Jo curl her lips in a smile, Su Qingjiao's face turned pale instantly. She had a horrible intuition. Could it be that Aunt Jo was coming to see her today? I won't reveal her identity. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell rang at this moment. When the teacher came to the classroom and saw Aunt Jo and her group, he knew that they were not simple people and said politely, "The class is in session. If you are looking for someone, please call them out. Don't disturb other students in class." Su Qingjiao, who was in the audience, was instantly relieved when she heard this. At this moment, she hoped very much that the teacher would forcefully kick Aunt Jo out of the classroom. However, she didn't expect Aunt Jo to calmly say, "No hurry, it'll take up 5 minutes of your time. Please wait a moment." A bodyguard walked over and said something to the teacher. The teacher looked at Aunt Jo in surprise, nodded, and then waited outside the corridor. Seeing this scene, Su Qingjiao felt disheartened. She knew she couldn't escape, and kept praying in her heart, "Please don't look for her, don't look for her." Su Qingjiao. As soon as this name fell, the whole class was silent. Su Qingjiao trembled and her heart turned cold. "I didn't come to you before because I was giving you face. It's because Shelly cares about you very much, so I didn't want to make things too ugly. But if you don't have any shame, don't blame me for embarrassing you today. I've known for a long time that you're vain. You often pretend to be a fake socialite from a wealthy family and use the Zhou family to gain face. I turned a blind eye to all this. But you think my indulgence towards you is enough to allow you to harm Zhou's interests. You are wrong. You actually dared to go to a hotel under Zhou Group to get a room and even drove away the guests who had already booked a room. Who do you think you are to be able to chase away guests? How much reputation has the hotel lost in order to make up for your rampage this time? How can you afford to pay for it? I have already ordered that from now on all the subsidiaries of Zhou Corporation will put you on the blacklist and forbid you from entering any company under Zhou Corporation. If it weren't for the fact that you have done a favor to the old lady, I would not give up. That's all I have to say. You can do whatever you want." Chapter 40. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded by Aunt Jo's words. They opened their mouths in shock and their brains completely stopped working. What is going on? Is Su Qingjiao a fake rich girl? The previous post on moments about staying in the presidential suite of a hotel, was it a shameless act to get it for free by scanning your face? So now you have been blacklisted by all the companies under the Zhou Group? That's just two. That's shows. Little do people know how many industries in Luqing are involved in Zhou's group. If you are blacklisted by Zhou's, well, you will be unable to move forward. Su Qingjiu was sitting there feeling uneasy. Her hands were tightly clenched on both sides of her clothes. Her lower lip was bitten until it turned white. A bloody smell spread from her mouth. She felt so cold, her whole body was cold. She wanted to refute it, but she knew very well that she couldn't and wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. Since Aunt Jo dared to come, it meant that she would not go easy on herself for Joey's sake. If she dared to open her mouth to defend herself, the evidence Aunt Jo would throw out in the next second would be enough to pin her down, and her identity would be completely exposed. So she couldn't and dared not stand up and speak for herself. This kind of scene was far more humiliating and embarrassing than when I was wrongly accused of stealing money by my classmates. Many people turned back to look at her. Their inquiring gazes were like poison knives, stabbing into her heart. She felt so uncomfortable and scared, so scared that her heart was broken. By the way, I heard a rumor that Joey took you in out of kindness, but it turned out that you took Joey in? Do you dare to tell me who took in whom? There was such a terrible silence in the classroom that you could hear a pin drop. Su Qingjiao bit her lower lip and didn't dare to answer. Her classmates were stunned and confused. Seeing Su Qingjiao like this, Aunt Jo felt that it was about right. I think after what happened today, these people all know what kind of woman Su Qingjiao is, and she won't be able to cause any waves. From now on, how Su Qingjiao behaves at school or how she explains herself is none of her business. Aunt Jo sneered coldly. Then she looked at Joey, her sharp eyes softened instantly, and even her words were no longer aggressive, but showed the concern of an aunt for her nephew. Xiaoyi, please take a class leave. I have something to ask you. Joey stood up under the gaze of everyone. He glanced sarcastically at Su Qingjiao, who was lowering her head and dared not look at him, and then followed Aunt Jo outside. As soon as they left, the classroom suddenly became lively. They all stared at Su Qingjiao with questioning and gossipy eyes, and of course they were also discussing in secret. Is it true that I'm going? Is what that lady just said true? This is too explosive. You know what? Joey's last name is Zhou, and Miss Su's last name is Su. Although she has always said that she took her mother's last name, isn't this too much of a coincidence? But I still believe in Miss Su. After all, since she entered school, we have seen her being picked up and dropped off in luxury cars every day. How can a fake socialite have so much money to pretend? Didn't you hear that she took advantage of Joey? Is it possible that these really belong to Joey? Thinking about it carefully, it seems possible. After all, Joey had said before that Su Qingjiao was the nanny's daughter, but I didn't believe it at that time. Is this the truth? Su Qingjiao felt horrified by everyone's gaze. When Aunt Jo and her group walked away, Su Qingjiao trembled all over and suddenly covered her face and started crying. In the class, Su Qingjiao still accumulated some followers. Seeing Su Qingjiao crying, the classmate who had exchanged seats with Joey before slammed the table, stood up angrily and scolded everyone. He scanned the class and explained, "Do you have any brains? You believe everything others say. Anyway, I believe in Su Qingjiao. She is definitely a real daughter. If Joey really had money, would he have to hire someone to perform such a show?" It's obvious that Joey guessed that parents would be invited to school today, and he was scared and panicked, so he deliberately found someone to come to school to act out a scene. It was just something I said casually as it passed through my mind. After he said it, the more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. He continued along this line of thought. Didn't the counselor bring Joey's mother here today? He must be in the teacher's office now. If you don't believe me, just go over and confront him. See if the person who just talked in the classroom and left is real, or if the person the counselor found from Joey's emergency contacts is real. After hearing what he said, the students who were originally skeptical became a little hesitant. Yes. Those were the parents called by the counselor, and several people saw it with their own eyes outside the classroom, so it couldn't be fake. For a moment, everyone started talking at once. No one would write a fake number as an emergency contact, so I believe Su Qingjiao. After hearing what you said, I think it makes sense. The counselor can't call a fake parent, right? I also think Su Qingjiao is real. TSK, which actors did Joey invite today? He's really good. He even pretends to be cool in school. When Hao Min heard these words, he thought these people were really stupid. No wonder people on the internet said they were stupid college students who had not experienced any social hardships. She subconsciously wanted to clarify for Joey. The words came to her mouth, but she swallowed them back. She is a little fat, her appearance is not outstanding in the class, and her family background is even more ordinary. What ability does she have to compete with others for Joey? Perhaps only at this time was she closest to Joey. It's true that everyone wants to make their life better. She just wanted to pounce on Joey, the rich second generation, in private. She glanced absent-mindedly toward the window, but she was not sitting by the window, so she could not see what was happening outside the window, nor could she see what Joey and his aunt with a very strong aura were doing. She supported her chin with one hand and wondered what Joey was saying to his aunt at this moment. Since Joey still had to go to class, the two did not leave the school. Instead, Joey accompanied his aunt to the school convenience store to buy some snacks. I really miss my college days. Honestly, if it weren't for the old lady, I wouldn't even have the chance to go to college. During this time, I talked to a lot of friends abroad, and they all said that there was not much hope except hanging on to life in IUC. But I don't believe it. As long as I'm still alive, there's always a chance. Forget it, let's not talk about this, shall we? Look at what you want to eat. Aunt Jo put away her sad mood and found a convenient place to sit and chat. The two of them sat side by side in the ancient-style corridor built in the school, with the snacks they had just bought placed in the middle. Aunt Jo has always given the outside world the image of a strong woman. Joey knew clearly that this was actually because his aunt admired her grandmother, who was decisive and had founded the huge Jo group, so she had been imitating her grandmother's methods and image. Chapter 41 Worshipping Grandma. My aunt was very grateful and respected and admired Grandma. In the eyes of outsiders, she is the resolute and ruthless Ms. Jo. However, in front of her family, she will show her sentimental side. She will reminisce about the past, feel helpless about her grandmother's illness, and feel sad and upset. She would also buy dolls that she could not afford before. As she grew up, she was always making up for her past self. It was class time, so no one else was passing by the corridor. Aunt Jo could drop all her disguises and comfortably eat the cheap bread from the convenience store. The bread was too sweet and dry in texture, but it didn't matter, she just missed the days when old lady Jo was awake. Joey didn't like drinks, so he took a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed it and took a sip. He waited for Aunt Jo to swallow the bread in her mouth and listened to her say, "Shaoui, don't blame me for coming to your school on my own initiative. Su Qingjiao left the Zhou family villa in a huff a few days ago, and she actually used your name to go to the Royal Court Hotel for free. She even ordered the hotel manager to kick the guests in the presidential suite out of the hotel. You know what a bad impact this has on our hotel. Fortunately, the guest who was kicked out of the hotel did not cause any trouble, otherwise if our neighbors knew about it, the entire Luqing media would have reported it. The company seems to be harmonious on the surface, but as the old lady's absence gets longer and longer, factions have begun to form within the company. I won't allow any accidents to happen." Joey took the bottle of mineral water and tossed it back and forth in his hands, watching the tiny circles formed by the water under the pouring sunlight. When he heard Aunt Jo's words, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Su Qingjiao is really amazing. Is she so bold now? He always thought that Su Qingjiao would not reveal her true ambition until next year, which is the 5th year. I didn't expect that signs of this would appear this year. Already working in a subsidiary of Zhou Group, have you made yourself the president? Can you order everyone around at will? Aunt Jo sighed and said, I've said long ago that this woman has a shallow vision, but she's bold and thick-skinned. You think she lacks love, but as long as you give her love and what she lacks, she will be moved. In fact, this kind of person is selfish and never satisfied. As time goes by, she will become more and more demanding. However, with me here, I won't let her have any chance to mess with the Zhou Group. The Zhou Group is your grandmother's hard work, and there must be no mistakes. Otherwise, I will be sorry for your grandmother's careful cultivation. Aunt Jo looked into the distance with a firm gaze. She had never had any unrealistic fantasies about the Zhou Group. She just wanted to protect the Zhou Group. But before, Joey would always interrupt her impatiently and didn't like her saying bad things about Su Qingjiao. In fact, Aunt Jo didn't know that Joey didn't like it. But Joey had heard it too much and was really afraid that he would lose control and kill Su Qingjiao. If that happened, the mission would fail and his grandmother would really be beyond saving. This time, Aunt Jo was able to say everything that was on her mind. A smile appeared on Aunt Jo's face. She had a feeling that Joey seemed to have really grown up. Perhaps in the near future, Joey will be able to take over the responsibility of Zhou Group. But it is too early to think about these things now. Taking over the Zhou Group will not only bring money, but also responsibilities and subsequent pressure. The Zhou family supports tens of thousands of families, so this responsibility is huge. Pause. Aunt Jo suddenly changed the subject and brought Joey some good news. By the way, I finally found out something about the person you asked me to find out for you. The guest who was driven away by Su Qingjiu at the Royal Court Hotel was named Shin Bingyan. She is not much older than you. I wonder if she is the person you are looking for. Zhou Yi's heart was shaken violently. After so many days, have you finally found it? He suppressed his inner ecstasy and tried to look calm. That should be her. Any news about her? Zhou Yi observed Zhou Yi's reaction. Was she right about that fleeting joy just now? She had always wanted to ask, why did Zhou Yi want to find someone whose name he only knew, but whose other identity information he didn't even know what he looked like? Now seeing Zhou Yi's strange behavior, he felt even more confused. But he still told Zhou Yi the truth, she is too mysterious. I asked someone to investigate, but there is no information. It's as if someone deliberately hid the information. The hotel surveillance only captured her eyes. She was wearing a mask so her face couldn't be seen. All we knew was that there was a strong bodyguard following her. I guess she is a person of some status. Her temperament doesn't seem to be fake. For now, I only know that she is in Lucheng, and I haven't found out anything else. After Aunt Zhou learned that Shin Bingyan appeared at the Royal Court Hotel, she immediately asked the hotel manager to send her the surveillance footage. Through surveillance, she could feel that Shin Bingyan was a well-off and well-educated rich girl. Her status must be not low, but she didn't know what it was. This is not like a fake like Su Qingjiao, who is full of arrogance and aloofness, empty and without any substance. Although all the branded clothes she wore were real, Su Qingjiao lacked manners and could only deceive these clear-eyed college students. Zhou Yi took a deep breath and said to Aunt Zhou very carefully, Aunt, I have to ask you to help me continue investigating her. She is very important to me. Grandma's life and his life depend on her. How could she not be important? Aunt Zhou was surprised, her eyes filled with doubt. It was obvious that she had misunderstood, but Zhou Yi did not intend to explain. Everyone has their own secrets, and even to the person you trust the most, there are some things you don't want to tell. Aunt Zhou was silent for a moment, then nodded and agreed, okay, I'll tell you when I have news about her. But it is probably difficult to find out how much more. Aunt Zhou stood up and looked at her watch. Shui, I have a meeting later, so I'll go back first. If there's anything going on at school, just call me. But I think after what happened to Su Qingjiao, no one will bother you anymore. Protect yourself well. Zhou Yi also stood up. Auntie, be careful on the road. Aunt Zhou looked at Zhou Yi with tolerance, her eyes full of trust and kindness towards him. After seeing Aunt Zhou leave with her bodyguards, Zhou Yi slowly returned to the classroom. Chapter 42 Still simulating. Zhou Yi left as soon as school was over, and the rest of the people also left in groups of 3 or 4. Only Su Qingjiao was still sitting in the classroom doing the simulation experiment. A female student came over and said, Miss, aren't you leaving yet? You've been working so hard these past few days, you've been simulating after school every day. Hao Men originally wanted to leave, but stopped when she saw someone taking the initiative to talk to Su Qingjiao. She changed her mind and realized that her relationship with Su Qingjiao seemed to have become a little distant in the past few days, mainly because she did not try to curry favor with her. Although she already knew that Su Qingjiao was a fake, she liked to leave some room for everything. Hao Men then also walked towards Su Qingjiao, with the same attitude as before, which made people unable to find any fault with him. Jiao Jiao, let's go together. You always stay at the end these days. I haven't walked with you for several days. If others didn't know, they would think we were having a conflict. Su Qingjiao, who originally wanted to refuse them, realized after hearing this that she couldn't wait until everyone left before leaving, as this would arouse suspicion. But her black card was frozen, so she couldn't pay for a long-term luxury car rental. Okay, I'll pack up. In the end, Su Qingjiao agreed to go with her classmates. When they walked to the school gate, some students stretched their necks to look at the luxury cars. There are many cars in front of the college, but none of them are top-notch luxury cars. The female student asked, Hey, miss, didn't the luxury car come to pick you up today? Su Qingjiao smiled, without any trace of guilt, and lied without hesitation, I was so happy chatting with you guys just now that I forgot to call my driver in advance to ask him to pick me up. The main reason is that I asked the driver to pick me up later these days. I feel that my grades have dropped recently, so I want to learn more in school. The classmate had no doubts and said with admiration, he is so rich and yet he works so hard. What should ordinary people like us do? My internship is coming up soon, and I still don't know how to make many PPTs. Hao Men looked at Su Qingjiao's lies coldly, and laughed at them in her heart. What about the driver? What about the luxury car? She pretended to be so real. But he asked with concern, Jiao Jiao, you work too hard. The entire Joe group is yours. Why do you still need to struggle like ordinary people like us? So how are you going to get home? How about I take a taxi and take you home? Su Qingjiao shook her head and smiled. No need, I can just take a taxi home. You guys should go home soon too. Under the gaze of everyone, Su Qingjiao got into a taxi that was waiting for passengers at the school gate. After reporting the address, Su Qingjiao sat in the taxi with peace of mind. Looking at the scenery passing by outside the window, Su Qingjiao couldn't help but think of her poor self in the past. I have never taken a taxi before. There were only a few times when the bus was off duty, and there was no other choice but to take a taxi. At that time, Su's mother would stare at the taxi meter all the way. Every time, she would ask the driver to stop the car in advance and jump at 1 kilometer to maximize the value. She would stop the car when the meter reached over 90 points but less than 1 kilometer. She would never let the driver roll the wheel forward to charge more. Now, you don't even need to ask the price when you get in a car, and you don't even bother to look at the meter. This feeling is really great. Taxis were not allowed to enter the high-end villa area, so Su Qingjiao had to get off the car outside the community and then walk back to the Zhou family villa. After entering the door, she looked in the direction of the garage, but did not seem to see the blue Bentley. Could it be that Joey hasn't come back yet? He left as soon as school was over today. Joey did leave as soon as school was over, but he was at the Royal Court Hotel at the moment. He met with the person in charge of the hotel in a low-key manner, and only then did he know that the hotel had changed its manager and the previous manager was now the deputy manager of the hotel. The deputy manager received him. Joey waved his hand, not wanting other people in the hotel to know that he had been there. He just asked the deputy manager to check the surveillance footage of that night for him. The deputy manager invited Joey to the office, adjusted the surveillance video for Joey, and then stood by the wall, waiting for Joey's further instructions. I blamed myself for being so blind that I believed Su Qingjiao would be Zhou Shou's fiancé in the future. What bad luck! This time, he couldn't make the wrong decision again. Joey pulled up the surveillance footage from the top-floor corridor and asked the deputy manager to watch all the surveillance footage of Shin Bingyan from the moment she entered the hotel to the moment she left. He didn't know what Shin Bingyan looked like, but he knew very well what the bodyguard's back looked like. From the moment Shin Bingyan entered the hotel, the bodyguards behind her seemed to know where the cameras were and always stood behind Shin Bingyan. Whenever Shin Bingyan appeared in the hotel lobby, elevator, or corridor, the bodyguard's 1.9 meter tall and broad back would definitely block Shin Bingyan tightly. Joey can't even see a ghost. Can't you retrieve the identity information for booking a room? Mr. Zhou, I can't call it up. The only information displayed is her name. Everything else is blank. And this room was not reserved based on her identity. Joey. It's too difficult. It's so hard for him to find someone. If it weren't for the frame of the picture capturing Shin Bingyan's silhouette when entering the presidential suite, he really wouldn't have seen anything. Shin Bingyan walked very fast, so the captured frame was not very high definition. He could only see that Shin Bingyan was about 1.7 meters tall, with a straight and thin back and a well-proportioned body. Although her face could not be seen clearly because she was wearing a black mask, she should be a pretty girl. What impressed people most was her temperament, which was as cold as the snow lotus on the mountains. Joey thought to himself in disappointment that it seemed to fit her name very well. The cold temperament, is it an illusion? Does it look a little familiar? After taking this side profile photo of Shin Bingyan with his mobile phone, Joey checked the surveillance footage of Su Qingjiao staying in the hotel that day. Seeing Su Qingjiao proudly wearing a mask, Joey's eyes suddenly turned cold. She really treats the hotel as hers. He said this more confidently than the real heir of the Zhou family. The deputy manager was standing in the corner. When he saw the frost on Joey's face, he was so frightened that he dared not breathe. He was afraid that if he took this breath, he would be caught by Joey and demoted. Fortunately, he waited anxiously until Joey stood up. Seeing him leave the office silently, the deputy manager finally breathed a sigh of relief. What a bullshit future Zhou family wife, you have ruined me. Zhou Shao didn't say anything, so he probably wouldn't be demoted again, right? He thought anxiously. Meanwhile, on the other side. On Joey's way back from the hotel. As soon as Su Qingjiao returned to the villa, she was caught red-handed by butler Chow. Housekeeper Chow smiled coldly, grabbed her hair, and slammed her against the wall. You whimsical little bitch, you come back so late again. Do you think you were still the same as before when you didn't have to work? Chapter 43. I'm going to wash the floor. Hurry up and wash the floor. If the garden floor is not cleaned before dinner, you won't have dinner. After all, every grain of rice you eat is paid by the Zhou family. You kept saying before that it was the young master who begged you to eat and collect money. Now the young master doesn't beg you anymore, you should be self-reliant. Su Qingjiao screamed in pain and felt that her life was too hard now. She felt disgusted whenever she looked at this old woman, and felt that Butler Chow was deliberately humiliating her. I was surprised to hear that I was the only one cleaning such a big garden. And she couldn't flush it with a pipe because it was a waste of water. This was all the Zhou family's money, and she had to save money for the Zhou family, so she had to fetch water herself with a bucket. Su Qingjiao was so angry that her lungs were shaking. Are you crazy? The garden is so big, and you want me to clean it alone, and use buckets of water to wash it? I can't do it. I won't be able to finish washing this until tomorrow. You must be making fun of me on purpose. Butler Chow heard Su Qingjiao's retort. She just smiled coldly, as if she had expected Su Qingjiao to say that. She took Su's mother's previous words and returned them intact. I don't want to hear so many explanations from you. Just tell me whether you can do it or not. If you can't do it, you will starve. The fine will be deducted from your mother's salary. Besides, if you had come back earlier, how could you not finish sweeping? I think you just want to be lazy and don't want to work. What if you think you are a rich lady? What can a country bumpkin do? Su Qingjiao blushed as she listened to these familiar words. It's not that she doesn't know how Su's mother bosses the servants around in the Zhou family, but as long as no one makes a big deal out of it, she pretends not to know. Now she heard Butler Chow imitating Su's mother's words to criticize her. She was angry and anxious, but didn't know how to respond. Knowing that she was no match for Butler Chow, Su Qingjiao angrily returned to the small servants' room where she and her mother lived, and sat on the bed, crying in grievance. Since when did a servant dare to bully her? If she had frowned before, this blind servant would have been fired. But now housekeeper Chow dared to bully her openly, starved her, and deducted her mother's salary, making her suffer. Is Zhou Yi blind? She can't see. How could he bear to do that? Pa! The lights in the room suddenly lit up, and Su Qingjiao sat on the edge of the bed. When she looked up, she could clearly see the closet that was less than a meter away from her and was so crowded that even the door couldn't be closed. She glanced around and saw that the room was so crowded that there was no place to stand. I didn't feel how messy it was before I turned on the lights, but I felt even more suffocated after I turned on the lights. No matter where she stood in the room, she didn't dare to stretch her arms. As soon as she stretched her arms, she would either hit the wall, the table, or the cabinet. Su's mother walked in from outside, closed the door, and walked towards Su Qingjiao while talking. Why don't you turn on the light in your room? Did I just hear Butler Chow talking about you? Hearing Su's mother's question, Su Qingjiao felt her nose sour. She was about to act aggrieved and act coquettishly to Su's mother, but she hadn't said anything yet. The next second, hearing Su's mother's cold words, her heart suddenly sank. How could I give birth to such a useless waste like you? If you hadn't quarreled with Zhou Yi, would you still be controlled by a servant? Don't you think about it? When Zhou Yi held you in his hands, they would never dare to treat you like this. Su Qingjiao lowered her head, a bitter smile on her lips. In her mother's eyes, she is useless and cannot compare to other children in anything. In the past, there was an extreme preference for boys over girls. Only now that girls are useful and can make money has the situation changed. Speaking of which, it was only during the years when Zhou Yi was pursuing her that her mother treated her like a treasure. How long has it been since she heard her mother scold her for being useless? About 2 or 3 years ago. Jiao, don't blame mom for scolding you. Mom just hopes that you can live a better life. You have suffered with mom, so you know that life is not easy for the poor. Now that Zhou Yi has finally taken a fancy to you, you must do everything you can to catch him. If it really doesn't work, you can have a baby before marriage and use your skills in bed to charm him. Then Zhou Yi will have no choice but to take responsibility. There were originally chairs in the room, but the mother and daughter had too many things, so the entire room was filled with clothes and bags except for the bed. Su's mother could only sit on either side of the bed with Su Qingjiao to talk. When talking about pregnancy before marriage, Su's mother's tone became heavier. Su Qingjiao's heart skipped a beat. No, she didn't want to tie a man up in this way. In this case, what is the difference between her and those materialistic women? Fearing that Su's mother might do something secretly, Su Qingjiao thought for a moment and said, Mom, if Zhou Yi really hates me, it would be useless even if I get pregnant before marriage. Look at how cruel Zhou Yi was when dealing with those domestic servants. They couldn't even find a job in Lucheng. Also, even if Joey was angry, he didn't drive us away. This proves that Joey can't let go of his pride and he still cares about me. Now I've figured it out. I can't keep waiting for him to apologize to me. I'll go talk to Joey calmly later. If this continues, not only Sue's mother, but Su Qingjiao herself will not be able to bear it. Having experienced the meticulous care, the wealth of having everything she wanted, and the life of being ordered around, the current life is simply a disaster for her. Mother Su exhaled heavily, stood up and patted the invisible dust on her clothes. Jiao Jiao, it's good that you have figured it out. Hurry up and find Joey. I'm really fed up with such a small room. It's like a coffin room. Sue's mother didn't dare to stay in the room for too long. After all, she was still cleaning the corridor. If housekeeper Chow saw her slacking off, she would lose her full attendance bonus for the month. After Sue's mother left, Su Qingjiao looked at this coffin-like room, which was only about 11 or 12 square meters and couldn't even accommodate a large bathtub. She clenched her hands tightly. After a moment, she let go of her hands and searched through boxes and cabinets for a long time, and finally found a light pink dress in some corner. Before she came to the Zhou family, she was chosen as the class beauty in her previous school, so her appearance must have been good. In the past few years, she has been living a life of luxury in the Zhou family. Her skin has become much whiter, and even her fingers have become slender and beautiful. Looking at herself in the mirror, wearing this light pink dress, coupled with her carefully maintained white and glowing skin, she now looks even more pure and beautiful. Su Qingjiao took a deep breath and walked out of the room. Without caring about how the other servants looked at her, she went straight to Zhou Yi's room. Just now when she was chatting with Sue's mother, she heard the sound of a car engine, and she knew that Joey must have returned. Chapter 44. The screen lights up. Zhou Yi's room was closed, so Su Qingjiao opened the door and went in. Zhou Yi was not in the room. Listening carefully, he seemed to hear the sound of water dripping in the bathroom. Su Qingjiao was hesitating whether to wait in the room or come back later when she heard a ding-dong sound from Zhou Yi's cell phone, which was placed on the bed, and then the screen lit up. Su Qingjiao was standing beside the bed. She only turned her head slightly to see the friend request information on the screen. Suddenly, Su Qingjiao had a bad feeling in her heart. It can't be that woman again. Su Qingjiao picked up Zhou Yi's cell phone. She had previously asked Joey not to hide anything from her, so Joey told her the password of his cell phone so that she could check his cell phone at any time. Su Qingjiao unlocked the phone skillfully and saw that the password was still the same. She couldn't help but think that Joey still cared about her, otherwise why didn't he even change the password? It can't be that I forgot to change it? Hee, I knew that you were just playing hard to get. You've been pretending for so many days, and seeing how much I've suffered, you don't know how miserable you feel inside, right? Su Qingjiao opened the application interface and saw that the name of the person applying to add a friend was Shin Bingyan. It's her again. Su Qingjiao's face froze. She had blocked the other party twice in the past few months, but Shin Bingyan refused to give up and added Joey using a different number every time. Su Qingjiao operated as usual, blocking and deleting, eliminating any records that might have been seen. Just when she was about to check who Joey had been chatting with most closely recently, she heard footsteps coming from the bathroom. Su Qingjiao quickly exited WeChat, locked her phone, and threw it back to where it was. After doing all this, Joey, wearing silk pajamas, walked out of the bathroom, with water dripping from his hair. He was wiping his hair with a towel as he walked. Su Qingjiao saw it clearly. When Joey saw her appear in the room, he was stunned at first, and then his eyes turned cold and vigilant. Who let you in? Su Qingjiao felt very uncomfortable, and her heart was hurt by Joey's cold eyes. She frowned aggrievedly. Joey, you said I could come to see you anytime. I just wanted to talk to you. Maybe you've been under a lot of pressure recently, so you're short-tempered and don't have much patience with me. I thought about it and maybe I ignored your feelings too much. We are both at fault in this matter, so I want to take the initiative. I won't care about you hitting me before, and I won't ask you to apologize to me. I forgive you. Now I just want to go back to the old days with you, Joey. You really hurt me these days. Seeing that Joey had no reaction after hearing this, he just stared at her coldly. Su Qingjiao pulled her skirt to lower her white chest. She took 2 steps towards Joey and asked, Do you still remember this dress? You were the first one to give it to me, and I still keep it. Su Qingjiao wanted Joey to recall the good memories between them. She tried to look as gentle as possible under the light, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised as she looked at Joey lovingly. Joey seemed to be touched by past memories, and couldn't help but take 1 step, 2 steps towards Su Qingjiao. When he reached the desk, he suddenly stopped. Under Su Qingjiao's affectionate gaze, Joey suddenly opened the top drawer, took out a piece of paper and looked at it nonchalantly. Su Qingjiao couldn't see clearly what was on the A4 paper, but she could see the shadows of densely packed fonts on the paper. At this time, under the reflected pupils of Su Qingjiao, Joey's expression, which had been expressionless just now, changed. He took the paper and slapped Su Qingjiao's face. The fair skin was instantly scratched red, and Su Qingjiao took a breath. Joey's eyes were filled with humiliation and his actions were extremely sarcastic. He said to her with a face full of sarcasm, "What are you pretending for, bitch? You don't want to go back to the old days with me. It's you who wants to go back to the old days. When I was pursuing you, didn't you keep saying that I begged you to spend all that money? Did I force you to accept the gifts? It's only been a few days, and you can't help but come here and admit your mistake." Su Qingjiao was stunned, and then she looked hurt. She looked at Joey blankly and said, "Joey, how could you think of me like this? When have I ever wanted your money?" Joey looked as if he had expected you to say that. He turned the A4 paper over so that Su Qingjiao could see what was written on it. "No pictures? No pictures are better. Pay me back the money first and then talk to me about other things. This is just one of your many bills. Not much, just a few $100,000. Only then did Su Qingjiao see clearly that what was printed on the A4 paper was her spending record for this month. After deducting the 290,000 yuan spent on the bag, there was still several 100,000 yuan left. Looking at Joey's mocking expression, Su Qingjiao's face suddenly turned pale. He wouldn't really want her to pay back the money, right? How can this be possible? He liked her, he was the one pursuing her, how could he not spend money to pursue a girl? What's wrong with spending some money? Why did he humiliate her like this? Her eyes flashed, and she suddenly covered her face and cried, "Joey, is this how you think of me? Whoa. I finally mustered up the courage to make peace with you, and you thought I was after your money. I'm really disappointed in you." Joey watched coldly as Su Qingjiao left her room sadly. She selectively ignored the matter of money and focused on the love matter. I have long known what kind of person Su Qingjiao is. Su Qingjiao is obviously greedy, but she still pretends to be noble. Joey was well prepared. It didn't matter if she couldn't pay it back now. He would make her pay with blood at the annual ceremony. By then, she won't be able to escape. After putting the bill back, Joey went back to the bathroom to blow dry his hair. After Su Qingjiao came out of Joey's room, she returned to the suffocating servant's room in disappointment. Joey's room is so big, with a custom-made dressing room and a bathtub. Suddenly, I came to such a small room, it really feels like the difference between heaven and hell. This made her even more unwilling to accept why there was such a big difference in the attitude towards her. Su Qingjiao had been sitting by the bed for a long time, feeling dizzy and hungry. She wanted to go out to get something to eat, but as soon as she went out, she was stared at by Butler Chow. She really didn't want to work, so why would she have her salary deducted? Oh, she just didn't believe it. When the salary was paid at the end of the month, Joey was willing to deduct her mother's money. Anyway, she will make peace with Joey. After waiting for a long time, she finally saw Su's mother coming back from a busy day at work. What happened? Su's mother couldn't wait to ask her the result as soon as she came back. Su Qingjiao was lying on the bed. She was so hungry because she hadn't eaten anything, so she had to drink water all the time. Her eyes darkened as she said, "When I went upstairs to look for Joey, I found out that someone was trying to steal my girl away while we were in a Cold War. Although Joey still loves me, he can't let go of his pride now. Maybe someone is pursuing him, which gives him the confidence. He doesn't want to get back together with me easily. He said he wants to wait and think about it." Chapter 45. You're crazy. Su Qingjiao naturally didn't dare to tell the truth to her mother, but she didn't completely lie to her mother either. There was indeed someone who wanted to steal her away, and he had been ready to do so. Joey's words just now were very hurtful, but after she came back, she thought again, if Joey really didn't love her, why didn't he change his mobile phone password? Could he have forgotten it? Why didn't Joey kick her out? She believed that Joey still loved her. Joey had been pursuing her for 3 or 4 years. If he didn't love her, how could he be so good to her? He would have given up long ago. Now Joey is just getting carried away and thinking that he can't leave him, so he wants to see himself chasing him and licking him. Just like how Joey pursued me back then. Have the hunter and prey switched positions? Sue's mother also agreed with Su Qingjiao's opinion. All signs showed that Joey still loved Su Qingjiao in his heart. Jiao, Mom thought about it, you are right, we can't let Joey get his wish. If you follow his wishes and treat him well without any bottom line, how can you control the entire Zhou family when you become Mrs. Zhou? To make someone fall in love with you, it's not enough to just treat him or well without any bottom line. We must think of a way to make Joey feel a sense of urgency towards you and make him want to leave you. You are the future wife of the Zhou family. The entire Zhou family belongs to us. We must show some confidence. Mother Su lowered her head and thought for a while, then suddenly raised her head and smiled. Her smile looked a little eerie under the light. Jiao, you have a lot of suitors in school, right? The next day, Su Qingjiao was sitting alone next to the school's artificial lake. There were a few white swans swimming happily on the lake as if no one was around. Swan has been in school for a long time and is not shy about strangers. Seeing Su Qingjiao taking out food to feed the swan, there was a look of pity in her eyes, as if she felt sorry for the swan being kept in the pond. She looked just like a holy little white flower. When a few swans saw the food, they swam hurriedly to Su Qingjiao. Jiao, you are really kind. You are the most caring girl I have ever met. A boy with tinfoil permed hair walked towards Su Qingjiao with 2 bottles of water in his hands. After sitting down next to Su Qingjiao, he unscrewed one of the bottles of water and handed it to Su Qingjiao. Su Qingjiao politely declined, "Thank you, I will buy it myself if I want to drink it." Zhang Chang didn't care. He had known for a long time that Su Qingjiao never drank anything given by others. She was pure and noble, and would not allow anyone to get close to her, unless it was Zhou Yi's. This made Zhang Chang very jealous of Zhou Yi for a time. He didn't understand how a vain and hypocritical poor student could be looked at differently by Su Qingjiao and live under the same roof with her. Zhang Chang silently watched Su Qingjiao feeding the swans. The sunlight shone on Su Qingjiao's body, making her whole body covered with a layer of halo, so dazzling and so beautiful. Zhang Chang's eyes were obsessed, and there was no room for anyone else in his heart except Su Qingjiao. Even though Su Qingjiao was not so perfect at the moment, with a faint circle of dark circles under her eyes, in Zhang Chang's eyes she was still the prettiest and purest girl in the school. Zhang Chang couldn't help but ask with concern, Jiao, I haven't seen you for a few days. Why do you look a little haggard recently? Did you not sleep well, or is there something on your mind? Su Qingjiao watched Zhang Chang's mouth opening and closing, not caring much about what he was saying. Zhang Chang is also considered a prominent figure in the school. It is said that he has relatives in the school's leadership, so he has always been very casual in school. He is not afraid of skipping classes. As he said, his family is rich, so it doesn't matter whether he goes to work in the future. Zhang Chang fell in love with her at first sight after she transferred to our school, and later on he pursued her relentlessly. However, Su Qingjiao never paid any attention to him. After all, no matter how successful Zhang Chang is in school, he cannot compare to Joey, the heir to the Zhou group. Yesterday she discussed a plan with Su's mother, and she felt that Zhang Chang was a good tool who could be used as a catalyst to inspire Joey. Zhang Chang's identity and background allow him to target Joey without caring about the school rules, and even make Joey isolated by his classmates. At that time, I will take action to rescue the isolated and helpless Joey, and the initiative of this relationship will be in my hands. Faced with Zhang Chang's concern and entanglement, Su Qingjiao could only be forced and helpless to express her troubles. Alas! Su Qingjiao sighed and said resentfully, what else could it be? Can you please stop harassing me all the time? I really don't have any other thoughts right now. I just want to graduate well. Zhang Chang accurately grasped the word you in the conversation. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a colder tone, you mean, someone is harassing you? Who is it? Don't be afraid, I'll take care of it for you. Su Qingjiao glanced at him and said, yes. Never mind. Just don't cause me any trouble. Su Qingjiao did not say who was harassing her, but Zhang Chang stared at Su Qingjiao's back as she left, thoughtfully, and immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. In less than 10 minutes, he found out from Su Qingjiao's classmates who was the person who was bothering Su Qingjiao. He, Zhou Yi? A poor student who relies on Zhou's support dares to touch my goddess? You are not worthy. I think you want to die. Zhang Chang put one hand in his pocket, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold look appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had disliked Zhou Yi for a long time. This guy was just good at studying and looked okay. Why did Su Qingjiao treat him differently? If Su Qingjie had not protected him gently and firmly, he would have sent someone to warn Zhou Yi to avoid Su Qingjie when he saw her in the future. But this kid just didn't appreciate it and even dared to hire someone to act out a show to humiliate Su Qingjie in public. This really touched his bottom line. This time, no matter whether Su Qingjie would be angry with him afterwards, he decided to force Zhou Yi to drop out of school. It was afternoon. The second class in the afternoon was physical training. Several boys in the class were discussing playing basketball, but at this time, Zhang Chang came over with his men in great momentum. Zhang Chang glanced at Zhou Yi with contempt, then turned sideways and said something to the physical education teacher, who nodded in agreement. Then, the physical education teacher gathered all the boys in the class together and said, "Students from the computer department want to play a friendly game with our class. Usually, classmates compete with each other. You are too familiar with your classmates' habits. This will be bad for you. Today is a good opportunity for you to get to know the strengths of students from other classes. You can learn from each other and also get to know your own strengths." After the physical education teacher finished speaking, the students in the class became excited. Looking at Zhang Chang and others opposite, his eyes were full of confidence and challenging. Zhang Chang whistled and walked towards Zhou Yi. Everyone could see that Zhang Chang seemed to be coming specifically for Zhou Yi. "Zhou Yi, right? I heard that you've been pretty wild at school lately. Do you dare to play a couple of games with me?" Chapter 46, The Road Back is Blocked. Zhang Chang's words directly blocked Zhou Yi's retreat. If Zhou Yi said he didn't dare at this time, the whole class would lose momentum before the fight even started. Hearing the other party's targeted words, Zhou Yi frowned slightly. Ever since he lost one leg in his previous life, he has been unable to play basketball. Now that he is in good health, he is undoubtedly fearless when facing an opponent who challenges him, but he remembers that he is not familiar with Zhang Chang, right? Only powerful people dare to act so arrogantly. Zhou Yi accepted Zhang Chang's provocation. No matter why the other party is targeting you, since you are here, you might as well test it out first. The two people's eyes met in the air, and there was an ambiguous smell of gunpowder. As the physical education teacher's voice started to ring, both sides quickly fell into a tense atmosphere of fighting for the basketball. "Zhou Yi, catch the ball." A classmate in the class was stopped by someone and had to pass the ball to Zhou Yi. Although Zhou Yi was not liked by his classmates, it had to be said that Zhou Yi's ball skills were still good, so he passed the ball to Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi also quickly caught the ball with his skills. Suddenly, several more people appeared to stop him. Zhang Chang, who had been keeping a close eye on Zhou Yi, sneered when he saw Zhou Yi get the ball, and immediately winked at the people around him. Seeing this, the man desperately moved close to Zhou Yi, and then hit Zhou Yi's arm with great force. Bang! Caught off guard, Zhou Yi's basketball fell from his hands and was quickly snatched away. Zhou Yi was just about to grab the basketball back when, in the blink of an eye, someone in front of him stretched out a foot, intentionally or unintentionally. Zhou Yi's pupil shrank slightly, and his body reacted faster than his brain. He wanted to dodge to the side, but unexpectedly, people were firmly holding him on both sides, making it impossible for him to dodge to the side. However, the next moment, Zhou Yi suddenly turned around and rotated backwards to the right, successfully breaking free from the control of these people and preventing him from falling miserably in front of the whole class. Those people were stunned. They didn't expect Zhou Yi to turn around from behind and get rid of them. After being stunned for a few seconds, several people quickly chased after Zhou Yi, as if they wanted to lock Zhou Yi firmly in their encirclement. Zhou Yi pursed his lips and sneered. He realized that these people's purpose was not to steal the ball, but to keep an eye on him and target him all the time. Zhou Yi took advantage of their inattention, dodged left and right, and finally grabbed the ball with the cooperation of another classmate. Being surrounded, he had no chance to run over and shoot. Zhou Yi stood still with a firm look in his eyes, and before the others could get close to him, he stood outside the three-point line, holding the ball and looking up. The basketball entered the basketball hoop accurately with a graceful arc. Bang! Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi. Fuck, that's awesome. Enthusiastic shouts from classmates came from the spectator seats. Amid the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, Zhou Yi looked solemnly at the few people who had followed him. Then he looked past them and at Zhang Chang behind them, who had a gloomy look in his eyes because he had scored a goal. Zhang Chang noticed Zhou Yi's gaze towards him and gave Zhou Yi a malicious sneer. "You're lucky." "Really?" As soon as the whistle sounded, the people who had surrounded Zhou Yi didn't care where the ball flew. They just stared at Zhou Yi. They were like a piece of taffy, always sticking closely to Zhou Yi no matter where he ran. To outsiders, this was their way of guarding against Zhou Yi getting the ball. But only Joey knew that they wanted to make Joey get injured or break bones in this situation with a legitimate reason. After all, injuries are common on the field. As long as no one notices their little tricks, even if Joey is injured, there is no way to prove that they did it on purpose. They were chasing too closely, and Joey had to guard against being surrounded by them again while also cooperating with his teammates. He had just hurriedly tried to escape from their pursuit again, when suddenly, he saw a basketball hitting his head at an extremely high speed, hard and accurately. There seemed to be a burning fire in Joey's pupils, and a huge crystal chandelier fell down with a click under the high temperature. This scene had been Joey's nightmare countless times. Every time he woke up from a nightmare, he would knock on his broken leg helplessly and desperately. At this moment, he seemed to be in the fire again. When everyone thought Joey couldn't escape, Joey finally reacted. He did not repeat the tragedy of the past. In that nightmare, he had simulated the scene of dodging and escaping countless times, so in an instant, his body dodged to the side at an incredibly fast speed. Bang! Ah! The basketball hit the person behind Joey hard, making a dull sound on his head. Immediately following, it was the man's scream, covering his head and falling heavily to the hard floor. Joey squinted his eyes and stared at the direction where the basketball came from. He saw that the pride on Zhang Chang's face had not completely faded. When he saw that the basketball actually hit his teammate, half of his face was filled with astonishment and the other half with satisfaction. Then, all turned into anger and stared at Joey, as if he couldn't understand why Joey could dodge his sneak attack. He had clearly found the right moment and smashed the ball when Joey had just gotten rid of those people and was distracted. Why did Joey react so quickly? He didn't expect that he would fail at such a close distance. How could it be? An accident happened and the physical education teacher rushed over and stopped the game urgently. The game was abandoned. A hint of mocking smile appeared on Joey's lips. Zhang Chang clenched his fists, cracking every joint of his fingers, and he gritted his teeth as if he was determined to cut Joey into pieces. He walked quickly towards his companion whose head was broken and bleeding. When he passed by Joey, he could only hear him angrily whispering a warning to Joey, "Joey, wait for me, don't be too happy too soon. When the time comes, I will make you kneel before me and beg me to let you go." Joey just found it funny. "What a Chunibyu statement, idiot." Joey whispered idiot and left as if it had nothing to do with him. Not long after Joey returned to the classroom, his classmates also came back one after another, talking about what had just happened as they walked. My deskmate Su Ping hesitated for a few seconds, but still whispered, "Joey, you have to be careful. I saw Zhang Chang looked at you with a bad expression just now. I heard that he holds a grudge. I'm worried that he will take revenge on you." "Okay, I understand." Joey nodded as a thank you. Only Zhang Chang and his gang knew about the game, and they intended to injure Joey. As a result, Joey didn't get it, but his teammates were sent to the infirmary. Zhang Chang was so angry that he wanted to teach Joey a lesson by playing basketball. Now seeing that Joey was not injured, but he accidentally injured his companion, Zhang Chang became even more angry with Joey. Chapter 47 Primary School Students. Going to the toilet again. Joey picked up his clothes, but someone next to him almost urinated on his shoes. He reacted very quickly and dodged. Joey came out of the bathroom to wash his hands, and the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. In his opinion, the methods used by Zhang Chang and his gang are quite elementary school student-like. Is this what is called classmate bullying? Joey thought, this method is far inferior to Su Qingjiao's. Just as I thought of Su Qingjiao, I met Su Qingjia walking down the stairs in the corridor. She looked a little worried. "Joey, how are you? I heard that Zhang Chang has been causing trouble for you recently." Zhang Chang has relatives who are leaders in the school. His family is also rich and powerful. If he holds a grudge against you, you will probably be forced to drop out of school. Those who had offended Zhang Chang before were forced to drop out of school. Su Qingjiao took the initiative to come over and walk side by side with Joey, seemingly reminding and caring about Joey. But Joey knew that this woman would not be so kind to remind him. Facing Su Qingjiao, Joey was too lazy to say anything more to her. This woman always had the ability to turn black into white, and always had the ability to act like a weak person and make people sympathize with her. "It's none of your business. Why are you pretending?" Joey quickened his pace, not wanting to get entangled with Su Qingjiao. Su Qingjiao seemed to have something else to say, so she had to jog to keep up with Joey. "How can you talk to me like that? Joey. I find that you are becoming more and more cold-blooded and heartless. I obviously care about you, but I just can't bear to see you forced to drop out of school. Hearing this, Joey paused, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Su Qingjiao thoughtfully. So what do you want to say? Seeing Joey stopped, Su Qingjiao thought she had Joey under control. She raised her head and said to Joey with a condescending tone and a smile. You know, only I can stop Zhang Chang from taking revenge on you. But you've hurt me so much lately, why should I help you? In fact, Zhang Chang has disliked you for a long time. I have been mediating between them all these years. Otherwise, with his temper, you would have dropped out of school long ago. Joey, Zhang Chang didn't target you because of me. If you want Zhang Chang to stop targeting you, you can only rely on me. I can help you. A hint of sneer flashed across Joey's lips. It was obvious that Su Qingjiao couldn't help wanting to get back together with him, yet she pretended to be so arrogant. Joey glanced at her with sarcasm and disgust. He didn't bother to say a word to Su Qingjiao and just turned around and left. Su Qingjiao looked at Joey's back as he turned away indifferently. A trace of anger appeared on her face. Joey, stop right there. You've gone too far, don't come to me crying and begging me in the future. There were footsteps behind me. Zhang Chang walked to Su Qingjiao and stopped, looking at Joey's back with an unpredictable look. Jiao, did Joey make you angry again? Su Qingjiao looked at Zhang Chang angrily and didn't want to talk to such a loser like Zhang Chang. Why didn't Ti realize that Zhang Chang was so useless before? Use some tricks. Even Joey can't handle it. Su Qingjiao said resentfully, it's all because of you. You always brag that you are the boss of the school, and even the teachers have to give you face, but you are the only one who bullies others. Last time you tried to hit Joey with the ball, but ended up hitting one of your own people. Whatever means of revenge you have used have failed in the past few days. Do you know that Joey has been pestering me more and more because of this? Zhang Chang looked a little embarrassed and a little annoyed. How would I know Joey was so agile? It's strange, how come he reacts so quickly? Su Qingjiao was dissatisfied and wanted to leave after saying, sometimes you should look for your own reasons. If you can't do it, then don't make excuses and blame others. Zhang Chang reached out to stop Su Qingjiao and quickly comforted her. Jiao, you can't say I can't do it. Pause. There was a fierce look in his eyes. Don't worry, I will let you see if I can do it. Don't blame me for being too harsh on Joey then. Su Qingjiao originally wanted Zhang Chang to be more careful and not to hurt Joey. But when she thought about how cold Joey was to her just now, she made up her mind to teach Joey a lesson, so she nodded with a grim expression. As school was about to end, Joey suddenly received a WeChat message on his phone. The message was sent by the counselor. Joey, after school, come to the reference room in the old teacher building alone. I found some information for you. The old teacher's building was in the southeast corner of the school. Later, the school built new classrooms, and the old classroom building became a place for the school to store miscellaneous items. The counselor usually took good care of Joey. Misunderstanding his identity as a poor student, he would go to the dean to ask for an extra application form for poor students. He would also take Joey with him on some scientific research projects. Joey had no doubts about the counselor's WeChat message. After school, Joey walked towards the old teacher's building of the school. The reason why the old teacher's building was abandoned was mainly because it was located in a remote area and a bit far from the teaching building. Now that the old teacher's building has moved, few people go there except for 3 or 2 people who like quietness. The information room was on the first floor. Joey stood outside and saw that the door of the information room was open, so he walked in. Why are you so late? The counselor's voice came from the information room, and he sounded a little anxious. Joey heard the counselor's voice and walked in. Teacher, I'm sorry I'm late. The window of the data room is very high and there is only a small vent, so the light is not good. As soon as you walk into the data room, you will feel the light suddenly change. The information room is as big as a classroom, with more than a dozen iron shelves filled with a lot of useful or useless information. Maybe no one has been here for a long time, so the library is full of dust and there are even cobwebs at the door. Joey took a few steps towards the rows of bookshelves. Suddenly, then there was a loud bang, and the iron door of the data room was closed by something. Joey turned around quickly, and then he heard the sound of the key being locked. Is there anyone outside? It turns out that someone locked him in the data room. Huh? Joey half closed his eyes, not in a hurry, and asked calmly, who is it? There was no answer from the outside. Joey smiled and said, if you have the guts, you can get the counselor's phone and send me a WeChat message to trick me into coming here, but you don't even dare to say your name. I'd been locked up by you guys. Even if my identity is exposed, I can't get out, right? Tell me, why did you trick me here? What's your purpose? People outside just wanted to hear Zhou Yi's anger, begging for mercy, fear, and cursing after he was locked up. But who would have thought that when the people inside realized they had been cheated, they did not curse and yell, but instead rationally analyzed the reasons? This is a bit disrespectful to them. TSK, TSK, TSK. A disdainful and complacent voice sounded, "You still have some courage. I'll tell you, my name is Zhang Chang. If you don't know who I am, just go to the campus and ask anyone." Chapter 48, Calm but Hard. I locked you up simply because I don't like you and want to teach you a lesson. Aren't you pretending to be calm? Aren't you crazy? When it's dark and gloomy here at night and there's no one around, I wonder how you can stay calm. Bah, I usually hate people who are so pretentious the most. The footsteps outside faded away, and the old teaching building suddenly fell into silence. The dark and unclear light, coupled with the deathly silence, if someone with a weak heart was locked up in such a place for a night, I'm afraid their body would be cold the next day. The old, dilapidated and deserted teacher's building, with the air filled with the smell of rotting wood and books, made people feel an inexplicable sense of fear. Zhou Yi tried to turn on the light, but this abandoned teacher's dormitory building had been uninhabited for a long time and no one had checked the wiring. Zhou Yi had no choice but to turn on the light on his mobile phone. He walked a few steps into the bookshelf and saw a broken mobile phone on the bookshelf. It turns out that this phone was the one that recorded and played the counselor's voice just now. The phone is a model that has been out of production for several years and requires a password to open. However, even if the phone is opened, it is estimated that there will be no other evidence except a recording. Zhang Chang was very well prepared this time, so he couldn't call for help. Even if he wanted to call the police afterwards, there was no evidence. A broken mobile phone and a recorded video could not incriminate Zhang Chang. I have to say that Zhang Chang's plan this time is very detailed. But he neglected the satellite phone. Zhou Yi's mobile phone is equipped with satellite GPS navigation. The signal is much stronger than that of ordinary mobile phones and can be received across the country, let alone an abandoned teaching building in Lucheng. Zhou Yi followed his memory and searched through his phone's address book. After his parents passed away unexpectedly, his grandmother depended on him for survival. She was afraid that he would be harmed by people hiding in the dark, so she hid his identity and secretly arranged for extremely powerful bodyguards to protect him. The identities of these bodyguards are very mysterious. My grandmother once said that they are all special forces soldiers who retired from overseas battlefields and have seen blood and killed people. These bodyguards would not appear at ordinary times. They would only find him immediately when Zhou Yi needed him or when his life was in danger. At this time, Zhou Yi dialed the bodyguard's number, and within 2 seconds, the call was immediately connected. "Master, what can I do for you? Come and get me." The other party also said very little. I could only hear the sound of keyboard tapping. The atmosphere seemed a bit depressing. After 3 seconds, I heard someone say, 30 minutes. Please wait. On the main road leading away from the school, a black Audi with bulletproof glass was speeding on the road, merging into a stream of cars. Seeing the red light at the intersection, the Audi had to stop. Through the rearview mirror inside the car, the Shin family bodyguard saw that his young lady had been holding her cell phone, pursing her lips and saying nothing, and there seemed to be a hint of disappointment in her cold eyes. Failed again? The bodyguard thought, it's been a few days, and Zhou Yi still hasn't added her on WeChat, and it seems, he has also blocked the lady? This was the third time the lady had changed her number to add Zhou Yi, and the result was the same every time, she was blocked. There was even one time when the lady mustered up the courage to call him, but the other party hung up directly. Zhou Yi has made it so obvious that in his heart there is only Su Qingjiao, that hypocritical and ostentatious woman, and there is no room for anyone else. However, the young lady still seems unwilling to accept this. The bodyguard saw this and felt angry for the young lady, yet also felt distressed and helpless. Miss, you have been looking at your phone these days. Did Zhou Yi still fail to get the friend request? Excuse me for being blunt, but you know Zhou Yi's behavior over the past 3 or 4 years. He may only love Su Qing. Before he could finish his words, a pair of cold and dangerous eyes suddenly stared at him. The bodyguard felt threatened and was so scared that he shut up immediately, driving with his eyes and nose focused, not daring to make any more suggestions. Shen Bingyan withdrew her gaze and rubbed her temples with a headache. Time is really running out. Grandpa has given the final order, requiring her to go back within a month. But as for Zhou Yi, she didn't even add Zhou Yi as a friend. She tried her best to get close to him again and again. She tried every possible method. Did Joey really hate her that much? Shin Bingyan felt a little hurt. Getting close to Joey turned out to be more difficult than destroying a hostile force. A blue Bentley drove out from the traffic lane in front and flashed by 10 meters away. The moment the bodyguard saw the license plate number, he widened his eyes excitedly. "Miss, Joey's car is in front." This time it was really a coincidence. Shin Bingyan was not waiting here on purpose to meet Joey. The Shin family's business is spread across every province, and naturally there is also Shin family business in Lucheng. Just as Joey keeps a low profile and hides his identity, only a few people in Lucheng know about the Shin family's business. Therefore, few people in Lucheng have heard of the Shin family in Beijing. Shin Bingyan had just returned from dealing with some business, and she had never expected that by such a coincidence she would see the Zhou family's car here. Could this be fate? God took pity on her and finally softened his heart? Shin Bingyan checked the time on her phone. Yes, it was the time when Joey was going home from school. Shin Bingyan's white fingers tapped the door armrest again and again, and a cold light flashed across her eyes. Go, rear-end the Zhou family's car. The bodyguard was so scared that his hands holding the steering wheel trembled slightly, thinking he was hallucinating. "Miss, what did you say? Did he hear it right?" Although he is a good driver, it is very easy to have an accident if he rear-ends his car. If those people in Kyoto knew that the young lady had an accident while riding in his car, it would not be as simple as a demot, they would directly issue a warrant to hunt him down. He really hoped that he had heard it wrong, and that the lady didn't say anything, and that there was something wrong with his ears. However, things did not go as he wished. Shin Bingyan repeated every word. "I said, chase. Zhou. Family, yes, car. Did you hear that? Don't make me repeat it for the third time." Hearing the seriousness in Shin Bingyan's tone, the bodyguard secretly cursed and nodded hurriedly. Since the eldest lady was his superior, he could only obey her. His whole body was tense, and he couldn't help but ask Shin Bingyan in a pleading tone, "Miss, I heard it clearly." "I'll try my best." "Miss, please fasten your seatbelt first. If you get even a little skin injury, I'll be skinned alive by those guys in Kyoto." Shin Bingyan did not resist and fastened her seatbelt in the back seat. Seeing that Shin Bingyan had fastened her seatbelt, the bodyguard took a deep breath and began to speed up to catch up with the Zhou family's car. Chapter 49: Waiting for others to entangle. Little did they know. The person sitting in the Zhou family's car at this moment was not Joey, but Suqing Jiao. When Suqing Jiao saw Joey leaving in the opposite direction after school, she guessed that Joey must have been entangled by Zhang Chang and others. Seeing that the driver was still waiting for Joey at the door, Suqing Ji walked over under the envious gazes of everyone and lied to the driver that Joey asked her to go home first because he had something else to do at school. The driver did have some doubts at first, but Suqing Jiao's face immediately turned cold and she asked the driver if he didn't believe it. If he didn't believe it, he could call Joey. Seeing that Suqing Jiao spoke so confidently, the driver did not dare to confirm it. The driver thought, considering how much the young master likes Miss Su, maybe the two of them have reconciled? Thinking of the time when Suqing Jiao had the final say in the Zhou family, the driver broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly and respectfully invited Suqing Jiao to get in the car. "Miss Su, it was the young master who gave the order before. I'm just a salaried driver. I wanted to speak up for you before but couldn't. Please don't hold grudges against me." The driver tried to please Suqing Jiao respectfully and carefully in the car, but he was worried that the Su mother and daughter would become even more aggressive in ordering them forward if they were favored this time. Fortunately, Suqing Jiao was a little easier to talk to than Su's mother, so the driver decided to coax Suqing Jiao in a humble manner first. Suqing Jiao glanced at the driver sideways, her eyes full of disdain, but she pouted her lips and did not choose to make things difficult for the driver. Instead, she looked out the window. Looking at the skyscrapers outside the window passing by quickly in front of her, she did not feel the slightest shaking while sitting in the car at such a high speed. The leather seat beneath her was both comfortable and enjoyable. It was much more comfortable than the taxi she took a few days ago. She stretched out her manicured fingers and gently felt the texture of the leather cushion with her fingertips. After this incident, Joey will know that without him, he is just a young master with nothing but good looks. Without my help in easing the relationship between him and his classmates, Joey would be isolated from the group at school. After today, Joey will understand that he can't live without himself. After so many days of humiliation, Joey was finally able to get his money back with interest. Should she make Joey kneel down and admit his fault to her? Or should she play a trick on Joey and make him do something he couldn't do? And the black card, although she didn't care about the money, she would definitely unfreeze it for her. Besides, Joey was so heartless to her this time that made her feel very insecure. If Joey wanted to reconcile with her, even if he unfrozen the card and apologized to her, she would not forgive him easily, unless Joey could transfer some shares of Joe Group to her. Be it 1% or 50% of the shares, any amount is fine. In fact, she doesn't care about the share. She just wants a sense of security. I guess Joey will agree, right? She really just wants a sense of security. Break. Bang. Ah. I'm going to die. Su Qingjiao, who was dreaming about a beautiful dream, suddenly heard the sound of tires braking across the road outside, followed by a sudden push on her back, causing her body to bend forward instantly. The driver hurriedly stopped the car and asked Su Qingjiao worriedly, "Someone rear-ended us." "Miss Su, are you okay?" Su Qingjiao patted her chest in fear, her face turned pale, but luckily she was fine. Otherwise, this stupid driver wouldn't be able to pay enough compensation. Su Qingjiao regained her composure and raised her chin proudly. "It's okay, I just got scared. Go and check to see if the car is seriously damaged. We can't let the perpetrator get away with it." The driver looked at Su Qingjiao and after seeing that she had no skin injuries, he opened the door and got out of the car. At the same time, someone got out of the Audi car that rear-ended the other car. First, a tall man came down from the driver's seat. He didn't look like a driver. He was muscular and more like a top bodyguard. The bodyguard did not immediately check the crashed vehicle, but slowly walked around to the other side to open the door, then raised his hands to shield himself from the wind and rain. A beautiful girl with a cold temperament got down from the back seat. She was about 20 years old and looked noble. Her bodyguard followed closely behind her. "Sorry, the driver accidentally rear-ended your car. Ask your master to come down and leave his phone number. I will be fully responsible for this traffic accident." The girl's voice was very cold, with an unquestionable majesty. The driver originally wanted to say a few words to the perpetrator, but after seeing the girl, she had a cold and distant feeling of someone in a high position, which made the driver subconsciously listen to the girl. The driver knocked on the car window and said to Su Qingjiao, who was sitting inside, "Miss Su, the perpetrator wants to talk to you." "Miss Su?" The bodyguard was surprised. "Why not Joey?" Shin Bingyan wanted to look inside calmly, but the anti-peeping film on the car window was well made, and it was impossible to see the situation inside the car from the outside, let alone whether it was Joey or someone else sitting in the car. "Why is it her again?" People outside couldn't see clearly inside the car, but Su Qingjiao in the car looked at Shin Bingyan with disgust, especially noticing that Shin Bingyan wanted to look inside the car. It was obvious that she wanted to use the rear-end collision to hook up with Joey. Su Qingjiao secretly felt lucky that Joey was not in the car today, otherwise he would have been taken advantage of by this woman. How can a woman be so shameless? I have already blocked her on Joey's phone several times and destroyed her love letters. Why is she still trying every means to get to know Joey? Su Qingjiao was both jealous and contemptuous of Shin Bingyan. No matter how noble this girl was, she would still be defeated by her and would never get Joey. At the same time, she was a little panicked, worried that once Joey knew that Shin Bingyan was so persistent in pursuing him, Joey would change his mind because of Shin Bingyan's face. Su Qingjiao didn't want to talk to Shin Bingyan face to face. This woman had sharp eyes that seemed to be able to see through people. She said to the driver outside through the car window, "There's nothing to talk about. Just call the insurance company and let them make an assessment." Shin Bingyan insisted on seeing Joey. She stared at the car window and objected in a cold tone, "I don't have time to wait for the insurance company to come. I think it would be better if you open the car window and we can reconcile privately." Su Qingjiao frowned when she heard this. Shin Bingyan is still unwilling and must meet Joey? How shameless. Okay, then she will do as Shin Bingyan wishes. The next second, Su Qingjiao reached out and pressed the down button of the car window. The car window slowly lowered, revealing Su Qingjiao's eyes and eyebrows first, then her entire face, and then Shin Bingyan's heart sank as soon as she saw Su Qingjiao. When he saw that Su Qingjiao was the only one in the car and Joey was not there, the disappointment on his face was revealed undisguisedly. Chapter 50. Let us go to Zhang's house. Just now, when she heard the driver call Miss Su, she guessed that Su Qingjiao was in the car. But she was always hoping for the best. It was not until the car window rolled down and she saw Su Qingjiao sitting in the car but Joey was not there that Shin Bingyan felt indescribable frustration and loss. Su Qingjiao was very happy to see this. She smiled and said, "Student Shin, I haven't seen you for a long time. After that incident, I thought you transferred to another school. Shin Bingyan put away the disappointment on her face, and her whole body once again exuded a cold aura that kept strangers away. She didn't even bother to say a word to Su Qingjiao, and turned around to give instructions to the bodyguard. You take care of these things. After saying that, he turned around and went back to the car. She has always had a bad face and no patience for anyone other than Joey. It seemed as if no one was worthy of her speaking. Seeing Shin Bingyan's arrogant and indifferent look, Su Qingjiao's face turned blue and red, and she kicked the chair several times in anger. That's too much. You don't even know the most basic manners. How can you ignore others like this? It's as if you don't treat other people as human beings, as if they are transparent. However, no matter how ugly her expression was, Shin Bingyan had already gotten into the car and no longer looked at her. Soon, the two parties negotiated a suitable price and settled the matter privately, and the driver drove Su Qingjiao back to Zhou's house. The bodyguard returned to the car and saw that his young lady looked very cold. He hesitated and asked, "Young lady, are you going back to your residence now?" No one spoke, and the atmosphere in the car was suffocating. The bodyguard parked the car on the side of the road. He opened the door and walked around outside for a minute, then suddenly seemed to have made an important decision. He mustered up the courage to return to the car. He didn't look at Shin Bingyan's eyes that could freeze anyone into an ice sculpture. He turned his back to Shin Bingyan and spoke in an unusually firm tone. "Miss, there are some things I have to say. As a man, I understand men's fickleness. There are too few loyal men in this world. But Zhou Yi is one of them. Even you cannot shake his infatuation with Su Qingjiao. I used to not believe that I would not choose the best, I would only choose what I love, but I have to say that Joey has opened my eyes. No matter how good your family background is, you are prettier, smarter, and more elegant than Su Qingjiao, even if you are better than Su Qingjiao in every aspect. But Joey is totally devoted to Su Qingjiao. Love is a feeling. Perhaps Joey just likes Su Qingjiao's soul. No matter if she is mean, vain, or a double-faced person, no matter how many shortcomings she has, he is happy with it. And that person can only be Su Qingjiao. Even you, miss, cannot impress her." Shin Bingyan did not interrupt the bodyguard. She lowered her eyelids silently. Her long eyelashes cast a layer of light and shadow on her eyes. She, who was always aloof, seemed a little fragile. These words were harsh and unpleasant to the ear, but she knew it in her heart. She learned that Joey seemed to be in a cold war with Su Qingjiao recently, and she thought this was a good opportunity for her to take advantage of the situation and get close to Joey. But what disappointed her was that Joey was special to Su Qingjiao. Every time they quarreled, Joey would always be the first to apologize and always be the first to give in and please. This time it's like this again. Joey would lower his bottom line again and again only when facing Su Qingjiao. No matter how bad Su Qingjiao was, he was happy to do so. Although she didn't want to admit it, reality told her again and again that she had failed. Shen Bingyan closed her eyes helplessly. It was time to accept her fate. I was too demanding. Perhaps you are right. Some things cannot be forced. Tell Kyoto that I will return after I have dealt with the matter in Lucheng. Next month at the latest. The bodyguard's face lit up with joy, but then he said suspiciously, "Miss, can I believe this? This must be the last time you do this. Don't regret it later." Shin Bingyan opened her cold and arrogant eyes. There seemed to be an emotion called confidence in them, which suddenly shattered. The smile on her lips looked a little sad, but her tone was very firm as she said, "It won't happen this time. I let it go." She abandoned the Shin family in Kyoto and came to Lu City without hesitation despite her grandfather's objections. She abandoned her pride and status, did not believe that true love was invincible, and got close to Joey at all costs. But every time, I failed. Joey tore up her love letter and threw it into the sewer. Joey kicked her out of the hotel without mercy and didn't even allow her to enter the room. She was a little confused. If he had to like someone, why would he choose Su Qingjiao? Can I choose her? That's all. She was being too demanding, so let it be. Joey, who was trapped in the data room, was completely unaware of the rear-end collision that occurred on the viaduct. He was calmly waiting for his bodyguards to arrive. Bang! Bang! The sturdy door of the data room was kicked open with a bang after just one kick from the outside, which shows how powerful the person who kicked the door was. Two bodyguards in black suits walked in from outside. At first glance, they did not have the muscles of the bodyguards from the bodyguard company, nor were they big guys. They just looked stronger than the average man and had darker skin. But the strength of both of them is far superior to that of the bodyguard company. After all, these two are retired professional mercenaries and are elites who have experienced real life and death battles. Master. The two bodyguards came in and first looked around, then observed that Joey was not injured. Then they stood on both sides of Joey with confidence, waiting for Joey's instructions. Investigate the identity of the person who has locked me up here. Joey stepped out of the data room. There was a black Jeep parked at the school gate. In addition to the two bodyguards who came to look for Joey, there was also a shorter bodyguard sitting in the car who acted as a driver and hacker. After Joey gave the order, the short bodyguard and driver turned on the computer. Joey got into the car. The driver pushed his glasses and tapped quickly on the computer. The blue data on it was changing wildly. Day. After just a few minutes, he put down his hand and told Joey the information he had found. Master, it was Zhang Chang who locked you up in the data room this time. Zhang Chang is a native of Lucheng. Through his father-in-law's connections, Zhang's father got a job as a purchasing manager in a newly listed company. According to investigation, the company's largest cooperative client is the Zhou Group. It was only through the cooperation order from Zhou Group that Mr. Zhang was able to secure his position as purchasing manager. The following is the record of Zhang's father taking kickbacks. The driver told Joey the important things, and as for the rest of the things he had found out, including the receipts for kickbacks and various small matters of keeping mistresses, the driver directly handed the computer to Joey to see. Joey looked at the dealings between Zhou Group and the group throughout this year. It is no exaggeration to say that the Zhou Group almost holds the lifeblood of the group. If the Zhou Group does not sign a contract with the group will probably go bankrupt within a year or two. Go to Zhang's house. Joey turned off the computer with one hand, his tone cold. Chapter 51. Turn off the computer. The driver adjusted the frame of his glasses, turned off the computer, stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Zhang's house. At the same time, Zhang Chang had no idea that Joey had already escaped. Not only that, his retribution was about to come, but he was still bragging about how powerful he was to a few friends in the KTV. Ha 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 ha. Of course, I've disliked Joey for a long time. He looks like a pretty boy and he keeps pestering Su Qingjiao all day long. Don't you even consider whether you are worthy of Su Qingjiao? Come here, your idea this time is good. I didn't expect you to be such a dog-headed military strategist. Zhang Chang pointed at a boy wearing glasses and praised him with satisfaction. If this person hadn't come up with the idea of tricking the counselor out first and then getting the counselor's phone to send a WeChat message to Joey, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. If it weren't for the counselor's name, how could Joey be tricked into going to the old classroom building? Joey is a very guarded person. He usually won't go if someone he doesn't know calls him. And this plan seemed to be the idea of the man with glasses in front of him. The bespectacled man flattered, "Everyone knows that you are a popular figure in school, Brother Chang. How could he be so blind as to snatch your girlfriend from you? This is all Joey's fault. Besides, we did this perfectly. Even if Joey guessed that it was us, he has no evidence to prove it. Even if he did, would he dare to do anything to Brother Chang?" Zhang Chang looked at the man with glasses with a wicked smile, and clinked his glass with the man with glasses. Well said. What is Joey's identity? What is your identity? Does he dare? Dare not. Brother Chang, I think Joey definitely doesn't have a mirror at home. I plan to raise funds through crowdfunding to buy him a mirror so he can see what he looks like. I guess by tomorrow morning, Joey will be frightened out of his wits. Ha ha ha, when I go to open the door tomorrow, I must use my phone to take a picture of his frightened look. Joey is not even as good as one toe of Brother Chang. He is just a gigolo who only knows how to live off his wife. The other brothers mocked Joey and joined in toasting with Zhang Chang. Everyone was a little drunk, and Zhang Chang looked at the time and saw that it was already late. Although he is domineering at school, he is very afraid of his father at home. His father stipulates that he must go home before 9 o'clock, and he dare not go back. After paying the bill, Zhang Chang hailed a taxi at the door. The Zhang family was well off, and they bought a large flat with 1 unit per elevator, located in the very center of Luzhou City, with all of them occupying the 5th floor, which is over 300 square meters. Zhang Chang unlocked the door at his home using his fingerprint. There is no doubt that Zhang's father, who was sitting on the sofa watching the news, smelled the alcohol on him and immediately scolded him with a stern face. Why do you smell of alcohol? It's best to cut off contact with those bad friends as soon as possible. They will only lead you astray. If you keep company with bad people, you will be corrupted. If you are led astray by those bad students one day and get stabbed outside, it will be your own fault. Hearing this, Zhang Chang immediately said unconvincingly, Dad, you wish I would die sooner, right? I'm sorry to disappoint you. I am very popular in school. I am the only one who bullies others, and no one else bullies me. Father Zhang was so angry at Zhang Chang's words that he wanted to laugh. What kind of good relationships do he have? He just can't face the reality. I thought that group of bad friends wanted to make friends with him because of him. It was obvious that they were attracted by his status and wanted to get some benefits from him. What an idiot! Mr. Zhang wanted to give him a lecture again, but the doorbell rang. At this time? I guess it's the supplier who's going to give me gifts again. Zhang's father urged Zhang Chang to go back to his room with disdain. He put on airs and slowly walked over to open the door. Don't embarrass yourself standing here. Go back to your room. Crunch! As soon as I opened the door, I saw a man in a black suit standing at the door. He was about 1.77 or 1.78 meters tall, and his eyes were extremely cold. Seeing Zhang's father opening the door, the man in the black suit said nothing, but the aura he exuded was very strong. He ignored him and strode in. Father Zhang was puzzled. This man looked like someone with a serious face. He asked cautiously, Who are you looking for? It was too late for him to stop him. The man in the black suit had already walked into the room. Behind the man was a boy in his early 20s, wearing on his chest the school badge of the same school as his son S, which was a unique symbol of Luzhou's famous schools. This boy has a handsome face, gentle temperament, and a faint smile on the corner of his lips. This is not the end. There were two men in black suits following behind the boy. It seemed that these three men were the boy's bodyguards, responsible for protecting his safety. Could he be my son's classmate? As a purchasing manager for a large company, Zhang's father had some insight and could tell at a glance that Zhou Yi's family background was definitely better than his own. Maybe he is some rich second generation. A smile appeared on Zhang's father's face, and he was about to ask Zhou Yi if he was here to look for his son. However, the next second, the leading bodyguard walked up to Zhang Chang in 2 or 3 steps, grabbed the collar of Zhang Chang's neck with his big hand, and lifted Zhang Chang up like a chicken. Zhou Yi walked straight in front of Zhang's father, clenched his fist, and punched Zhang Chang in the nose. In an instant, blood and screams filled the hall. The bodyguard grabbed Zhang Chang and lifted him up suddenly, then let him go. Zhang Chang, who was struggling, fell in front of Zhou Yi with a bang. His bones made a crack and his face twisted in pain. Ah! Son! Zhang's mother screamed in fear when she saw this scene. What are you going to do? Zhang's father also realized that these 4 people were here to cause trouble, so he questioned them loudly and took out his cell phone. The bodyguard who entered the door last raised his head and slammed Zhang's father's cell phone away. He grabbed Zhang's father's neck with one hand and closed the door with the other hand. Mr. Zhang, since you can't control your son from getting into trouble outside, then just watch our young master teach your son a lesson for you. Mr. Zhang is not thin, weighing over 160 kilograms. But in front of this bodyguard, he was like a chicken with its neck strangled. No matter how hard he struggled, the bodyguard restrained him with one hand. Mr. Zhang's face flushed red, and he was almost half dragged and half carried to the living room. At the same time, Zhang's mother was also dragged over by a bodyguard. The slippers on her feet had fallen off during the dragging, and she was thrown barefoot next to Zhang's father in a miserable state. Zhou Yi. Zhang Chang saw Zhou Yi bringing helpers over and his parents were caught without even having a chance to struggle. Zhang Chang sobered up immediately, covered his bleeding nose, and growled at Zhou Yi in a low voice. You are crazy, you dare to hit me? What are you doing in my house? You are breaking into a private residence, which is illegal. You are over 18 years old, and you must bear legal responsibility for what you do. Chapter 52, Recognize the Situation. After recognizing the situation, he was obviously not as arrogant as he was at school, and he even knew how to use the law to threaten Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi rubbed the red back of his hand and sat leisurely on the sofa. He crossed his legs and looked at Zhang Chang with a mocking expression. Zhang Chang was being held by the bodyguards and could not stand up straight, but he raised his head stubbornly and glared at him. He said calmly and arrogantly, I know, this is a society ruled by law, but the problem is, as long as you don't pursue it, it will be fine. Zhang Chang felt pain all over his body. He glared at Zhou Yi and sneered angrily, "Unless you beat me to death, I will definitely go to the police station to sue you. I'm telling you, I'm going to put you in jail for life." Zhou Yi nodded slightly, "Did you hear me? There's no need to beat him to death, just beat him half to death." The next second, Zhang Chang was lifted up from the ground again, and a fist as big as his face hit him in the face. There was a muffled bang. Ah! Zhang Chang saw stars and his head began to buzz. Then, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach, as if his internal organs had been punched out. The pain made him pale, cold sweat broke out, and he couldn't utter a word. TSK, it seems that the punch I just threw didn't hurt Zhang Chang at all. As expected, professional matters should be left to professionals. Look, after these punches, he can't even speak. The bodyguard kicked Zhang Chang's leg joint hard. Everyone in the living room heard a crisp crack sound, and Zhang Chang twitched on the ground in pain. The bodyguard raised his foot and stepped on Zhang Chang's knee, pushing hard. Ah! Zhang Chang screamed in agony, his temple twitching continuously. He was shaking with pain all over and almost fainted. Then the other leg. The screams continued, drowning out the angry curses from Zhang's father and mother. You have gone too far, you are crazy. How did our family offend you? You beat my son like this, you will not die a good death. Even if we become ghosts, we won't let you go. As Zhang's mother was cursing, her lips began to move, and she was about to spit at Zhou Yi, but the bodyguard was quick-witted and slapped Zhang's mother in the face, and blood mixed with spit flowed out from the corner of her mouth. It was so painful that Zhang's mother fell to the ground and couldn't recover for a long time. Is that too much? Zhou Yi said with a smile, "Why don't you two ask what your son did at school? Since you two don't know how to discipline your son, I will teach your son for you too." Zhou Yi calmly watched Zhang Chang lying on the ground with blood all over his face. He didn't know how many bones were broken. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. His eyes were dazed and his consciousness was beginning to blur. Seeing that the fight was almost over, Zhou Yi slowly stood up, patted his clothes and said, "Okay, I won't pursue what happened today. I won't pursue the matter anymore. Mr. Zhang won't pursue the matter either, right? After all, if you dare to tell anyone about what happened today, the consequences will not be something the Zhang family can bear. Not many people should know about the money Mr. Zhang embezzled from the company, right? Aren't you afraid of being fired and held accountable?" Father Zhang was so angry that he was shaking, and hatred could not stop flowing from his eyes. He looked at his miserable son and his wife with a swollen face, and he was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "Who are you threatening? Zhou Yi, right? You want me to let you off the hook? I tell you, you're dreaming. Just wait. If I don't let you spend the rest of your life in prison, I won't be named Zhang. You." Zhou Yi raised an index finger to his lips, signaling Zhang's father to shush. With his other hand, he took out his cell phone, opened the address book skillfully, and called Zhou. "This is Zhou Yi. Ask the chairman of our partner Hongye Group to contact me immediately." After giving the instructions, Zhou Yi hung up the phone without waiting for the secretary to reply. Father Zhang laughed loudly upon seeing this, the anger in his eyes not extinguished at all. "Ha, do you really think I was brought up by being scared? Even if the police chief is your father, I'm not afraid. Not to mention asking the company to fire me. Don't threaten me with this. You rushed into my house for no reason and beat my son until he was covered in blood. Even if I die, I will never swallow this anger. Are you scared after beating me? Do you know that you won't pursue the matter if you threaten me? Ha, let's wait and see you at the police station." Just as Zhang's father was laughing fiercely, Zhou Yi's cell phone rang. Zhou Yi glanced at Zhang's father, who refused to talk about peace. Then, he answered the phone and pressed the speakerphone button. A middle-aged man's voice came out, "Mr. Zhou, hello. I'm from Hongye Group." Hearing this familiar voice, Zhang's father's pupils shrank violently in an instant, and the vengeful smile on his face froze. This sound? The voice belonged to his direct superior, the company boss. How is it possible? How could the person calling be the chairman of Hongye Group? Zhou Yi smiled nonchalantly. "Boss of Hongye Group, what a coincidence, isn't it? I am now at the home of the purchasing general manager of your company. His son offended me today, so I asked my bodyguard to teach him a lesson. You see, this matter is quite serious. Manager Zhang wants me to spend the rest of my life in prison. From now on, our two companies may not be able to cooperate with each other anymore. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a second. When the boss heard the words unable to cooperate, he was shocked and said immediately, "Mr. Joe is really heroic. He will take revenge if he has any." Well done. I've seen manager Zhang's son a few times, but he's really ignorant and hangs out outside all the time. I've already said that if his son continues to mess around like this, he'll be beaten to death sooner or later. If you beat him to death, you'll be enforcing justice. Mr. Zhou, please don't worry about the cooperation. Our company depends on Zhou's for its livelihood. If the cooperation is interrupted, how will I live? Otherwise, I will personally kowtow to you and admit my mistake. Mr. Zhou, please give your phone to the company's purchasing manager. I will talk to him and ask him to apologize to you. Dead silence. The whole hall was dead silent. Mother Zhang covered half of her numb face and stood there, then looked at the rumored heir of the Zhou family with horror and fear. Joey raised his eyebrows and handed the phone to Zhang's father, who looked pale. Zhang's father hesitated, took the phone with slightly trembling hands and put it to his ear. Old boss. As soon as he opened his mouth to shout, he heard the other side angrily cursing, "Zhang. Are you crazy? Do you have a pig brain? You idiot, how dare you offend Mr. Zhou of Zhou Group? Mr. Zhou is the only heir to the Zhou family. Do you understand? If he stamps his feet, the whole city of Lu will shake. I'm warning you, you'd better be smart today. If you don't find a way to calm young Master Zhou down, not only will I fire you, I'll also ban you from the industry. You have been in the position of purchasing general manager for so long. Don't think I don't know what you have done privately. There are some things that I turned a blind eye to, but that doesn't mean I won't pursue them. If the company cuts off cooperation with the Zhou Group, I won't be happy, and you won't be happy either. I will be the first one to send you to jail." Chapter 53 Know-It-All. Father Zhang held the cell phone in his hand, his whole body shaking uncontrollably, his lips trembling palely. The boss actually knew everything. Know that he embezzled and took kickbacks. In fact, who wouldn't he take some kickbacks if they were in that position? The boss himself knew this very well, and as long as he didn't go too far, he would acquiesce. But this time, he hit a wall. With the money he embezzled, that's tens of millions, it will take at least 10 to 8 years to get it back. He couldn't go to jail. He had heard from his colleagues what life in jail was like. After all, someone had stolen company secrets and resold them before. That was a life worse than death. As the pillar of the company, he cannot be fired. What's more, the loan for this large flat has not been paid off yet, and when the embezzled money is confiscated, the house will not be able to be kept. If he loses his job and goes to jail, his life will be ruined. After thinking all this through, Zhang's father felt that being beaten half to death was not that serious. His hand holding the phone trembled violently, and he slid down to his knees facing Joey. The 4 or 5-year-old man, with red eyes, grabbed Joey's trouser legs and cried for mercy. "Mr. Zhou, this is a misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding, it's my fault for not disciplining him, I'm sorry, please let our family go. As long as you let my family go, I can work like a slave for you. If you are still angry, hit me and I will let you beat me up to calm down. My son is in this miserable state because of me. He deserves to be beaten to death. It has nothing to do with you, young Master Zhou." Seeing this, Zhang's mother finally sorted out all the pros and cons. She knew that if Joey continued to pursue the matter, this family would probably be ruined. She suddenly burst into tears and begged for mercy, her voice high and powerful. "Mr. Zhou, I didn't teach my son well. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let him hang out. Please beat me to death, but please give my son a chance to live." Joey rubbed his temples with a headache and spoke out to stop them. "Shut up, it's so noisy." Zhang's mother's howling suddenly stopped, as if someone had suddenly grabbed her by the neck and she dared not make a sound. She secretly looked at Joey with panicked and pleading eyes. Joey raised his eyes and looked down at Zhang Chang, who had regained some clarity of mind at this time. He patted Zhang Chang's red, swollen, and bleeding face. "Zhang Chang, are you still going to take revenge on me?" Hearing this, Zhang Chang's pupils dilated with fear, tears, and snot streamed, and he shook his head in deep regret, fearing that if he shook too slowly, young Master Zhou would misunderstand him. He was wrong, he was wrong. Who dares to go against the Zhou Group? If he had known earlier that Zhou Yi was the young master of Zhou Group, he would have slid down and knelt down at school to hold Zhou Yi's shoes. It would have been his honor. How dare he do that? He actually imprisoned Zhou in the information room. No, I don't dare. Zhou Yi stood up with satisfaction. He casually threw a bank card in front of Zhang's father. There was not much money in it, just enough for hospitalization. Very good, then today's incident is over. I didn't beat you for nothing. Use the money to pay for your medical expenses. Joey came quickly and left even faster. The whole process took less than half an hour to resolve the matter. Zhang's father took the bank card tremblingly and thanked Joey profusely. It was not until Joey disappeared in the elevator that Zhang's father helped Zhang's mother to stand up. Father Zhang wiped his face and called 120 for emergency help with tears in his eyes. Son, hold on, I'll take you to the hospital right away. Don't tell anyone about what happened tonight, and don't bear a grudge against Master Zhou. This is all your own fault. If he can compensate you for your medical expenses, it means that this matter is really over. Remember, I beat you like this. Father Zhang looked at his son lying on the ground spitting blood, feeling worried and distressed, but he still remembered to remind his son not to tell anyone that Joey was coming. Zhang Chang felt as if his whole body was being taken apart and reassembled. Even his breathing caused the wounds on his body to bleed, and the pain was so severe that he almost fainted. Zhang Chang's tears flowed onto the cold granite floor and he nodded in agreement painfully. He regretted it and he was afraid. How could he be so stupid as to offend Joey? All this is because of Su Qingjiao. What bullshit about taking mother's surname? What about being the eldest daughter of the Zhou family? That's bullshit, it's fake, all fake. If Su Qingjiao hadn't deliberately told him that day that Joey was harassing her, he wouldn't have caused trouble for Joey. If Su Qingjiao appeared in front of him now, he would definitely beat Su Qingjiao half to death so that Su Qingjiao could also feel his current pain and fear. He didn't dare to hate Joey. After all, Joey could send his family to jail with just one phone call. He could only blame everything on Su Qingjiao to make himself feel better. After leaving Zhang's house, Joey chose an Italian restaurant for dinner and called the family's official driver to pick him up. These bodyguards are the hidden power left to him by his grandmother. In her previous life, Su Qingjiao pretended to be the heir of Zhou Group and was nearly kidnapped on her way to attend the annual banquet. Joey arranged a bodyguard to protect Su Qingjiao, which made Su Qingjiao realize that he had a team of bodyguards composed of foreign mercenaries behind him. Su Qingjiao had thought about his bodyguards, but no matter how she tried to trick them, the bodyguards only listened to her. Therefore, when Su Qingjiao was about to take action against the Zhou Group, she found a reason to let them go abroad. Su Qingjiao lied to him and said that if he could help her get the unparalleled sapphire from abroad, she would marry him immediately. At that time, the doctor said that grandma was critically ill and all kinds of treatments had been tried but to no avail. The doctor persuaded Joey to give up treating grandma. At that time, Joey had already become suspicious of Su Qingjiao's actions, but he had no choice but to cling to Su Qingjiao as a life-saving straw. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, he will give it a try. Therefore, he followed Su Qingjiao's advice and sent all his bodyguards abroad to search for the whereabouts of the sapphire that was rumored to be cursed. But just after he sent all his bodyguards abroad, Su Qingjiao and the people behind her launched an action at an unprecedented speed. First the company was reported, then Aunt Zhou got into trouble and went to jail. Until the day he failed in his mission and died, his bodyguard was still searching for the sapphire for him abroad. This time Joey will not expose his bodyguard to anyone. This is his secret power. Therefore, Joey did not ask the bodyguard to take him back to the villa, but called the driver to pick him up. It was already 9 o'clock when we returned to the villa. As Joey stepped into the door, he saw Su Qingjiao, who was kneeling and wiping the floor in the living room. Hearing the footsteps, immediately threw away the rag in her hand, and walked towards him quickly with a worried look on her face. Joey, you're back. Why are you back so late today? Did something happen? Chapter 54. It won't be me. Joey changed into slippers, stared at Su Qingjiao with an indifferent expression, and suddenly asked, "What do you think will happen to me? Or do you think something bad will happen to me today?" Su Qingjiao's heart pounded as Joey stared at her with cold eyes, as if Joey had discovered her little trick. But how is this possible? She never asked Zhang Chang about any situation, nor did she ask Zhang Chang to deal with Joey. She just gave vague hints. Su Qingjiao forced herself to calm down and pretended to be angry and said, "It's because you offended Zhang Chang. With his temper, I'm afraid he will retaliate against you. We are classmates after all. I am just reminding you kindly." Joey looked at Su Qingjiao steadily and smiled sarcastically. "I think that after today, the person he wants to take revenge on will not be me." Based on his understanding of Su Qingjiao, he probably attacked him because of some of Su Qingjiao's secret instigation. After today, Zhang Chang would definitely not dare to hate him again. But hatred will not disappear, it will only shift. He will definitely be fine, but Su Qingjiao, who has no power or influence, will probably suffer. Zhou Yi thought so in his heart and ignored Su Qingjiao. He went to the backyard and played with the Tibetan Mastiff for a few minutes before going upstairs to his room. When Su Qingjiao saw Zhou Yi coming back safely, she felt a little doubtful. What's going on with Zhang Chang? Didn't you say that you would give Zhou Yi a severe revenge today? Why is there no visible injury on Zhou Yi's face or body? Su Qingjiao was thinking about these things in a mess, so she naturally didn't notice that there was something strange about Zhou Yi's last sentence. Seeing that Zhou Yi would rather go home and play with a dog than talk to her, Su Qing's face turned pale and she went back to her room in a huff, not caring that she was still mopping the floor. After returning to the room, he couldn't wait to call Zhang Chang. Beep, beep, the number you dialed. No one answered. What's wrong with Zhang Chang? He doesn't even answer the phone. Su Qingjiao felt a little resentful towards Zhang Chang at this time, and once again felt that this man was useless and was a waste of the country's food. Didn't you swear today that you would teach Zhou Yi a lesson? She had clearly seen Zhou Yi being called out by Zhang Chang after school, so how could Zhou Yi come back safely? She had originally prepared those words and wanted to wait for Zhou Yi to come back to say them, but now that Zhou Yi was not injured, all her preparations had gone to waste. Beep, the number you dialed. Still no one answered. Only then did Su Qingjiao realize that something might have happened. Could it be that Zhou Yi took action against Zhang Chang? No, that's impossible. She knew Zhou Yi very well. Zhou Yi's personality was like his grandmother's. Basically, as long as you didn't provoke him, he wouldn't take it to heart. This is also the reason why Su Qingjiao looks down on Zhou Yi in her heart. In this world, good people are often bullied. Zhou Yi has such good resources. As long as he reveals his identity as the young master of the Zhou group, everyone will be in awe of him. But Zhou Yi had to pretend to be from an ordinary family, study low-key at school and have a gentle temperament. To Su Qingjiao, the word gentle means weakness. She has always looked down on Zhou Yi for this. However, she also grasped this point of Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi was not injured when he came back, so he should not have taken revenge on Zhang Chang. This was not in line with Zhou Yi's style. In addition, there are many drivers and servants in the house. It shouldn't be what she thought, right? Su Qingjiao thought again that she had never directly asked Zhang Chang to deal with Zhou Yi from the beginning to the end. It was Zhang Chang who acted on his own and was jealous. Even if the matter is exposed, she will not be implicated. Thinking of these things, Su Qingjiao's inner panic finally subsided a little. It's okay, I'll know when I go to school tomorrow. It was already 1 o'clock in the middle of the night. Zhang Chang was rushed to the hospital by ambulance for emergency treatment. Zhang Chang's parents had already treated the injuries on his face and were sitting in a chair outside the operating room anxiously waiting for news. Not long after, the lights in the operating room went out. The door of the operating room opened and the attending doctor in a white coat walked out of the operating room. Zhang Chang's parents hurriedly stood up and asked about the situation worriedly. The attending doctor took off his mask and said seriously, after treatment, the patient can be transferred to the general ward. He had several broken bones, fractures at the knees of both legs, his back teeth on both sides were lost, his nose was broken, and so on. Fortunately, he was sent to the hospital in time. If the operation was performed later, the patient's internal organs would have continued to bleed, and the consequences would have been disastrous. How did the patient get all these injuries? This has already threatened the patient's personal safety. If it's serious, it may be life-threatening. I heard the doctor say there were injuries here and bleeding there, and it seemed that there was almost no healthy skin on the body. Zhang Chang's parents felt painful, uncomfortable, heartbroken, and helpless at the same time. But I dare not feel resentment. After all, that person is Mr. Zhou. Moreover, Mr. Zhou is a very kind person since he can pay for the medical expenses. They could only sigh and blame their son for picking on someone they could not afford to offend. Seeing that the attending doctor suspected that they were torturing their son and wanted to take out their cell phone to call the police, Zhang Chang's parents were frightened out of their wits and hurriedly explained and swore to fool the doctor, which made the attending doctor give up the idea of calling the police. He needs to stay in the hospital for at least half a month for observation due to his injuries. If the injury gets worse during this period, I will call the police. As parents, you should have some sense of responsibility. The attending physician warned the two and then asked the nurse to transfer Zhang Chang to the general ward. After the anesthetic wore off, Zhang Chang woke up. I saw his parents sitting in front of the bed, sighing. The look in their eyes showed worry and disappointment in him. "Dad, Mom!" Zhang Chang shouted. When Zhang's mother saw her son wake up, she cried with joy and quickly raised the bed so that Zhang Chang could lie more comfortably. Father Zhang sat on the stool with a worried look on his face. He wanted to take out the cigarette box from his pocket, but suddenly remembered that smoking was not allowed in the hospital, so he took his hand back. "All my children and grandchildren are sinners." Father Zhang rubbed his brows and said, "You almost got me into trouble. Tell me the whole story of how you offended young Master Zhou. I'll see how to remedy the situation when the time comes. If we offend young Master Zhou, our family won't be able to survive in Lu City." Zhang Chang dared not hide anything at this time, and then told the whole cause and effect in detail. As expected of a large company's purchasing general manager, Mr. Zhang had a very high emotional intelligence and was able to easily sort out the twists and turns. He was so angry that he slapped Zhang Chang in the face on the spot. Bang! Zhang Chang's mouth, which had just stopped bleeding, spit out blood again. Seeing the blood, Zhang's father realized that his son was covered in wounds and couldn't be touched anywhere. He had no choice but to withdraw his hand in frustration, pointing at him and cursing. "Idiot! Idiot! You are such a useless piece of shit. Why did I give birth to you? If you weren't covered in wounds, I wouldn't just give you a slap. I would beat you to death. You are being used as a knife, do you know that?" Chapter 55. Sincerely admit mistakes. It's obvious that Su Qingjiao knows Mr. Zhou's identity. She wants to use her classmates to step on Mr. Zhou. She will then turn the situation around and make Mr. Zhou like her. But Mr. Zhou doesn't want to pay attention to her, so she found you. I'm telling you, after you recover from your injury, you must admit your mistake to Master Zhou in person. Admit it sincerely. Zhang Chang looked gloomy, but his eyes showed a fierce look. He gritted his teeth and said, "I have understood it now. It was this woman Su Qingjiao who harmed me. Dad, I want to be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible. I want to kill that bitch Su Qingjiao as soon as possible. She almost destroyed our family. I won't be satisfied if I don't take revenge on her." If she hadn't said those misleading words on the lake that day, how could he have attacked Zhou Xiao for no reason? How could he be beaten like this by Master Zhou? How could my parents be threatened by the boss and almost sent to jail? Almost, their whole family was ruined. The next day, Joey frowned when he saw that the car had been changed before going out today. The driver knew that the car he often rode was that Bentley. It was not because the Bentley was expensive, but because Joey did not like to buy a new car every day, so he always rode the Bentley to school. Although Joey did not say that it must be a Bentley, this was already a tacit agreement among the drivers, and they would not suddenly change his car for no reason. The driver saw Joey looking at him, so he had to tell the truth. "Master, I didn't pick you up at school yesterday. On my way back, my car was rear-ended. The person who rear-ended me was also very willing to pay for the damage, so the car was sent for repair." Joey nodded. "It doesn't matter if the car is damaged, as long as no one is hurt." "Thank you for your concern, Master." The driver gratefully opened the car door for Joey. Young Master Zhou is such a nice person. He originally wanted to keep it a secret, fearing that young Master Zhou would blame him for not being able to drive if he knew. Unexpectedly, in the young master's heart, people are more valuable than cars. He didn't dare tell the young master that Su Qingjiao also took this car yesterday. Because it was not until the evening that he realized that Su Qingjiao had lied to him. The young master and Su Qingjiao have never reconciled. He would never believe that vain nanny's daughter again. After sending Joey to school, the driver did not get in the car immediately, but said respectfully from the bottom of his heart, "Master, thank you, I will drive well in the future." Joey smiled, waved his hand casually and walked into the school. After a while, he met the counselor downstairs of the teaching building. "Joey, come to the teacher's office first before going to the classroom." The counselor looked like he had some good news, with a bright smile on his face. Joey nodded and followed the counselor back to the office. The counselor first poured himself a glass of water, then sat on the chair and said to Joey with a smile, "Joey, your application for the scholarship for poor students has been approved. Did you bring your bank card today? If not, call your mother right away and ask her to send you the bank card number that you used to apply for your ID card. I think we'll get the money the day after tomorrow at the latest." Joey frowned slightly. Scholarship for poor students? He doesn't need it. He remembered that the counselor gave him a form to fill out, but he refused. Joey asked in confusion, "Teacher, did you make a mistake?" I remember I refused to fill out the form. I felt that the school should give this scholarship to poor students, to those who needed it, not me. I really don't need a scholarship. The counselor looked at Joey with an indescribable look, and the smile on his face disappeared after Joey said that it was not necessary. Teachers always subconsciously favor good students like Joey. He didn't want to see Joey burdened by life, which was why he persisted in finding Joey's mother to write the application form despite Joey's repeated rejections. The quota has been decided. As long as Joey tells his bank account number, he can get the poverty student subsidy that he deserves. Whether Joey is a good student or his family needs social assistance, in both cases, Joey deserves this subsidy. It was already the final step, but Joey still stubbornly said that he didn't need it. By now, the counselor is somewhat disappointed with Joey. In line with his responsibility as a teacher, he still advised earnestly, "Joey, I know you want to rely on yourself, but the school is not giving you this subsidy because it pities you. It's because of your excellent grades that you get this grant. You can use it for living expenses or to buy study materials. I understand that you have self-respect, but while you are so proud of yourself, can you please look back at your mother? Last time I called to find your mother, she had come to school. She was dressed very simply, working as a nanny from dawn to dusk. She had some problems with her legs, so it was difficult for her to walk. She was very cautious along the way. Maybe she was afraid of embarrassing you, so she found the only decent piece of clothing she had." As the counselor chattered on, Joey's puzzled eyes gradually cleared. What's the meaning? Someone came to school pretending to be his mother? After listening to the counselor's description, Joey immediately guessed the whole story. If he guessed correctly, it should be Sue's mother who came to the school pretending to be his mother. Even when she was working as a maid in the Zhou family villa, Sue's mother would wear gold and silver jewelry. She loved face like her life. In recent years, Joey has never seen Sue's mother's simple and plain appearance. Not to mention the fact that the clothes are rustic and ugly. This is absolutely unacceptable to Sue's mother. Unexpectedly, in order to pretend to be his mother and come to school to embarrass him, Sue's mother was so concerned that she was willing to lose face and wear such embarrassing clothes. Joey suddenly realized that it was no wonder that his counselor's attitude towards him in his previous life changed so suddenly. After graduation, the counselor even refused to admit that he had a student like Joey. So this is the turning point? The counselor thought that he despised his mother and was vain and competitive, so he gradually became estranged from him out of disappointment, and in the end even the teacher-student relationship broke down. It turned out that in his previous life, the Su mother and daughter came to school without telling him, but his heart was so focused on Su Qingjiao in his previous life that he did not even notice that his classmates and teachers were gradually becoming indifferent to him. Joey had a hint of anger in his eyes, but he still calmly explained to the instructor. "Teacher, I have to tell you that my mother is no longer in this world. The person who came to school that day was not my mother. If I am not mistaken, it was my domestic helper who pretended to be my mother. If you don't want to believe it, take half a day off and come back to the villa with me. I will ask the driver to pick us up immediately and take you to see the fake person." As he said that, Joey took out his cell phone and wanted to call the driver. Chapter 56: Shameful Mom. The counselor remembered what Joey's mother had said to him, saying that Joey had a strong sense of self-esteem and that she must not let Joey know that she had come to school, otherwise Joey would not admit it. He would say that his mother was dead and he would not admit that he had such a shameful mother. The counselor had a very bad face and was extremely disappointed with Joey. Joey's mother worked so hard to make money, but she raised such an ungrateful person? The counselor took a deep breath and said, "Joey, stop messing around. If you don't want the grant, I can apply to the school to withdraw it. But you shouldn't despise your own mother. Without your mother, there would be no you. You used your mother's money to study, how can you say your mother is dead? If you continue like this, I will have to be disappointed in you. A person's poor academic performance can be improved, but a person's bad character is really hopeless." Hearing that the counselor didn't believe what he said at all, Joey was so angry that he laughed. He originally thought that it was just a misunderstanding on the part of the counselor. Prejudice is a huge mountain. What's fake won't be real, and what's real will be fake. The truth will come out soon. But then he thought about all the care the counselor had given him. Joey respects teachers who are responsible to their students. Therefore, he still planned to explain, not wanting to disappoint the counselor. "Teacher, I don't know what rumors you heard that made you misunderstand me as such a person, but I think no one would joke about the death of their parents. I am your student, you should trust me even more." The person who came to school pretending to be my mother that day was actually Su Qingjiao's mother. Mother Su worked as a nanny in my family for several years. Her leg was burned when she was trying to save my grandmother at the fire scene. So I was grateful to them. Not only did I give them a thank you payment, I also allowed them to live in the Zhou family with peace of mind and gave them some rights beyond servants. I don't care about what others think. I also turned a blind eye to Su Qingjiao pretending to be the heir of Zhou Group at school. But I didn't expect that over time, what was fake would become real, and what was real would become fake. I also didn't expect that my indulgence would make them so ambitious that they dared to pretend to be my mother and come to school. The counselor listened to Zhou Yi's explanation with some doubt in his heart. He didn't know whether he should believe Zhou Yi. Indeed, no one would joke about their own parents. But he couldn't help but think of that day in the office when the woman told him pitifully how good Zhou Yi was as a child and how it was she who was incompetent and could not let Zhou Yi live a good life. If that woman is fake, then she can become an actress because of her tears that come so easily. The counselor took off his glasses with a headache and rubbed his temples on both sides. On one side were his students, and on the other side was that poor woman. He really didn't know who to trust. Perhaps only when the two of them confront each other can he know the truth. But he sighed and glanced at his phone. While he was hesitating, Zhou Yi had already called the driver, and the call was connected after 2 rings. "Come back to school and pick me up." After saying this, Zhou Yi hung up the phone. "Teacher, we can go to the school gate and wait. The car will be here soon." The counselor looked down at his phone again. Then, he explained to Zhou Yi helplessly, "I can't take a leave today. I have an important meeting to attend later. The dean has sent out advance notice for this meeting, and no one can ask for leave. You don't have to rush to prove yourself. Time can prove everything. When I have time, I will go back with you to find out clearly. I just hope that you really are not lying to the teacher." Hearing this, Zhou Yi nodded and said, "Teacher, since you can't go in person, I'll take half a day off. I'll call you via video when I get back. You are a responsible and good teacher. I know that time will prove Su Qingjiao's lies. This is all within my expectations. However, I don't want you to misunderstand me now." The counselor was deeply touched by Zhou Yi's words, and the balance in his heart slightly tilted towards Zhou Yi. He patted Zhou Yi on the shoulder and said, "Actually, there's no need to be so anxious. You don't have to ask for leave because of this matter." Seeing Zhou Yi's determined expression, the counselor had no choice but to nod. "Well, go and come back soon." Zhou Yi walked a few steps toward the door and stopped. Seeing that the counselor was already preparing materials for the meeting, he said to the counselor very seriously, "All students are lucky to have such a good teacher like you." The counselor was stunned, and when he came to his senses, Zhou Yi had already left. A smile as warm as the breeze appeared on his face. When Zhou Yi walked out of the school gate, the driver just arrived at the gate. Seeing Zhou Yi walking out of the school gate, the driver quickly got out of the car and opened the door. "Master, what happened? Aren't you in school?" Zhou Yi got into the car, his whole body exuding a frighteningly cold aura, and his tightly pursed lips made it clear that he was suppressing his anger at the moment. "Go back to the villa." The driver didn't dare to ask any more questions, let alone peek at Zhou Yi's expression through the rearview mirror. He drove fast and steadily along the way and sent Zhou Yi back to the villa. As soon as he returned to the villa, Zhou Yi's face was so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He walked into the villa with long legs and strode into the villa. He grabbed a servant and asked, "Where is Su's maid?" The servant pointed to the second floor and said, "She is cleaning the vases on the second floor. Let her get off me." The servant was almost scared to death when she saw Zhou Yi, who was supposed to be in school, suddenly come home with a calm anger on his face, as if magma was about to erupt from under an iceberg. Hearing Zhou Yi's instructions, she quickly threw away the broom in her hand and stepped up the stairs 2 steps at a time, fearing that if she walked too slowly, Zhou Yi would vent his anger on her. The servant panted and found Su's mother. "Young Master Zhou asked you to go down quickly, so hurry up and don't delay. I'll wipe it for you here." After hearing this, Su's mother immediately hid the rag behind her, fearing that the servant would snatch away the easy job of wiping the vase. She spent $100 to get this job from Xiao Su, who had taken a leave of absence. Not only can you wipe slowly, but you can also be lazy occasionally. Mother Su looked at the servant with a look that said, "Don't play tricks on me," and said vigilantly, "No, I'm almost done. There's no rush to go down after I finish wiping." When the servant saw Su's mother's defensive look, she rolled her eyes speechlessly. If she hadn't been afraid that young Master Zhou would get impatient, she wouldn't have reminded Mother Sue, young Master Zhou is back and seems very angry. You should go down quickly. Really? I'm not trying to steal your work. I'm just afraid of wasting young Master Zhou's time. Go now. Chapter 57, Smiling Face. Hearing this, Sue's mother quickly handed the rag to the servant with a smile on her face. Then you need to wipe it carefully and I will come up to check it later. After saying this, Sue's mother left triumphantly. Her attention was all on the servants helping her with work and her chance to be lazy, but she ignored the servant's reminder that Joey was very angry. She tried her best to find an easy job every day, buying easy jobs from other servants, and also paying attention to the situation between her daughter and Joey and giving her daughter advice. These things have occupied a large amount of her time every day, and she had long forgotten about pretending to be Joey's mother and going to school. Mother Sue held onto the railing and walked down the stairs carefully, asking amiably, Xiaoyi, I heard you were looking for me? Shouldn't you be at school at this time? Hey, why didn't Jiao Jiao come back with you? When Sue's mother saw that Joey was the only one coming back, she became even more confused. Her focus had shifted again, and she was concerned about the fact that her daughter did not come back with her. Could it be that the two of them still hadn't reconciled? Sue's mother has been doing nothing for so many years. Even when she came to Zhou's family as a maid, she was fired by several employers because she didn't know how to read the employer's mood. Before, Joey held them mother and daughter in high esteem, so Sue's mother didn't need to look at anyone's face. All the servants in the Zhou family had to look at her face. In the past few years of being pampered, not only did Sue's mother not learn any worldly wisdom, but she became even more incompetent and insensitive than when she first started struggling. Everyone saw the suppressed anger on Zhou Yi's face and didn't dare to breathe, but Sue's mother didn't notice it at all. She didn't even notice that when Zhou Yi's eyes saw the gold necklace on her neck and swept across the watch on her wrist, the anger in his body had already turned into reality. Sue's mother still didn't notice anything. She limped towards Joey step by step, racking her brains to find some words to persuade Joey to give in and apologize to Su Qingjiao. Seeing that Sue's mother was walking too slowly, Joey gritted his teeth, took a few steps forward, and then slapped Sue's mother hard in the face. Bang! Ah! You old bitch! Who gave you the guts to go to school and pretend to be my mom? Joey stared at Sue's mother with cold eyes. He saw her eyes flicker from trance to panic, and it seemed that she was ready to lie to him. Mr. Zhou, this is a misunderstanding. Bang! Joey slapped Sue's mother hard again, causing half of her face to become numb. She staggered and fell to the ground, her head buzzing. Joey walked over and grabbed her hair, lifting it up so high that her scalp was pulled 3 centimeters higher. He slapped Sue's mother in the face and asked harshly, misunderstanding? How dare you tell me it's a misunderstanding? You lie so easily and now you're going to lie to me. Pa. Ah! Master Zhou, it hurts, let me go. Bang! Old bitch! I'm not a teacher in the school who doesn't know the situation. It's useless for you to lie to me. Look at all the labels on you. You're reluctant to take them off even when you're working. As a servant you have to wear gold and silver and branded goods, but how come you take off your most precious clothes when you go to school? Who gave you the courage? Who do you think you are to pretend to be my mother? Pa. Whoa, stop hitting me, don't hit me, I'm your grandma's savior, without me, your grandma would have died, whoa. Bang! How dare you yell and threaten me? I heard you even complain to the teacher, saying that you didn't have enough to eat every day and that you didn't even want to wear your best clothes. Joey questioned Sue's mother one question after another and saw that Sue's mother was trying to get up and run away in panic. He grabbed Sue's mother's hair and dragged her into the basement. Since Sue's mother couldn't get up, he dragged her away, and her shoes and clothes fell apart during the dragging process. The clothes were being pulled again and again, and only a hiss sound was heard. There was a long cut on the sleeve of the arm that was pulled. Sue's mother's face was full of heartache. This is a famous brand clothing. But seeing Joey, who was furious at this moment, he didn't dare to complain out loud. She knew that the truth had been revealed and was terrified, but she was determined not to admit it. While struggling, she cried and begged for mercy. Joey, I didn't lie, I haven't been there, it's really a misunderstanding, you must have recognized the wrong person. You can't do this to me. I'm your Zhou family's savior. Joey slapped her several times, then kicked Sue's mother in the abdomen several times. The pain made her mouth twitch, her nose and mouth were full of blood, and she couldn't speak. Only then did he stop. You don't admit it, right? Don't use my savior to kidnap me. Don't you like to pretend to be poor and eat coarse food? Very good, I'll grant you your wish. From now on, you will follow this standard in the Zhou family. As Joey spoke, he pulled off the gold necklace from Sue's mother's neck. The good gold necklace was not strong and fell off easily when pulled. In the meantime, he also took off the expensive clothes that were about to be torn. Sue's mother was wearing a middle-length shirt underneath, so it wasn't revealing, but this was enough to embarrass her. She sobbed and cried, her heart breaking. These jewelry were given to you by the Zhou family. Speaking of which, domestic servants don't have such benefits. Since you said that the Zhou family treated you so badly, then you won't have any benefits that a Zhou family servant should have. Someone, take off all the jewelry on her. Take off your clothes, shoes, and socks. The Zhou family should have prepared servants' clothes for you, why don't you wear them? Sue's mother hurriedly tried to stop Sui from snatching the diamond watch on her wrist, not caring about the pain all over her body. This is the most precious thing, it is her treasure, it is her life. Her face was covered with tears and blood. No, Mr. Zhou, I was wrong. Don't take my watch off. It's worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. I will never do that again. At this moment, Sue's mother no longer dared to lie. The only thing on her mind was not to take her things away. Joey looked at Sue's mother desperately protecting the food and couldn't help laughing. He patted Sue's mother's face and said, I can give you these things, but I can also take them away from you. Recognize who you are, okay? The Zhou family's nanny. You'd better know how to explain this to my counselor later. Seeing Sue's mother nodding while crying, Joey took out his mobile phone and made a video call. Sue's mother quickly took her clothes to wipe the blood off her face, not caring how shabby she looked and how many servants were watching the scene in the hall. Now her mind and eyes are filled with those expensive brand names, which are her life. She nervously protected her watch, then hurriedly crawled to pick up the gold necklace that was broken into 2 pieces and thrown behind the sofa with a look of heartache. She held it tightly as if she had found it again, fearing that Joey would throw it away again. Chapter 58, Telling Everything. Hearing Zhou Yi's words, Sue's mother pleaded with tears and snot. Mr. Zhou, I know I was wrong. I will tell the instructor everything honestly. It was because of my own evil mind that I went to school. The video call rang more than 10 times, and just when Joey was wondering if it was a bad time to call, the counselor was in a meeting. The next second, the counselor finally answered the call. Counselor, do you have time now? I'll show you my house. As Joey spoke, he switched the camera to the rear camera, and the calm and elegant Chinese-style decoration in the living room came into the counselor's eyes. In this land-scarce city of Lu, many people still live in houses as big as toilets. Joey, holding up his mobile phone, revealed the 200-meter revolving living room, which was an eye-opener for the counselor. Joey's phone moved slowly towards the living room. The servants were dressed in uniform and stood respectfully by the side. The counselor's eyes suddenly widened. There are more than 3 servants working in the living room alone? I can't imagine how many servants are needed to clean a villa. My grandmother hid my identity very well since I was a child. Before I grew up and could take over the Zhou group, it would be dangerous for me if my identity as the heir of the Zhou group was exposed. So I have never made my identity public. Many people have pretended to be the heir of the Zhou family, but fake ones are fake. My grandmother and I don't care about these things. It's just that I didn't expect that my low profile would make you, teacher, misunderstand that I am a poor student. My family is not short of money, so the subsidy from the state should be given to those in need. If Su Qingjiu and her daughter hadn't caused such a scene this time, I wouldn't have told you my identity so early. The counselor slightly pursed his chin in shock. After hearing Zhou Yi's sincere explanation, he began to trust Joey even more. Just don't rely on one person's opinion. The counselor said in a businesslike manner. I want to hear another person's opinion. Hearing this, Joey handed the phone to Sue's mother with a cold look in his eyes. If she dared to talk nonsense again, he would have a way to make Sue's mother regret it. Although Sue's mother is a little insensitive in some aspects, it doesn't mean she is not smart. Hello. Looking at Sue's mother's messy hair and the tear marks on her face that had not yet been wiped away, the red and swollen slap marks on her face were smoothed out because of the beauty effect in the video. The counselor tried his best to ignore it and greeted Sue's mother as usual. Excuse me, should I call you Zhou Yi's mother or? Before he could finish his words, suddenly. When Sue's mother heard the counselor call her Zhou Yi's mother, she was so scared that her whole body trembled and burst into tears. Teacher, I'm not Mr. Zhou's mother. I'm just a servant of the Zhou family. I was the one who pretended to be Mr. Zhou's mother to deceive you. Please forgive me. I know now that I was wrong. I will never dare to pretend to be Mr. Zhou's mother again. Sue's mother's voice was very loud. Even if the counselor did not play the volume externally, her crying voice could still be heard loudly through the phone. At this time, many teachers were already sitting in the conference room, waiting for the dean and other important figures to come over so that the meeting could begin. The sound of Sue's mother crying and screaming came out from the phone. The sound was like the sound of a saw cutting wood, so unpleasant that it made people want to cover their ears. All the teachers in the conference room looked towards the counselor. The expressions on their faces were indescribable. It looked like they wanted to laugh but also felt sympathy. In the end, they could only say one sentence: being a teacher is really hard. The counselor quickly stood up and left the meeting room. After coming outside, he took a deep breath and then started to ask, "Are you telling the truth? Why did you do that?" Mother Sue's eyes unconsciously glanced at Joey outside the phone and said fearfully, "I saved Mr. Zhou's grandmother, but Mr. Zhou still treats me as a nanny and makes me do the work of a nanny. So I was obsessed with it for a while, thinking that I would make Mr. Zhou inferior to others in school and let him have a taste of being humiliated. I thought that if I did this, young Master Zhou wouldn't know about it, but I didn't expect that after just a few days, young Master Zhou would know about it. Woo woo woo, I was really wrong. Teacher, you must believe what Master Zhou says. I will never dare to impersonate anyone again." Joey stood outside the screen with his arms folded across his chest, listening coldly to Sue's mother's explanation to the counselor, his eyes flashing slightly. Sue's mother's reason may seem a bit lame to others, but it is also somewhat true. She pretended under Su Qingjiao's instigation, and Su Qingjiao was largely to blame. But it was also as Sue's mother said, she felt that she was the savior of the Zhou family and should no longer be treated as a servant, but should be treated as a lifelong guest of honor. Sue's mother rescued Grandma from the fire, and Joey not only paid for all of Sue's mother's medical expenses, but also provided high nutritional compensation. That money is enough for Sue's mother to live a worry-free life for the rest of her life. However, after getting the money, Sue's mother did not buy a house, nor did she invest it or put it in the bank. Instead, it was snatched away by Sue's father, a rural man who was a spendthrift and indulged in drinking, whoring, and gambling. The counselor listened in shock as Sue's mother uttered the truth. He really couldn't imagine that there would actually be someone pretending to be a student's parent. This was something that was worthy of being posted online. What he didn't expect was that Joey was actually very rich. The counselor naturally saw the luxurious decoration behind Sue's mother from his mobile phone. Although he didn't know much about Chinese-style decoration, he could feel the majesty of the family's heritage from the mobile phone. It's not too late for you to realize your mistakes. I misunderstood Joey in this matter. Give the phone to Joey. Sue's mother handed the phone to Joey with trembling hands, and the screen turned to Joey's face. The counselor apologized to Joey with a bit of shame. "Joey, you explained to me many times that I was wrong. I shouldn't have distrusted my students. In that case, I will help you return the subsidy to the school. After finishing your housework, you should hurry back to school. Having a good family background is one thing, but don't fall behind in your studies. You will definitely be able to go further than your teacher in the future." "Okay, teacher, I have a meeting to attend, so I'll hang up now." Although the dean had not arrived yet, he did not dare to keep chatting with Joey until the dean arrived and then go in. After saying a few words, he quickly ended the call and returned to the meeting room. Click. As soon as the door opened, all the teachers in the conference room looked over, and some were even preparing to stand up to greet him. Seeing that the person coming was not the dean, everyone quickly looked away. The counselor smiled apologetically at everyone, lowered his head and quickly returned to his seat. The more senior and famous the teachers were, the more they sat in the front rows, while the young teachers like them had to sit in the back. As soon as he sat down, his colleague next to him quietly asked him, "What did you say when you went out just now?" "I heard you call Joey's mother." "Is it because of Joey again?" Chapter 59, Disapproval. The two of them had a good relationship, and the counselor felt that there was nothing to hide in this matter, so he told his colleague the whole story. The colleague looked disapproving. He had seen Su Qingjiao shopping in the mall with a black card, and he even heard her say that Joey Zhang's nanny son lived in her house. The colleague shook his head. "The more Joey tries to prove that he is not poor, the more I feel that he is guilty. Think about it, if you really have money, do you need to prove it? Besides, how can a servant have the guts to pretend to be the mother of her employer? If her colleagues knew about this, her reputation would be ruined." Who would make such a joke with their lifelong reputation? The counselor fell silent. He felt that Joey was not that kind of person, but after hearing his colleague's analysis, he became a little confused. No, that's not right, he should trust his students. He immediately spoke for Joey. I heard the fake person's tone was very real, it should not be fake. After all, she admitted it herself. The colleague patted the instructor on the shoulder earnestly and said, "Go and check out the live broadcast room in your spare time. You can see everything on the internet now. What you said would be so bizarre even if it were broadcast live. What you said is actually very easy to understand." After Joey heard from you that his mother came to school, he felt that the image he had been cultivating was ruined. So he went back to his employer's house in anger to find his mother. I don't know what method he used to make his mother cooperate with him in this play. I can imagine Joey's mother crying in front of you. She is really helpless. Her son does not admit that she is his mother, and he forces her to lie to the teacher. I think Joey's mother must have cried very sadly at that time. After all, it really hurts to cut flesh with a blunt knife, and the one who cut her flesh with the blunt knife was her son. The counselor's heart fell into the abyss as his colleague's words said. He suddenly remembered the woman who was crying miserably while fearfully looking at her phone with her eyes. No, my colleague must be overthinking it. Joey seemed like a good kid, how could he lie to him like that? Impossible, Joey is not that kind of person. He will prove himself. The counselor pursed his lips and explained. He retained trust in his students. He must not misunderstand his students a second time after misunderstanding them once, otherwise the students would be completely sad. On the other side, Joey hung up the phone. Sue's mother thought everything was fine and looked at Joey eagerly. Mr. Zhou, look, I told the instructor the truth. Can you give me? Joey turned around and sat on the sofa, looking at Sue's mother calmly, and could clearly see the greed in Sue's mother's eyes. Didn't this woman think that she would be rewarded after telling the truth to the teacher? But considering how thick-skinned this woman is, it's normal for her to think that way. Call Butler Chow over. Joey's voice echoed in the empty living room. The other servants who were working heard Joey's words and quickly told Butler Chow through the intercom. Not long after, Butler Chow came into the living room with a humble and respectful look on his face. Master. When Sue's mother heard that Butler Chow was coming, she had already stood up hesitantly. As soon as she stood up, she gasped in pain all over her body. But when she saw Butler Chow, her eyes still lit up, and she waited for Joey to reward her in front of Butler Chow. Joey lived up to expectations and spoke slowly. She? He glanced in the direction of Sue's mother. Sue's mother immediately straightened her chest and raised her head, listening with her red and swollen face, with an expression of indescribable pride. Butler Chow looked at Sue's mother with a puzzled look, and when he saw her smug look, he resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Clear out the small coffin room next to the basement for her to live in. From now on, she will eat alone and not at the same table with you. The food should be based on the standards of the 1960s and 1970s. She should eat what she is supposed to eat. Watch her clean the room later. Don't let her take the brand name bags and jewelry in the room. These are all her compensation to the Zhou family for free. So when the time comes to settle the accounts, the money spent still has to be paid back to the Zhou family in person. Sue's mother widened her eyes in disbelief and was so shocked that she couldn't even speak. Shouldn't she be rewarded? Why let her live in the storage room in the basement? That room is less than 5 square meters, and you can bump into the wall when you turn around. It is used to store sundries, so there are no windows installed. Once the door is closed, it becomes a storage room just like the solitary confinement cell in a prison? Mr. Zhou, didn't you say that you would forgive me as long as I told the truth? Sue's mother felt that she had been deceived. Her hands were shaking with anger. She wanted to question Joey angrily, but then she remembered that Joey was no longer the Joey who she could order around. She was so angry that her eyes turned red, and her heart bled when she heard that she couldn't take the jewelry. Joey's eyes suddenly fixed, and he said quietly, "Did I say that?" Sue's mother looked at Joey in surprise, and suddenly understood. Yes. Joey never said this sentence from beginning to end. She thought that as long as she honestly admitted her mistake, Joey would definitely forgive her. Thinking of what Joey said, if he could give her these brand names, he could naturally take them back easily. Sue's mother felt a chill running up from the soles of her feet, but her heart slowly sank. When did Joey become so tough? It seemed like everything was starting to get out of control. Butler Chow gave Sue's mother a complicated look, thought for a while and said, by the standard of the 1970s, it would be rice mixed with bran and sand. Rice is easy to find. Just go to the market and buy the black rice that chickens eat. It's just that wild vegetables are a little hard to find. Now that everything is urbanized. Master, I'll go to the market to see if anyone has leaves to feed rabbits. That should work. As for clothes, I can only send someone to look through the trash cans. These are all she has. They're better than what she wore in the 1970s. It's a bargain for her. The work she does has to change, too. It was so hard back then. People worked on the farm day and night. There was a piece of land outside the villa, and she was asked to plow the land in the morning and in the afternoon. Sue's mother glared at housekeeper Chow hatefully. When she heard that housekeeper Chow fed her rice for chickens, vegetable leaves for rabbits, and did hard work, her face turned ashen but also a little pale and fearful. Joey nodded when he heard this, smiling as if asking Sue's mother, but he would not allow Sue's mother to refuse. Is this what you want? You like to pretend to be poor, like to pretend to be a poor countrywoman. As your master, I will certainly do as you wish. Don't thank me, you deserve it. When Sue's mother heard this, her whole body trembled violently, and it seemed as if a fire was about to burst out in her chest. She wanted to refuse verbally, but when she saw Joey's calm eyes, she broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 60 Little Lamb. Joey was no longer a little lamb that could be manipulated by the mother and daughter. At this moment, Joey was more like a tiger that had just woken up. Looking at her with a half smile, Joey would slap her to death if she dared to say no, but she was in great pain all over now. The desire to survive made her bite her lips tightly, afraid to say a single word. Joey was satisfied when he saw this and stood up. When he looked at Sue's mother, a red light flashed across his eyes, which was murderous intent. I'll leave it to you to arrange this. I want to see the results before I get back from school. Butler Chow respectfully watched Joey leave the villa and said, Master, don't worry. I'll be watching over you, so there won't be any accidents. After Joey left, he took several deep breaths before temporarily suppressing his murderous intent. He took out his cell phone and called his aunt. It was not until a caring voice came from the other side that Joey asked, Aunt, haven't those old guys been fished out yet? I was wondering if the Zhou family would be able to clean up the traces if I personally dealt with them mother and daughter. There was silence for a few seconds, and then the other party whispered, Don't let a stain be put on you for the sake of two clowns. Wait a little longer, Auntie will take care of it. I have found out that some old shareholders are investigating Su Qingjiao's past with you. I believe they will take action soon. When the annual ceremony comes, they will wipe out everything. Joey calmed down and said in a deep voice, I understand, Aunt. It's only about a month and the New Year's Day will be here soon. After resolving the issues between the Zhou family and the Su mother and daughter, he will be able to devote himself to investigating Shen Bingyan. Inside the villa at this moment. After Joey left, Butler Chow changed his humble and respectful expression, turned around, pushed Sue's mother, and gave her orders coldly. Did you hear that, old man? Clean up my room now. I'll only give you half an hour to do your personal stuff, so get back to work once you're done. The fact that Sue's mother didn't dare to refuse Joey doesn't mean she is weak and can be bullied. Mother Su looked at Butler Chow with disdain and sneered, You are just a dog of the Zhou family, why are you barking nonsense? I just won't move, do you dare to kick me out? Even Joey didn't ask to kick me out, how dare you? Butler Chow sneered and said, Young master has not given any order, so I really don't dare to kick you out. However, I have to obey the young master's arrangements. If you don't clean it up, then I'll help you do it reluctantly. Oh, you don't have to thank me too much. After all, I'm easy to talk to. Butler Chow immediately used the intercom to ask all the servants to gather in the living room on the first floor. At the command of Butler Chow, the servants filed into the room of Sue's mother and daughter. She left behind the expensive brand name bags and jewelry and simply took the bed and other things. She also sent someone to search the trash can for clothes, and then packed all the things in the fertilizer bags that she had brought from the gardener specifically for Sue's mother. You, and none of you can do this. If I had known you were such people, I should have. Before she could utter any harsh words, Sue's mother suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. She turned her head and saw that there was suddenly a fertilizer bag on her shoulder. The young-looking servant said to her with a smile, I'm letting go, you hold on tight, the quilt is too big, I can't tie it up. Just hold on tight and move to the basement by yourself. Sue's mother was so angry that she almost vomited blood, her eyes fixed on her in all of them. All of you are bullying us orphans and widows. Butler Chow took out his cell phone from his pocket and said casually, time is running out. All of us are wasting time for you. If you don't hurry up, we will have to deduct your salary. Sue's mother had tears in her eyes. She had never suffered such humiliation. But she also knew that 2 fists could not beat 4 hands, not to mention that there were dozens of people here, all of whom were bullying her. She could only carry the sack on her shoulder and limp towards the basement in frustration. Rows of luxury cars, some cool and some steady and restrained, are parked in the underground garage. When the lights in the basement are turned on, the luxury cars of various colors almost blind people's eyes. Sue's mother walked to an inconspicuous little door which was not locked, and turned the handle to open it. What greeted me was a gust of dust and a musty smell that lingered in the air because it had never seen the sun for years. Apart from the doorway where you can step, the remaining 5 square meters of space are used to store various miscellaneous tools such as engine oil, tires, and brooms. She had less than 10 minutes to clean out the clutter and put all her and her daughter's things in. Looking at this scene, Sue's mother wanted to die on the spot in the basement. But then again, a good death is worse than a miserable life. Thinking of this, she began to blame her daughter again. Sue's mother threw the fertilizer bag on the ground with a bang, took out her cell phone and started calling her daughter to complain. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Sue's mother was already impatient and asked impatiently as soon as she answered. Why did you take so long to answer the phone? Did you not want to answer it because you saw it was from me? On the other end of the phone, the bell for the end of get out of class had just rang, and Su Qingjiao quickly answered the call. Hearing Sue's mother's bad tone, he quickly walked out holding the phone, covering his mouth with his hand, and replied softly, Mom, I just got out of class. Did anyone make you angry? Sue's mother's aggrieved voice came from the phone. My daughter, Joey bullied me, and everyone in the Zhou family bullied us. Joey discovered what we did. Sue's mother quickly told Su Qingjiao what happened after Joey came back, her words filled with complaints, resentment, and panic. Su Qingjiao on the other end of the phone was so frightened that sweat broke out on her back. Joey knew about it? How could Joey treat my mother like this? How could he do this to me and my mother? Is the basement a place where people can live? There's not even a window. Prison inmates live better than here. They also made my mother eat wild vegetables, wear clothes from garbage cans, and do the most tiring and dirty work. All the nannies excluded and isolated her? Su Qingjiao was both frightened and angry, but she also felt a little scared of Joey's methods. Mom, don't worry, I will definitely have a good chat with Joey today. He wouldn't be so heartless. He's just waiting for me to give in to him first. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go to class first. Knowing that Sue's mother was about to start chattering again, Su Qingjiao took a deep breath, hung up the phone first, and walked to her seat and sat down with lingering fear. She looked at the empty seat in front of her, wondering how she would explain to Joey later. But no matter what Joey does, he can't treat my mother like that. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel some resentment towards Joey. Sudden. Really? I didn't lie to you. I really saw Zhang Cheng in the hospital last night. He was brought in by ambulance. I was in the hospital with my dad for emergency treatment and saw from a distance that Zhang Cheng was pushed into the operating room covered in blood. I only took a quick look and I don't know who beat him up. I think he was only half dead. When Su Qingjiao heard Zhang Cheng's name, she panicked for a moment. She hurriedly listened carefully and found that the people who were talking were several tables away from her. But because the person speaking had a loud voice, she could hear it clearly. Zhang Cheng was beaten? Only half a breath left? How could this be? Her right eyelid kept twitching last night, and she vaguely guessed that something was going to happen. Could it be that Joey did this again? Yes, who else could it be if not Joey? She knew better than anyone that Zhang Cheng had somehow tricked Joey into coming after school last night. Thinking of this, Su Qingjiao's heart began to beat wildly. She might have really gone too far and made Joey angry.